goodness, I cannot believe today is finally here. Welcome to the Ladies Take Control of Your Life, Stop the Autocorrect virtual event. I couldn't be more excited to be with you today. I know that the speakers that are joining us are extremely excited to share their wealth and their wisdom and their knowledge with you. In the comment box, please drop in who's here and where y'all are attending from. And remember, you can put in your questions in the comment box as well, as the speakers will be willing and open and ready to answer any questions that you have. I do want to just remind you all that I know life is busy, so if you can't stay the entire day or you have to pop in and out, this link is yours, and so you will be able to pop back in and out as well as view all of this information at any point in time. Now, my name is Katie Maris. I think you have seen me online. A little bit about me. I'm a speaker. I'm an author. I am a choice maker, and I am obsessed with helping women discover their worth and help them understand and help you ladies understand that you are capable of anything. The choice sits and rests in your lap as to what you conquer in life. Not a single human on planet Earth can stop you from living your dreams. The only one that can is you. Now, I have an opening keynote that I have written for you all, and it's just my honor to be here talking to you and sharing my knowledge with you as all the other speakers have. I want to tell you a tale of two brothers. Both grew up in a home of volatility, a home of addiction, a home of anger and abuse. These two brothers are about 5 years apart. The older brother took his anger out on the younger brother all the time. He, the older brother, was smart and handsome, and he had all the goods to have anything he wanted in life. Unfortunately, he believed that his worth was less, and he went down a really deep and dark path. Unfortunately, at just shy of his 39th birthday, he was found dead in his apartment by his younger brother. Now, his younger brother, raised in the exact same environment, he is smart as well, successful, loving, a husband, has children, taking care of his very sick father, and took care of the brother that he found in his apartment. He actually paid for that apartment for his brother. Now, you may be wondering, well, this is a ladies' event. Why are we talking about two boys, two men? And the reason why I'm talking about this particular story is that both men, both gentlemen, both brothers were handed and dealt a hand of cards that was less than ideal. They had an option to take one path or the other. One of them made the choice to believe in their worth, to believe they're capable, to believe that life was more than what was handed to them. The other one, unfortunately, couldn't see the light and made different choices. You are always looking at a set of obstacles or a set of opportunities, no matter what decision or hand of cards you are dealt. You may not be able to control those circumstances, but you are most definitely able to control how you play those hand of cards. As a child, I was, thrown decisions and choices no child should have been thrown. My parents were both addicts. I raised my brother and sister, and let me tell you, at night, when I'd be at home with them doing homework at the kitchen table, or we had just finished a meal, I'd hear the key, searching for the lock on the door. And if that key went in smoothly, I knew we would have a fantastic night. I knew that we might even have a movie night and have some family time. But the more that key searched and had a harder time finding the lock in the door, the more I knew what we were in for. And every night, my back stood a little straighter. And I had to choose the next morning, what was I going to do? Was I going to allow my circumstances to dictate my outcome? Was I going to be angry at the world? Or was I going to serve my sister and brother and my family and keep going? I'm grateful I was given, I guess, a God-given gift to see the positivity and the light. And I do believe that that is part of my calling and why I'm here today, is because I believe that you can be a victim, but you don't have to adopt a victim mindset. And I want to say that again, ladies, because everybody that's watching, we've all had something go wrong in our life. At some point, we feel wronged. At some point, somebody has done something wrong to us. You can be a victim, but you do not have to adopt a victim mindset. So what does that mean? That means you don't have to stay down and out. You get to choose if you're angry. You get to choose to look at positivity. You get to choose if you're looking at a set of obstacles or a set of opportunities. By remaining in a victim mindset, what you are doing, and by choosing that victim mindset, what you are doing is taking the responsibility away from yourself that you can, in fact, have the life, whether it is professionally, personally, with any friendships, in relationships, you can have the life that you so dare to dream of. But it's up to you to take it. And you are fully capable of it. It is the mindset you hold. 7 weeks ago, and for some of you that have seen some of my posts on social media, you probably have heard this little soundbite over and over again. But 7 weeks ago, my entire world shattered. The world that I thought I had pieced together so brilliantly absolutely fell apart. I had two choices. I could act like a victim, and let me tell you, I'm definitely a victim. Or I could see the opportunity to live my calling, to be here for you, to pull together these incredible speakers that are going to inspire you to move into action and have the best year in 2024 that you have ever seen. And I'm so glad that's what I chose. I'm so glad I took off my sad girl pants and I put on my badass pants. I'm so glad that I got up and I moved forward. Did I know that I was going to create this incredible community, the Ladies Take Control community? I had no idea 7 weeks ago that we would be here with 162 attendees on this live to inspire you. I had no idea, but that just goes to show you that anything is possible when you choose to forego the victim mindset. You can be a victim, but you do not have to choose to adopt the victim mindset. I'm here, as I said, to tell you that anything is possible, and every single one of these speakers, they are all going to give you the action items, inspiration, and motivation you need to take control of your life. If you don't have it within yourself to get up and keep moving, this is going to be my last piece of counsel as we move on to all these inspirational ladies and gents that are here to inspire you and to fill you up so that you can move forward and celebrate the life that you have. But if you do not have it in you to do it for you, so whatever obstacle, and I know all of you right now are thinking, oh, well, this happened to me and this has happened to me, and oh, you know, the holidays are coming, and I have all these things that need to be done, and I feel overwhelmed, and I have all these obstacles I need to get over and get through. If you don't have it within yourself to do it for yourself, I am asking you to do it for someone else. Because that is what every single one of these speakers today has done. They have come together to support not only me, but every one of you. So I hope you find the courage to walk through your fears, to take risks, to dust off your knees if you've stumbled and fallen, to wipe your tears, because your courage, your risks, your successes are not just for you. If you show up, you often are the answer to someone else's prayers. And I can tell you from the bottom of my heart, every one of these speakers and every one of you on this event today as attendees, you guys are answers to my prayers. So thank you for making my despair to badassery a reality, because that's what you've done. So I want you all to know that you are capable of achieving anything, no matter what circumstances you are facing. You get to choose. Am I going to be a victim, or am I going to take control of my life? Now, I'm going to I want to so badly, let you know that I couldn't have made this possible without the sponsors that I have, as well as the speakers whom you're going to hear from. So here we go. Take a look at our sponsors, and I wish nothing but light and love and happiness, inspiration and motivation for all of you today as you listen to each and every one of these speakers that have volunteered to share their wisdom. Let's take a look at our sponsors. Tell you how much I admire our next speaker. She is not only gorgeous on the outside, but she is ridiculously beautiful on the inside, and she is a go-getter that stops at nothing to get what she needs, wants, and deserves. And she's here today to talk to all of you, to teach you how to ask for what you want, what you are capable of, and what you deserve. So let's welcome Alison Maloni to the stage. Hi, Alison. So nice to have you. I cannot wait for you to share and impart your wisdom on these ladies.
Hi, Katie. Thank you so much. I'm honored and thrilled to be part of this. This is amazing. And we were talking about this, and I said, I can definitely talk about what to ask for, because I did it at an early age. However, I still struggle with it 20 plus years later. So I'll take you back to how it started, and how I came to be where I am, and the lessons I've learned, and the struggles I still go through, which I think a lot of people they go through, but they don't say it, and they appear confident and have everything together in social media. And then we look at them and say, how do they do that? Well, I'm going to let you know some secrets on how to ask for what you want. So I'll take you back a few years ago, maybe a little bit more, but I don't want to date myself, but who's counting? So I was a 20-year-old senior in college, and I had just accepted an internship at a local television station. I was so excited because of the station that I was going to be interning at, because it wasn't just a typical TV station. I had actually been there when I was 9 years old, years prior. I met a news anchor at a local event, and I told her when I was in 4th grade that I wanted to be a broadcast journalist. And she immediately said, why don't you come and see how the news is made? You can come and watch one of our shows. I was thrilled. I couldn't believe it. So my dad and I drove up to the station. It was about 20 minutes away from me, and it was up on a mountain. And I had driven past it many times and had just dreamed of working there. When 9-year-olds would go outside and play, I would be in my room pretending to broadcast the news. That may make me a geek, but that's okay. So we drove up this mountain right before the 11 o'clock news, and we got to the top, and I saw this building, and I thought, this is a TV station. It was old, it was rickety. I couldn't believe that this is where they broadcast the news. But I said, okay, let's go in. So they buzzed us in, and we walked into the newsroom. and it was not what I expected. Ceiling tiles were falling off, the floors were creaking, people were running around. You could hear police and fire scanners. It was pretty much controlled chaos, and I loved it. I was like, I am in heaven. So I went to the studio to right before the newscast started. And you would have thought that I was at the Super Bowl or I was at a Taylor Swift concert because I was so excited. My heart was racing. I couldn't believe I was sitting here watching the news being broadcast. And from that moment on, I said, this is what I want to do. This is where I want to be. And fast forward years later, I was back in that newsroom. Things didn't change. The ceiling tiles were still falling down. The scanners were still going on. The floors were still creaking. Some new people, some people who had been there. But I'm standing in that newsroom thinking, I'm not here just to watch the news. I'm here to learn how to be a reporter. So I was just embracing it all. And I met with people. They told me what my assignments would be. And I sat at the assignment desk, which is basically the mothership of newsrooms. It's where everything comes in. Back then, faxes came in, and I was told, here's what you're going to do. You're going to answer the phone. You're going to listen to the police scanners. You're going to file those press releases. You're going to run scripts, and you're going to do whatever it is that we need you to do. I was thrilled. I went home, I went back to my dorm, and I was telling all my friends, this is what I do. And they said, but aren't you there to learn how to be a reporter? I said, yeah, that'll happen. I'm going to be on air in like a couple days. The 20-year-old self told myself that I would be reporting, and then I'd be alongside Katie Couric in just a couple years because that's what I wanted to do. So after a few days, I was still doing the same thing. And I said, you know what? I am not learning how to be a reporter, and I'm not being able to speak on camera. So I need to ask. I need to ask them for more. So I went to my news director, I knocked on his door, and I walked in and I told him how appreciative I was. I told him all the things that you're supposed to say, that you're learning so much, all the right things. But then I went on to say, but I'm here to learn how to be a reporter, and I really would like to have the opportunity to do that. Now, I knew that they needed me to do all those tasks they gave me to do. I still had to answer the phones. I still had to file all the press releases. So I came up with a solution. I would still work those days, but I would work an extra day so I could go out and learn how to be a reporter. I drove 45 minutes from my college campus. I wasn't getting paid. I wasn't getting extra credit, but I knew that's what I needed to do. I asked him and he said, okay, sure, come tomorrow. That was easy. Okay. I went the next day and I started going out on the road with reporters. And eventually I got to be the reporter, not on air, but I would get to ask the questions and I would go back and I would get to write stories. Then I started doing stand-ups, which is what I needed for my resume reel. Every reporter looking for a job has to have a resume reel, which is a stand-up, a montage of them speaking on camera and them doing stories. So I was able to do that and put that together. So I could have stayed in that position and answered the phones and filed the mail and done everything that they wanted to do. But I took the initiative and I asked for what I wanted. And because of that, I was able to go out on the road. I was able to learn how to be a reporter, something I couldn't learn in my classroom. I was able to make reels, something that my professors couldn't teach me how to do. So I went for my exit interview in the spring, just when the semester was ending and I was about to graduate. And the news director said, I want to offer you a job. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my gosh, I have a job. I'm going to be a reporter. Katie Couric, I'm coming for you. I'm going to be there in a couple of years. It wasn't an on-air position. I wasn't ready for that yet. I was still very green, but it was a start. So I got a job as an assignment editor. I was back at the helm at that assignment desk doing some of the same things I was doing as an intern. But the assignment editor said, you know why I hired you? And I thought, I don't know, you need somebody to answer the phones? He said, no, I hired you because you took the initiative. You are a go-getter. And that's what we need in this business. So I got the job. I was an assignment editor and I moved forward in my career. And all because I simply asked. And I don't know if it was because I was 20 and I was maybe naive. I wasn't scared. I had confidence and I thought, okay, well, the worst he can say is no. And I was taught at an early age that you never know unless you ask. So that's what I did. Fast forward years later, I got out of the business and started my own business and all of that. But I took that one lesson I learned as a 20-year-old, and I've applied it throughout my career in different areas, from owning a business to working for a marketing firm to being a contributor at a national network. But I have to be honest, I wish I could come here and say, yes, everything I learned and it's great and this is what I do. But I still get nervous. I still lack self confidence. I still ask myself all of the questions that you probably ask yourself prior to having that meeting or prior to even setting up that meeting to ask for that promotion, that raise, that new job title, that new job role, asking for a bigger team, asking something in your relationship, asking something of your spouse, right? We all second guess all of the things, and our confidence takes a deep dive. So I wish I could say that everything I learned made me a better person, which it did, but I still struggle. I struggle working in a male dominated industry, the news industry. Most of the bosses are males. I see guys walk in the office all the time. They meet, they get a raise, they get a promotion, they do whatever. Yet when I want to have that meeting, I hem and haw and I question everything. I say, am I good enough? What if I don't do well? Will they say no? What will they think of me? What will others think of me? Do I really want this? All of these things, the self doubt that goes on in my mind. And I have to have, what I've learned is internal conversations with myself. I have a lot of those. I have a lot of out loud conversations in the shower. And my kids will be like, who is in there with you? No, 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 it's just me. I'm just talking myself into what I want to say in this meeting, or I'm just building myself up. But these are the things that you have to do when you want to ask for something. I'll take you through a quick story that happened to me just about a month ago. I knew my role was changing at this network that I'm working at. I was fortunate enough to be able to host a morning show, but because I live 3 hours away and I have 3 kids and I have a business, I couldn't do it forever. And they were about to hire someone. So I knew I had to have a conversation with the powers that be and explain what's next for me. What do I want to do? And will that happen? Will they agree that I can do this schedule and I can do everything I want to? So I'm walking down the hallway about to schedule a meeting with the VP of programming. I get to his assistant's desk, or halfway to his desk, and I immediately do a U-turn. I chickened out. I literally chickened out. I had to walk back to my desk, and I told my friend, she said, "Where did you go?" I said, "I went to Elliot's office." And she said, "Did you make the meeting?" I said, "No, I didn't. I was too scared." She's like, "What are you scared? What are you scared about? You have leverage, you have experience, you've been at the network for X amount of time, you bring this to the table." And I needed to hear that because, of course, back in my mind, I was having all this self doubt. So I put on my big girl pants. I had a conversation with myself. I talked to my friend. I went back down there and I asked for the meeting. The meeting happened a day later. I went in with my talking points. I asked for what I wanted. I talked about a solution that would be good for them, but also good for me. And here I am. I work 3 days a week. I'm in New York and I get to do what I want to do. But what if I didn't schedule that meeting? What if I didn't tell them what I wanted to do? I probably wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be in this hotel in New York. I wouldn't be doing the job I love. I wouldn't be able, maybe talking to you, because maybe I would have had a different job and I wouldn't have been able to do this. So when you're questioning your confidence and when you are holding yourself back because fear is getting in the way, I want you to go back to when you did ask for something and when something did go your way. How did you feel and what came of that? Because fear holds us back. And there's nobody better than you who's going to ask for what you want. There's nobody better than you who's going to advocate for yourself. And there's nobody better than you who's going to make a change, because we are our number one advocate. Our bosses, our friends, our spouses aren't thinking 24/7 about what's going on in our minds. And if we don't ask and we don't take that initiative, things will stay the same. They won't change. And if we want change, then we have to be proactive and we have to ask for the things that we want. And I know it's hard because, believe me, I just said I battle these internal issues all the time. But then I go back to what I just mentioned. How did I get here? What made me feel good? And you always have to go back to what my mom said. You don't know if you don't ask. So once you get that out of the way and once you can build your confidence up, that's the hard part, The easy part is figuring out how to ask. So I do want to go over a couple of ways and a couple of things that have helped me, because whenever I go into a meeting, even if I'm talking to my husband about something, maybe things that are doing that annoy me, I always have to have a plan, right? You always want to have a strategy, because you can't just go in and say, I don't want this, I want this, I don't like this, right? You have to have a conversation and build your strategy. So when you are going to ask for you want to be clear. You want to actually know what you want. I know it sounds funny, but a lot of people don't exactly know, what do you want? What do they want? So the more clarity you have, the better opportunity you'll have to express that in this meeting, and the better you'll understand, do I really want this? Are you asking for something because you need to, or you have to, or somebody else wants you to? Or are you asking for something that you want? So when you figure out what do you want, you have to then ask yourself, what is your why? Why do you want that? Is it going to make it a better schedule for you? Are you going to get more money? Are you going to have a bigger team? Are you going to have a better relationship? All of these things is to know your why. Why are you asking for that? And will it make your life better? And when you know that, that's where you have to bring in your rock, whether that's your friends, your kids, your spouse, your mentor, whoever it is in your life who can build you up. You need that person to help build your confidence, because again, going back to all of the questions we have in our minds, that we are not good enough, we are not smart enough. You got to get that out of your mind. But sometimes you need a friend to say, you know what? You are this, you are that, just like my friend did when I went back to my office because I was too afraid to ask for that meeting. She told me all the things that I know, but I didn't repeat it in my brain. So find that person who's going to help you build yourself up and is going to give you the confidence you need to get that meeting and to strategize and put everything together. They also may give you some really good tips on how you can approach this, right? Everybody has different answers, but they have a lot of solutions along with their answers. So go to your friends, figure out what you want to say, and then practice it. Now, again, I go back to my shower. I do all my thinking, do all my practicing and my speaking in my shower, which probably explains why my water bill is so high. But practice in front of the mirror, practice in front of friends, because the more you practice, the more confident you appear and the better your meeting is going to be. So when you get that meeting, it's really important to be clear and direct. And we can get sidetracked. I always go into meetings with a plan and then I come out thinking, I didn't say this, I didn't say that. Oh boy. So what I've learned is to go in with notes and just quick bullet points and look at them. And if you didn't get anything across during that meeting, you can always do a follow-up email. There's always a couple things that I say I should have said. So you do that follow-up email to reiterate the meeting and then just kind of further explain what you were asking for and the conversation that came about from that meeting. And when you go to them, when you're asking for whatever it is, you want to have a solution. So what is it that you're helping them with, right? It's the what's in it for me, but what's in it for them? What is the solution? How can you help them? By giving you this promotion, or by giving you that bigger team, or by giving you that job, how will that benefit them? So sometimes it's turning it around and putting it in their core and making them think that, well, this is really a good thing for them. And you want to obviously be clear with your request. And here's something that a lot of people don't do, and I caught myself not doing it, is you want to ask for what you want in the beginning of your conversation. And at the end of the conversation, close out with that again. So ask in the beginning and ask at the end in the close of your message. So these are some of the points that you can take and you can strategize and you can maneuver them. But if you have a plan mapped out, you're going in with a strategy. And it's a lot better than just walking in an office and doing what my 20-year-old self did, was no plan. It seemed to work. But I think nowadays we need to have a plan because everybody's time is so precious. But when you go through these steps, you start to gain confidence and you start to speak highly of yourself, which is, I think, what we all need to do better, especially as women, when we are juggling so many different roles and jobs, and we're on social media and we're looking at other people thinking they have it together. Chances are they don't have it together. And even when they appear confident, they have internal issues, they struggle with things. But I think it's important that you remind yourself of the why, and you remind yourself how good you are and why you deserve this. Um, we're only advocate. We are our only advocate, and we have to advocate for ourselves because nobody else is going to. And I want you to think about times that you doubt yourself and go back to that time when you got what you wanted because you asked for it, and go back to that feeling. Think about how that felt and think about what came from that. So when you're questioning yourself and you don't want to go down and make that meeting, or you're wondering, why can't I get my words out? I want you to always go back to that. How did that make you feel when you found out you got that promotion, or you got that raise, or you got that new job? I want to take you back to the 20-year-old where she thought she knew everything, and she definitely did not. And she had a lot to learn. She didn't get to work with Katie Couric, and she did not get to be on air at that TV station at that moment. But years later, she did get to where she wanted to. The path was just a different path, which is always, when we look back, we are where we are because that's where we are supposed to be. And while I've heard many no's in times that I've asked for things, they were no's for a reason. And while I've heard many yeses, they've gotten me to where I am. And so she knew one thing. She knew that if you want to get something, you have to ask for it. And so I'll leave you with one of my favorite quotes from a badass woman, Oprah. Who doesn't love Oprah? She said, "You get in life what you have the courage to ask for." So get that courage, ask for what you want, and go get it.
Oh my gosh, that was amazing. That was incredible. I love that.
Thank you.
Oh, I mean, having the courage to ask is like the first stepping stone to having the life that you want. I think that it starts though with having the courage even to ask yourself that question. What do I want? Because as women, we, like you mentioned, we wear so many hats, and we we juggle so many responsibilities that it's often about someone else or something else, what their needs are. And so having that courage to like, okay, today I'm going to ask myself what I want. To stand still for a minute will help you become more clear and follow the steps that you've laid out for these ladies. And ladies, you have to follow these steps, because if you don't ask for what you want, you're never going to get it. You're just never. It's I can't remember what sports analogy. I think it was Michael Jordan that said you miss 100% of the shots not taken. I think that was Michael Jordan. You are going to have 100% no's if you don't ask the question. And so it's so important. I know for myself as a mother and a female entrepreneur, as a speaker, and Alison, you know this, it's a very male dominated space. If I didn't ask for what I wanted, I wouldn't be here with you right now. If I didn't ask all these speakers that are going to, that are part of this event to share and impart their wisdom, these ladies wouldn't be able to be inspired. So thank you so much, Alison, for your words of wisdom. But I'm not going to let you go yet. I want to ask you one more question. I know you have daughters, and let's go back to your 20-year-old self. If you could tell your daughters or your 20-year-old self one piece of counsel, what would that be?
You're going to make mistakes, and that is okay. You're going to fail. I think that I was always a perfectionist, and I couldn't accept failure. I couldn't accept making a mistake. I couldn't accept losing. And it hurt me along the way because I thought that, life should be perfect. And it's okay. We learn from mistakes. We learn from failing, and that we are not perfect. So I think the number one thing is you're going to make mistakes, and it's okay. And we learn from them.
Well, I love that. Those are words of wisdom that we can part with. Thank you again, Alison, so much. How do they follow you? How do all these ladies follow you? I know you're active on social media. Let them know where they can find you.
Sure. So I'm on Instagram, Alison Maloni. Very simple. My business is Alison May PR. So Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, TikTok. I don't really post much on TikTok. I just go on there to look at silly animals and recipes and beauty tips. But yeah, so just Alison Maloni, and you'll find me.
Fantastic. Well, thank you again for your time, and I'm so grateful I had the courage to ask you so that you could be here to share your wisdom. Thank you so much. Have a fabulous day.
Thanks.
All right, let's welcome to our virtual stage Mr. Joe Webb, the president of DealerKnows and an advocate for women across everything he does. He is a man in a very male-dominated space, automotive, and Ladies Take Control community is just so grateful to have DealerKnows standing behind us and supporting us in our attempts to inspire women around the world to take control of their life and take their life off autopilot. Joe, I'm so happy to have you here. Thank you for your time.
Good to see you again, Katie. How have you been?
I've been so good. So good. Thank you.
Excellent.
So Joe, tell me a little bit about DealerKnows, although I know you don't like to talk about yourself very much.
Yeah.
I'm going to put you on the spot. And I'd also love to know, like, what got you to the place where you're like, yes, I'm going to advocate for women?
Oh yeah, as I always say, I'm my least favorite. I mean, I love being a storyteller, but I'm my least favorite topic. DealerKnows assists automotive dealers and in many cases, some vendors with improving how they communicate their message with customers, whether it be online, on the phone, on the lot, and in the showroom. And we improve and hold accountable the team members within the organizations to make sure they're caring for customers the right way, they're doing the right things to inevitably set more appointments, engage more customers, and sell more cars. And we try to do it in a fun, interactive, regular, and consistent way, both in store and virtually. And then we have our own software that helps dealers measure the most key elements of follow-up, whether it be phone or internet, to make sure that their teams are doing the right things and living up to the expectations. And I think living up to customers' expectations are, I think, much in line with living up to our own expectations of how we would like to treat customers and how we'd like to see the world. And I think that in regard to, even when I look within DealerKnows, I want to say 90% of, I mean, you haven't spoken, you came and spoke at one of our first ever DealerKnows summer camp, our first conference, and you saw, my team there. My team is made up 90% of women. And I think it's, and I've got a long history of just mentoring both men, but specifically women in this industry, because I honestly feel that they're a little bit better. They're just better listeners, and they're more engaging, and they're more caring, and it's easier to endear yourself, like a woman to endear herself to a customer than it would be a man. And just the typical male stereotypes, if you look up, car salesperson or used car salesperson, the pictures you're not going to see are not pretty, and they're not typically of women. And for that reason, I think it's just a stereotype that we need to change. So when I hear that, I've been asked before why I dedicate a lot of my time to promoting the advancement of women, I'd love to say it's something really awesome and personal. Like I'd love to say if it was cool, like, I was raised by a single mother for, a portion of my youth. So I got to see like her struggle and her persevere. And I'd love to say that showed to me that while there's strength in women, there's also the need to support women. And I'd like to say that is what did it for me. But I think a lot of it is because I'm really selfish. And that's why I support women, because I'm selfish. And I feel that if I identify somebody, man or woman, I don't care, that has the opportunity to grow and to be successful and to be something and to do more than what they maybe even see in themselves to be able to do, and I can light a fire in that person, I can put them on the right track to do something, then I am help creating a legacy for myself. That's the selfishness, is like, if they go on to achieve good things, then I internally can be like, I help that. So it's just a selfish thing to help me grow my own self-esteem, is if I can put people on the right path to success, man or woman, but specifically women that might not have other men looking out for them based on what they do, then I feel like I'm doing the right thing. And I always like being the person that's doing the right thing. So, and to give yourself credit, I congratulate you on starting this, your first virtual event. You know, I didn't know you too much in advance of you coming to speak at the DealerKnows summer camp. And as I told you before recently on the phone, I think it was amazing to me how women sort of gravitated to you and, looked up to you as a leader amongst them. So I think the fact that you're doing this is not to, I think there's a lot of blowhards out there. And I think there's a lot of people who are just like, look at me. And I actually don't think that is you. I do think that there is, you're actually and truthfully there to uplift and inspire and motivate the women that are coming to see it. But you don't blow smoke up people's asses, pardon the vulgarity. And I know that because we were supposed to have this call yesterday. And when I told you, I don't think I can do the call, I sent you a selfie of myself with, as you can see, still an allergic reaction around my eyes. I'm having like an allergic reaction. And I sent you a selfie and said, I don't think we should do it today. And instead of you trying to, butter me up, and a lot of people just, oh yeah, no, it'll be fine. Don't worry. But you're like, oh no, that's horrible. Don't, and you didn't say it that way, but I got the subtext. You're like, no, I get it. I wouldn't want to do that either. So the fact that you're still fairly blunt is good.
Well, gosh, what a compliment. And I do love that you said that I'm here truly to inspire, and it's not about me. I've actually had people ask me, well, Katie, why are you so far down on the website? Like, if you look at the ladiestakecontrol.com website, my speaker photo is like the last. And I'm like, because it's not about me. It's about all the other people that are coming to inspire these women. And it's about the sponsors like you, Joe, and DealerKnows, who get behind women and help advocate and empower their, next season in life. And so I'm so glad that comes across, because that is truly from like the deepest part of my heart what I'm trying to do. And I'm so grateful for your support.
Nope. Thank you for allowing us to be involved at all.
We are back with another incredible speaker, Mr. Eric Swanson, who is a personal friend of mine and an incredible human. He really makes life awesome, and he comes into every conversation, at every event that I see him at, on every stage he takes presence. It's his awesomeness that just exudes out of him that makes everyone in his presence feel positive. The reason he's like this is because he is the king of making habits. He is the king of awesome habits. Habits are life, and he actually is the founder of Habitude Warrior, which is an incredible platform where people get to stand up on stage and give their knowledge to audiences around the world. He is a multi-time bestseller author, and we get him here today, which is just incredible. He is also a motivational coach and owns a small publishing company where he is able to have other authors' voices heard. So let's welcome Eric in. I am so excited to have you here, Mr. Swanson.
Hey, Katie Maris, ladies and gentlemen, Katie Maris, give it up for Katie Maris. How are you?
Oh, I'm so good, and I'm so glad that you're here, and everyone watching is just going to learn so much from you, and I'm excited that we're doing this interview style, because I think that's what's we're going to pull out the best out of each other, and that's how people are going to learn even more. So welcome to the very first and not only, but the very first Ladies Take Control of Your Life event.
I love it. And thank you so much for bringing me here. It's such an honor. It truly is. I'm such an advocate for female empowerment to take control and just have an amazing, amazing life. So I'm so excited about being here. Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, of course. Okay, so let's dive into it. Let's talk about habits. I mean, habits are everything. And for you, you like to harness those habits. You like to teach people how to harness their habits. Why, in your opinion, are habits so important? And why should these ladies that are watching care about harnessing the proper habits for their success in life and in business?
Yeah, I love the question. So almost like I texted you that question earlier. So I'm just kidding. I like to have fun. So I love the question though. It's amazing because here's the deal. So I love what you say, ladies take control. That sticks in my mind in such a great, fantastic way. The other phrase that I love hearing from you is like, put on your badass pants, right? And I hear you say that all the time, and I love that. And it just reminds me of, like, if I literally asked myself, I said, if I put on my badass pants, what would
you be capable of?
Exactly. Well, first, I know what I'd be capable of. I just want to know what it means. Like, what's it mean? Mm-hmm. What do I have to do to actually do that? That's what I was thinking. And then it came to me, and it just reminded me of the fact that we have to harness our awesome habits every day to equal the success. Like, you and I were talking about this offline one day, today earlier, and we were talking about the fact that, like, can you imagine? Like, everything doesn't have to be this big grandiose thing all the time, right? Mm-hmm. It doesn't have to be an event all the time. It's the little tiny things that add up. How do you become a millionaire? Well, you just make a lot of dollars, right? And you grow that, right? How do you become a badass, awesome individual that's gonna change people's lives? Well, you write that down. You figure out what your why is, and you realize, I'm capable, like you just said, I'm so capable of changing people's lives, including my own. Now, there's one major thing that gets in my way, and that's me, right? Mm-hmm. It's always if it comes down to it, like, there's not like a team of 10 people in front of every, like, can you imagine you're going to Starbucks or Second Cup? I know you're up in Canada. I love Second Cup. Or is it First Cup? Can't remember now.
It's second Cup, yeah.
So I used to go to Montreal all the time, and I lived in Toronto, and I love it up there. So can you imagine, like, you go into a coffee shop and there's like 10 people saying, no, you can't come in. That doesn't happen. What keeps you from going into that coffee shop is you. What keeps you from going ahead and succeeding in so many different ways and changing people's lives? It's you. It's the individual. So I really want to, like, just dive deep into that. And, not everything has to be a grand, opera, amazing thing. It's these little things that add up every single day.
I mean, there's that book, right? Don't Sweat the Small Stuff. And while there's some concepts in there I completely agree with, but I don't agree with the book for the most part, because I think we have to sweat the small stuff. I think the small little milestones, the small steps, the small habits, the small actions that we take are the things that amount to a great life. They're the things that amount to your success. And so if you're not willing to do all the little things, then the big things can't happen. You know, they say an overnight success is like 10 years in the making, right? It's a whole bunch of little things, crazy in a tornado of we're trying to figure it out, that then all of a sudden this person appears. Well, they didn't just appear. They've been harnessing their habits and working hard behind the scenes on all the little things so that they can have that big kind of coming out party, and they can have that life that they've always dreamed of. I mean, a dream is a dream, and it's only a dream until you do something about it. So let's talk about, I know you mentioned you have 5 areas in which you like to coach on. And I think the ladies watching will really benefit from these 5 pillars, action items, things that they can do consistently that will help them show up in a way that will harness great habits for 2024.
Yeah, I love it. I'm going to give you these 5. These 5 are really cool. I'm going to start, though, by giving you a couple other amazing morning habits
Let's
So I
do
think
it.
I really think it comes down to the habits, right? And a daily routine. And I love what you said earlier, a second ago, about don't sweat the small stuff. You agree, but you disagree. It's interesting. I was thinking maybe it's changing it. It's all perception of how you interpret things, right? So instead of not sweating the small stuff, how about enhancing and harnessing the small stuff? That's really cool, because all these small things add up to the big, huge giving yourself permission, right? So I do two things in the morning that are pretty cool. The first one is these what I call 5-word commitment questions, and it's really kind of cool. And it's just the questions. There's 5 words. That's it. And the questions are: what makes you so sure? What makes you so sure? So like, write that down. Like, and we both of us will pause. Ready?
Okay, I'm writing that down right now.
Katie, you have to go like this. And just pause for them. Okay, so they wrote it down. So what makes you so sure? Those 5 words for me, I literally wake up in the morning and I feel myself dreaming this when I wake up. And if I'm not dreaming already about it, I start saying it to myself every morning. What makes you so sure? So it sounds like this. So I wake up and I'm before I pick up the phone, before I do anything, I'm literally laying in bed still. My eyes are opening up, or I keep my eyes closed and I say, what makes you so sure? And then I answer myself. So I'm having a conversation with myself. My conscious and my subconscious mind are talking to each other. And that's key. It's so key for success, because you're training yourself for success. You're using your neuro pathways in your brain to help you succeed, like autopilot. So what makes you so sure? I ask myself that question, and the answer comes to me. It always comes to me. And I want my conscious mind and my subconscious mind wants to answer the question in a positive format. So I want to say, and I say this to myself, I say, because I'm awesome. That's literally what I say. I'm laying in bed, and literally I'm laying in bed. I'm horizontal and I'm saying I'm awesome. The first words out of my mouth every morning is like, I'm awesome. Right. And then I ask myself again, I ask these 5 words 5 times. Okay. So I ask myself again, what makes you so sure? Right. And I say, because I change people's lives. That's what makes me so sure. I am awesome. And then I ask myself again, well, what makes you so sure? Right. So you're asking yourself, what makes you so sure of that you just talked about? And then I answer myself again. And I said, well, because countless people are, I run the publishing company. I've got over, I think, 200 authors now that are all #1 bestsellers. How? Because we're changing lives, right? What makes you so sure? Because they're writing these books and they're changing people's lives, and we become #1 out there. And it's a ripple of awesome success for everybody. Well, what makes you so sure? And I keep on reminding myself. Then I get up and I literally stand up, and guess what? I don't need any coffee. I'm like, I'm on fire. I jump out.
Love it.
You ever try to get out of bed? You get out of bed, you don't want to get up. You hit 9 times, you get up, go take a shower, come back, you lay in bed wet again.
And then you're like, yes.
Yeah. So you got to get pumped up. And people ask me, like, are you like this all the time? Look, there's some down times, of course, but
no, you're like this all the time. Like, so everyone watching right now, I've known Eric for a very long time. And
we were in kindergarten. I asked you out in kindergarten. Remember, I was in that little fraternity, Kinder Delta Psi.
My first crush. No, I'm joking. Yeah, but no, we've known each other for such a long time. And I can honestly say, besides when he's like sick and I'm making sure that he's okay, checking in on him, other than that, he's this awesome and this, outgoing and positive all the time. Like, all the time. He practices what he preaches, and it works. And so, ladies, you're watching, and I know we're hearing from a gentleman, which I absolutely love, by the way, because I think we need to work more together, and equality is more about moving towards each other than us ladies expecting you guys to move towards us. So listen to this, because our mindset is everything. And half the reason we get stuck and we are on autocorrect is because we don't have the mindset of awesomeness. We tell ourselves negative stories. We have negative self-talk. We don't want to get out of bed. We have so much to do, and there's no time for me and all. But if you got up every morning and asked yourself, that question 5 times,
What makes you so sure?
you would be so ready for the day. That is an incredible, incredible tip. You said you had a couple of things though for the morning.
Okay, yeah. So I want to enhance what you just said. Notice I use the word enhance.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I want to enhance with what you just said. So I just looked at my wrist. So I wear a cool watch because I like watches, but I also wear a positive. This says positive vibes, only positive vibes. It's just a little bracelet, and I put this on, and I just realized I have these on all the time because I have little reminders. This is my office here in California, and I have little reminders everywhere, wherever you go. So, you know, some people might be looking at, watching this and saying, well, it's easy for you. You're just motivated. No, it's, and these words, what makes you so sure? At first, when you, I was going to say the word try, don't use the word try. When you strive to utilize this technique, at first, your mind is going to argue with you. You're like, well, you're not sure. That's why I go back to bed. Right?
Yeah.
So you want to change that pattern because let's face it, ladies, you're in a certain position right now because of the choices you made over the last
Amen.
X amount of years. So all we really need to do, and I'm not trying to simplify it. Look, I know people are in different positions, different, struggles, different drama and different things going on. I realize that, but it does ultimately come down to, I'm not trying to simplify it, but it is somewhat simple in the fact that making a decision for yourself and giving yourself that permission to step up and make that decision.
Well,
right?
I wholeheartedly agree with you, and it is that simple. That's what my TED Talk is on. It's called The Art of Choice. And you can be handed be dealt the crappiest hand of cards on planet Earth. You might not be able to control what's handed to you, but how you play that hand of cards that you're dealt, that's up to you. That's your choice. And so we can choose every day to get up and flourish and be positive and be awesome and find the good and look for the good, or we can get up every day and see obstacles, because I believe that we're looking at a set of obstacles and a set of opportunities all at the same time. It's just a matter of how you choose to view it. And so instead of getting ourselves sort of wrapped up in what I call is the choice cycle, which is like a cycle of abuse we put ourselves through, we could, reap the rewards of the benefit after the storm we create in our own minds. Like, we do it. No one else does it. So ladies, use these words every morning. You might feel silly. You might have a little bit of a fight within yourself, a little battle between you and your mind. But, if you can break through that, it's amazing what doors and windows and sunshine gets let into your life.
It's so true. And then what I do, Katie, right after that, I get up and I literally jump up, out of bed.
It doesn't surprise me.
It's so awesome. It's so awesome. And then I head over to the restroom to brush my teeth, and I use what I call the 60-second morning mirror. 60-second morning mirror is super easy, but super profound. And I started this years ago when I first started working with Brian Tracy. I was getting up and I was like, all right, I need to motivate others, so I need to be motivated as well. So here I am, brushing my teeth, and I take 60 seconds and I look at myself, eyeball to eyeball in the mirror, while I'm brushing my teeth, and I have a conversation with myself. And I say 5 or 6, 7 different things. I say, today's gonna be awesome. Today's, I'm going to be amazing. I'm going to learn. I'm going to grow. I'm going to change people's lives. I'm going to make a difference in today's world. I can't wait until I meet the person, whoever that person is today, that's going to enhance my life as much as I can enhance theirs. And I'm a gift and they're a gift. And, I pump myself up. It's almost like riding a bicycle. You got to pump up the tires before you go and ride a bike. Yeah. So same thing. And then what I do right after the 60 seconds, I have that conversation with myself. Then I finish the pep talk, and then I high five the mirror. Okay. Have you ever high fived a mirror before?
I did it this morning.
Oh, that's awesome. You never fail. You can't fail. It's awesome.
No, it's like, I did it this morning.
So set yourself up for success. It's a great way to do it. And then have these reminders, like I just noticed. So every year I buy myself a birthday present. I just had a birthday just a couple days ago, and I I buy myself a birthday present today, and the birthday present is basically the same one. I just have different versions of this. And this is my courage rock. And it says courage, and it's a heart. Isn't that kind of cool? And it's a little paperweight and so forth. That's my courage rock. So give yourself permission to have the courage and these reminders, because I was thinking about it when you were just speaking about the other technique a second ago. I'm thinking, what is the difference between someone who's kicking butt and somebody who's not kicking butt? Someone who's a millionaire and someone who's not. By the way, millionaire is not that much anymore. Someone who's a billionaire and someone who's not. What is the difference? What is really the difference? And all it is their actions and their attitudes. That's literally it. It's literally it. Like, you can be dealt whatever hands, like you said, and if you enhance your attitude, mindset about it, and take action as well, then you're going to be successful. And if you fail, that's okay. Benjamin Franklin stuff, right? But it's like, just keep doing it. And then people start looking at that. And then they say, wow, that's the go-to person. Like, for instance, I'm on this amazing, thank you. I'm so honored to be here. And you invited me to speak, and I love it. And the lineup is awesome. Lineup has, 10 or 12 amazing, 10 or 12 speakers. They're all amazing. The lineup doesn't have 1,000 speakers. It doesn't have 5,000 speakers. You know why? Because we are the ones who always show up and deliver. And that must mean something. I'm putting words in her mouth right now, but that must mean something to Katie, where Katie says, who do I want to share with me with this amazing, venture and this mission that we're on? Well, we were chosen for a reason. And probably the reason is we're always showing up and we're always delivering. We're always saying yes to ourselves. That way we can say yes to other people. Does that make sense?
So much sense. And I think, bringing it back to everyone that's watching, I mean, women are often tasked with, we wear a gazillion different hats, right? Like, it's crazy. And not that men don't, but we tend to wear a few more, especially if you're a mom and a wife and or a girlfriend or a sister or, a daughter. Like, you're always wearing different hats, and a professional. And a lot of the times we don't necessarily want to show up or make that extra stride because we're so tired, because it's too much. And that mindset shift that, well, I'm awesome and I have the ability to show up and people should hear me. And, that those negative stories we tend to tell ourselves start to dissipate. And when you show up in that way, even after failure, even after heartache, even after scraping your knees and dusting them off and wiping your tears, if you can find that courage to keep going, you're not only paving a path for yourself and creating a life for yourself that's amazing, you're doing it for everyone in your orbit. So women wearing all of these different hats, they impact all these different people within their world. I think we need to shift our mindset. It's not selfish to indulge in growth. It's not selfish to take that time for yourself to feel at peace or to feel at balance. It's actually selfless, because when you take those risks and you show up, you're not only just showing up for you, you're showing up for everyone else in your orbit. So take that time in the morning, answer those 5 questions, do the 60 seconds in the mirror, high five yourself, because you're not only doing it for you, you're doing it for everyone in your world.
I love it. So what I'm really excited about sharing next with you, if we have time, I want to share 5 principles that are really awesome. I call them the Swanson team rules. And the reason why is because, as you know, I got my start 25 years ago. Right, with Brian Tracy, and I've worked with so many different speakers, and we've run so many different conferences, the Habitude Warrior conferences that are 3-day conferences. Now we're going into the Speaker Hearts conferences, which are awesome for 2024. And of course, Katie's going to be on stage there, so keep tuned on that one. But I've shared stages with so many greats, from Bob Proctor, who's from Canada, Brian Tracy, Sharon Lecture, Loral Langemier, who else? Les Brown, and the list goes on and on and on. And when we go to our events, or when I go to my events and my whole team's there, we've got about a team of about 15 people. I always bring them to the side and I say, look, here are 5 rules that I want all of us to really enhance and harness. And I'm going to share them with you today. And the reason And some of you might be thinking, your audience might be thinking, well, why is he going to share these rules that have to do with a team meeting for an event? I'll tell you why. Is because I looked at these rules and I was like, these apply to everyday life as well. And I'll share with you why they apply to every day to be successful. So the 5 major rules, and I'm just going to go right through them real quick because I know time's of the essence here. The first rule is to smile. Always, always, always smile. So if you there you go, beautiful. Do that again, Katie. Let's see it. So the point is, so remember, I'm talking to my team about this before we go into a room of 500 people in the audience and 33 speakers coming on stage. And I'm suggesting to all of my team members, make sure you smile to everyone. Same thing applies for all of us. We need to smile, not only to other people, but to ourselves. How many times do you walk by a mirror and you're not stopping and appreciating what's in the mirror? I'm serious.
I love that. I heard today, and I think it was really cool. It's called the 10-5 rule. Within 10 feet of somebody, smile at them for 5 seconds.
That's awesome.
So that they can feel that like positivity. So if you're within 10 feet of everybody, just flash them a smile and hold that smile for 5 seconds.
I love it. I love it. I got that wrong, by the way. I heard the same technique one time and I thought they said 10-50. So I was like, within 10 feet, I was like staring at them for 50 seconds. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. So I love that rule. So smile. So number 1 is smile. And literally when you smile, here's the deal. Have you ever dealt with somebody who just has an issue? And if you throw a smile to them, it diffuses the issue. It brings it down. It's like, okay, they're inviting. Right. So number 1 is smile. Number 2 is always say yes. Now, I'm not saying, blanketed at yes to everything and don't let the public know that you're going to totally say yes all the time. But if you have this rule that for yourself that you're always going to strive to say yes and look for those opportunities to say yes to, then what happens is a lot more opportunities come to your way. It's amazing. And the third one is the flip side is actually also enhance and harness the ability to say no. Now, this is huge, especially for female empowerment. Saying no is it's awesome. Look at me smiling. I'm like, I love saying no. Oh my gosh. I say no. Some of my biggest payouts are the times that I say no to because another opportunity opens up. So harness those ways to say no. Look for opportunities to actually say no as well. So look for the yeses, be a yes person. And I want to dive a little deeper into that, by the way, because you want to be the type of individual that someone says, oh my gosh, I got to call Katie. Because if I call Katie, I know I can rely on her because pretty much no matter what I ask, she's going to say yes. And I need that confidence, that assurance, that courage to know that I'm going to move in a positive direction with a team of supporters, a cheerleader of supporters, right? Do you want to expand on that? Do you like that?
Well, so I think the saying yes, because it's a bit of an oxymoron, right? Always say yes, but own that power of no. I think by having a yes mentality, you're opening yourself up, like you said, to incredible opportunities. By having a non-yes mentality, you're cutting yourself short. You're being myopic. You're not looking past your nose. You're you think that's all you're capable of. So by saying yes, and I say this all the time. There's a 60% rule that men live by. Men will say yes if they feel like they're like 60% qualified to take on a new opportunity. Women won't say yes unless they're 100% qualified.
100? Wow, I was gonna say 85 or 95.
No, 100%. So like if there's like a new job opportunity and it's a man and a woman looking at the exact same set of criteria or job description items that they need to be good at in order to apply. If men see that there's 60% like, yeah, I've got this, and this, but I'll learn the rest as we go, they'll apply. Women will only once they hit 100% on those qualification lists, will they even put their toe in the water? So I think for ladies,
why is that though? Why is that? You're the
because
expert.
we have to be so sure of ourselves. We have to be, we're like perfectionists. We don't want to fail. We want to be perfect. And because we want that perfection, we lose out on so much opportunity. So I think having a yes mentality or mindset allows women to open up their world to more opportunity and trying new things that they may not even realize that they could be good at.
Right.
However, on the no side, I think it's important that when it doesn't fit for you, when it doesn't feel right, when it doesn't fit your principles, your core values, saying no can be extremely powerful.
Yeah, it's so true. I love it. Ask me a question that I could say no to. I'm just kidding.
It's hard. It's hard to say no. Like I'm a yes person. I'm a people pleaser. And so for me, it's like personally, I've had to learn that no is okay. Whether it's with my kids or with my family or with anybody around me, that sometimes it's not right for me. Saying no is okay. But I look at the world in a very yes way.
Mm-hmm. Love it.
Because if you don't have opportunities, you have nothing to say no to.
Correct.
So say yes, right? Say yes.
That was
Look at the world
confusing.
that way. Flow in those opportunities. So you have an opportunity to say, well, no, that doesn't work for me, but the next door is going to open because I have this yes mentality.
Right. I love it. I 1,000% agree. And I would actually venture to suggest to your audience to write down like a piece of paper. I'm all about lists, right? Writing down lists. Like I have a yes list and a no list of friends. I literally do. I do.
Oh my
I have
goodness.
on the front of the piece of paper, I have this yes, and I call it the yes elephant list. And it's this awesome list of friends. I keep on adding people's names on there. I'm like, they're a go-to person. I like that person. And then on the flip side, I have the no, or what I call the donkey list. and I literally, I'm like, I want to be careful that, every experience I've been noticing is always a challenge when I'm dealing with that person. So stop giving them opportunities. Right. Yeah. And now don't call them and say you made the donkey list, right?
You made the no list, the naughty list. We're coming up on Christmas, the naughty and nice list. But
that's
yes,
right. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I agree with you. Okay, so we have always smile.
Yep.
Say yes.
Yep.
Harness the no.
Harness the no. Yep. And then
number 4.
Yeah, 4th and 5th. The 4th one is always stand towards the speaker or the stage. Okay, what I mean by that is, now remember, this is my notes and my teachings to my team. So we have a stage way up front, and then we have a lot of audience members, right? I want everyone, no matter where they're placed, where they are in the room. Let's say the room's 500 people in the room. I want, no matter where you are in the room, I want you always facing the stage and giving respect to the speaker, to the stage, to the person on stage. Mm-hmm. Because what happens is when people are walking by, let's say they're going on a break towards the hallway or something, they're passing us, but they're looking at us, always focusing on what should be focused on, right? Mm-hmm. So it's a metaphor, and I'm using this as a metaphor for life as well, because the way I figure is a lot of us are not present, and we allow things to happen around us peripherally, yet we don't stop, turn a little bit, face that, and enhance it and enjoy it, or go through the series of questions. Is it a yes experience, or is it a no, I'm going to pass by and keep on walking, right? And this could go in tons of different areas. Now, I have so many, and I teach my dogs this, by the way. I got to tell you, I have 2 dogs. I have my boxers, and so many people come up to me. I call them gentlemen whenever I'm calling them over. I go, gentlemen, and a lot of people ask me that, or they give me a testimonial. They're like, your dogs are the politest dogs I've ever seen. I'm like, thank you, because I teach them the same way I want to be taught as well. Always turn to the person, always look at them, sit down, respect them, give them eye contact, the whole thing. right? And so the technique is really whoever's on stage, always look for the stage and always be there present for them. That means I keep on talking about coffee shops. Let's say you're going through a Starbucks, you're at the cash register. Yes, you're going to look at that person, but then you're going to get your coffee. Look at that barista making your coffee. Give them the smile, give them the attention. This is what life's all about.
I love that. And one of my mentors early on in my speaking career, he gave me very similar feedback. And it was, Katie, you don't speak up enough in group settings. Like you kind of shy away. And that was one of the best pieces of advice or counsel I've ever been given, because people need to feel your presence, and their presence wants to be felt. And so when you stand up straighter and you face that person and you are having contact, all of a sudden you're having this emotional connection with the person, and what you're saying will actually resonate with them. So if there's any lady on here that's trying to, get a promotion or start a business or gain clients, one of the best ways to do that is to create that emotional connection, because people buy from people, not businesses. And if you're not going to face that customer or face that even the camera on social media or face the person you're talking to, then you're not going to connect with them. And that's that promotion, that possible client, that job interview, well, you're going to be passed over because someone else will.
It's so true. And if you take, I love what you said. If you take like 4, 5, 6 different candidates that are applying for whatever, it doesn't have to be a job, by the way. It could be anything. Right?
Yeah.
It could be a dating experience, right? It could be.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Like let's. What do you mean? Oh my gosh, yes. Okay, so let's say.
Well, yeah, and a dating experience for sure.
But if you have, let's say 3 or 4 candidates, the dating is a funny example, but let's say 2 or 3 of them are not really giving you the attention, not really giving you the eye contact, not giving you the feeling of I'm here for you, then they're probably going to pass over the people who are not giving that and give the job, I guess the dating position, right? But give that position to the person who's giving the most attention, right? And in a good way, right? The 10-5 way, not the 10-50, right? Not the weird.
Yeah, not the weird way. No.
Yeah.
No.
But I love that. And then the last thing that I always strive to talk to my team about is be early and stay late. And it's a great metaphor for life as well, because if you're early, that means that you're giving yourself permission to be there and not be stressed out. And again, I'm talking about anything in your life. Just be early. How many of you are always 2 hours late for everything, right? Or 20 minutes late for everything? Why don't you that goes to number 3, say no to certain things, give yourself that week to catch up, let's say, and then start becoming early for everything that you do. Early for the practice, football practice or something, or soccer or whatever. Early for your kids and be present for them, right? Early for an event, let's say. Early for your coaching. Early for anything, right? Be early there, because you never know who you're going to run into and meet. And then stay late. That's where all the really great stuff happens. I run events, like I said before. I do a lot of coaching on habits and attitude, and I run a lot of events for habits and attitude. And the proof in the pudding, or the really cool stuff, always happens within the breaks and before we start the events and after, because that's where the serious people are, and they really want to be present at that point and connect. And I guess it's all about connection, right? So
oh yeah,
it's a really good strategy that I've encouraged my team and myself to live by.
Okay, so if these ladies on here think, oh, okay, I need to harness my habits, and I need some awesome habits, and I need to learn from Eric, how do they get a hold of you? What like, I text you, but how do they all get a hold of you?
Yes, don't text me. Let's do let's give them a website. Let me see which is the best website to give them. How about speakerericswanson.com. Okay. That's probably the easiest one. Yeah. Let me see if that's the one I would let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Speaker Eric Swanson. Yeah, that goes to one of my sites there, and you can follow us on social media. You can hire me as a coach to help you. You can join one of our masterminds. Oh my gosh, our masterminds are amazing. Yeah, there you go. SpeakerEricSwanson.com. Yeah, and it's pretty easy. Yeah, and
Okay.
I'm happy to connect with all of you. Happy to give you gifts if you want. Whatever you'd like me to do, I'm there for you.
All right. Well, I'm so, so grateful, Eric, for your time and your knowledge. And ladies, I hope you took 1,000 notes because there is so much there. And yes, I hope you find the courage to take small steps, build great habits, and set yourself up for success, because it takes courage and it takes effort. And so I hope that you find that. I hope that, Eric's knowledge and our banter back and forth has given you some insights to be successful. And again, Eric, thank you so much for your time.
Oh, my pleasure. I love being here. You all are amazing. Kick butt.
Okay, ciao. Ladies, you are in for such a treat. Here at the Take Control of Your Life virtual event, we have the one and only millionaire maker Loral Langemier on next. She is a world-renowned money expert, entrepreneurial thought leader, and not one, not two, but 5-time New York Times best-selling author. And I have to tell you, I've seen her on stage and I've seen her in action. I feel so grateful that she is here with us to join you on your adventure and your journey of taking control of your life. So let's welcome Loral to the virtual stage. Hi, Loral. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh my gosh, I am so good. I'm so excited to have you here.
Thank you. It's great to be here and good to see you again. It's been a minute, like we said.
Yes.
Pre-COVID, so a minute ago.
Yes,
Yeah.
a few minutes.
Well, and I don't even know if you know, or your audience knows, but last year we came out with the Make Your Kids Millionaires book.
Oh no.
2022. So it's a story of how I've made my kids millionaires and how I raised them as a single mom and did all of that. So a lot of the women might want to go grab that. There's like $1,500 of bonuses, and we are the personal finance book of the year, business book of the year for 2022. So very cool. One cool thing that happened in COVID.
Well, that is cool. I'm a single mom, and my 13-year-old daughter is already investing. So I will be sure to pick up that book, and I'm sure she'll read it. Never mind, not just me. She'll be on top of that.
It's a kind of a family book. So we'll go from there. Yeah. So it's great to be here.
It's awesome to have you here. Okay, so let's get into the nitty-gritty, because I really want to punch out some awesome tips from you that these ladies can take away that is going to help them take control of their lives and their finances especially. So with your extensive experience in empowering individuals, particularly in challenging industries, how do you see financial challenges affecting a woman's ability to take control of their businesses?
I'm going to say there isn't any. Now, there's some inherent challenges that just kind of come along with being a woman in a male-dominated space, but I tend to find my way into very male-dominated spaces. And I just think that's an excuse that women need to lay down and take control, which is what I did, for my whole life. But, my big moment was 1999, was I got pregnant with Logan, and he's now 24. And because I knew I was going to be a single mom. You didn't want to be a dad, is the biological father. So I took it on with a vengeance. So I took a massive control at a whole nother level and said, I'm going to do it very different. And I want to create generational wealth for my kids. And so I have two kids, 24 and 17 now, single mom. And so all of you women, you can do anything you want. And as far as the men are concerned, or men are being paid more, I'd say then just negotiate better and ask for more. And do as good of offers. I make and command still to this day more than most of my male counterparts financially. So I think it's an excuse that a lot of women tuck behind, and not an advocate of it. Stand in top and stand in control and just produce amazing results for people.
I love that. That's what I say when I'm on stage and I'm talking to groups of women. I say, enough with equality conversation.
Thank you.
You can't control an industry. You can't control how fast they're going to move towards what you want. So stop using it as an excuse and start walking towards what you want, because you're completely capable of harnessing that power.
100%. 100%.
Considering the complexities though of financial management and in women, let's be real, we tend to like shy away from that. That's a man's job, right? That's something that the man in the house is supposed to take care of. What guidance can you offer someone feeling sort of overwhelmed in seeking either that knowledge or, where to even start in having that financial security for herself?
You follow me. So I have a huge
Okay.
YouTube channel. I started during COVID. So it's Loral Langemier, the Millionaire Maker. And a lot of it, the fear and the standing still and the lack of control is I'm going to equate it to the lack of knowledge. So when you don't know a lot, whether it's finance, business, whatever it is, you stand still, you end up paralyzed. So you got to lean in and learn is a big theme I have in my life, which lean in and every day, 5 days a week. I even have, what's we call a YouTube learning journal. So inside you can actually write down especially for moms, right? Write down the video, what day, what the topic was, what you learn, and what are you going to do, and have your kids do the same. So it's a family friendly channel intentionally to help people start learning the real truth about money. I mean, COVID has still paralyzed many, many parts of the world. I was traveling 6 continents before COVID, came home, Eric introduced us, reintroduced us, I'd say. And what was interesting about his reintroduction, it's been a minute since I've been back to Canada. I mean, Canada couldn't come here. I'm married, about to be divorced by a Canadian. But it's so interesting to watch the world still stand still, and women do stand still. And I always have another theme. I have a lot of funny, what I call them Loralisms. It's called the man is not a plan, because they're not. They're handy dandy for a few things in your life. And you have to take control. And I'm going to start with the business, and actually have some great gifts for all of the folks that are watching. Is living corporate life. I don't care what continent you're in, what country, what county, you have got, province in Canada, you've got to live corporate life. So when you live employee life, you get overtaxed. I don't care where you are in the world, and Canada's worse than the US. When you live inside of a company where your company makes the money, not you. So you'll be employed by the company. Your kids can be employed by the company. If you don't have kids, you should get them. They're tax deductible. They're super fun. So I start, if any woman 18 or older and that's serious about taking control, get incorporated. So I have a huge team. We're offering folks an opportunity to really learn what corporate life is. So living corporate life is how anyone wealthy has ever become a millionaire. So can you become a millionaire as an employee? Yeah, in 20 years. I mean, if you're paid well and you save well, but that's not very helpful. So I teach them how to live inside a company, and over, 20, I don't know how many million companies were started during the pandemic, and majority of them are women. And women who have gone online, women have done a lot. But if you're doing it as a sole proprietor or a side hustle, I'm not a fan of side hustles. I say go hustle. If you're going to get up and do it and have a company, as you know, Katie, it's you got to learn to market. You have to learn sales. You've got to learn accounting and cash flow. You've got to understand how you can keep your margins tight, price right. So I do an event about every 3 weeks called the Millionaire Intensive, where we roll up our sleeves and we dig into what that extensive life's going to look like. And it's only really a few steps away from the women that are watching. And then to thoroughly live corporate life, how does your family get involved, and how do you deduct more so you pay less in taxes? So living corporate life is what I call it. And even if you have a job, you want to have something on this, an additional business, and whether it's online, real estate, whatever it is that you like to do and want to do, and start living through a company. Corporate structure, it will change the control that you have, and just got to lean in and get some knowledge.
Oh, and I love that, the lean in and get some knowledge. A lot of times we are so busy, right? We wear a gazillion different hats, and we don't lean into our own growth. We don't ask for what we want, and we definitely don't go after what we want. And so I love that tip, because leaning into knowledge, it's everything. I mean, you can't unknow something, right? So once you know something, you're almost forced to do something. And so leaning into knowledge is fantastic. Given your background in entrepreneurship and leadership, what strategies would you suggest for aspiring entrepreneurs, whether it's the side hustle or a hustle, to maintain an integrated life and work balance? Because, I mean, being a woman, and if you're a mom, especially a single one, I mean, let's be real, it's not easy.
Yeah. And so I don't use the word balance because it doesn't really work like that, right? You know that as a single mom as well, right? So when you're with your kids, you're like, I want you to have everything life, right? So you
Love
can have
that.
everything. It's just not at the same time. Because that's where balance gets a little tangled up, because you're not going to balance. I mean, balance by definition is stagnation, because you're balancing two, ends of a scale. So that's not the life you want. You want to be completely immersed in, in your kids and family, or whatever that is. When you're working out in the gym, focus on you and your health, or whatever your, values and what you end up doing. But the biggest thing for women is, making six figures is not difficult. It's different. And I'd love you all to write that down. It's not.
I love that. I actually want to write that down right now. I'm going to write it down.
It's earning $8,333 a month, which is $416 a day on a 5-day week. And there's not any woman out here that can't say they can do it. And then I'm going to couple that, Katie, with the amount of women who say they want to help people. Well, then get to the playing field and help.
Yes.
Not help hundreds or even thousands, help tens of thousands. I've helped millions in a conversation with money. I have 6, New York Times bestselling books. So consume the content. I don't know how many people have followed me but haven't read the books. Like, I'm going to give you an ebook copy of My Millionaire, which is the original big brand. And then I have one on how to do a six-figure business, a 7-figure business, how to learn to invest, how to keep yes energy and control in your life, and then how do you do it with your kids. So just, you got to consume the knowledge in the right way. And unfortunately, we're taught to be employees. And that's a worldwide problem. Who are you going to be when you grow up? You're going to be a doctor, a nurse, a lawyer, or whatever you're going to be. How about an entrepreneur that makes an ungodly amount of money and serves a lot of lives? So if you're really going to say you're going to help people, then you got to get out of your home office and you got to get out with people, whether that's on Zoom and doing virtual events, because all of our events are virtual right now, except for my mentoring and mastermind. We still meet twice a year, and we never even stopped meeting during COVID. It was August of 2020, and we still met in a hotel. Over 150 people showed up.
Awesome.
Kind of freaked out the world.
Well, you know what? We were all sick of it by then anyways. So it was probably great that you did it.
We were all sick of it. So living corporate life, really understanding business, and go for it. If you say you really want to help people, then help people. Like, don't do a little side hustle and make a couple thousand a month. I mean, $8,333 is not a lot to get past. In fact, let's just go to $10,000 a month. So that's always my minimum goal when I'm working with, any adult 18 and older. You can all do it. You just don't know how to do it. And what you're taught, if you're going back to like the Susie Orman, Dave Ramsey, I mean, those are traditional, keep a job, stay out of debt. No, you're going to learn to arbitrage debt. If you don't even know what that is, you got to lean in further. I mean, there are so many ways to make money, and there's so much credit and money available in the world. You just don't know how to go get it, because we're not taught that. We're taught to go get a job. And if you need money, get a job and get a paycheck. If you need more money, get another one. It's like, no, go become an entrepreneur and be an amazing one. If you're going to go all in.
Yeah, I tell my kids that all the time. I'm like, don't get me wrong, school's important. I get it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, learn the lessons of learning how to network and learning how to, get out there and take life the bull by the horns and follow my lead. Get out there and be an entrepreneur and take on whatever it is that you need. In your journey, you've highlighted the value of networking. So talking about networking, like, I think school, that's the biggest lesson that it teaches our kids. How can our audience start building connections with influential networks? Because if you're in your home office, you're not really leaving, and the world in a way is still a little bit shut down. How do you get into those influential networks?
Well, you got to lean in. I mean, I don't know how many people hire me to become their mentor and coach. I mean, a lot of, other world leaders have, just not only to learn to market. I mean, the 3 big things that you have to learn to do as an entrepreneur is market, sell, and understand cash flow. So how do you get into networks where you have to provide an offer? So what's the offer that you're going to provide? And I want to just go back a little bit and say, women, it's like, start with something easy. What do you already know how to do? Mm-hmm. What can you put and monetize around what you already know? So you may want this big dream, and you may want to be, a best-selling author like me, or do whatever you want to do in real estate. And you have to start. So start with the easy stuff, given that you have to go learn to be a good entrepreneur. So how do you lean in? I mean, a lot of networking, the reason I held my phone up is the Rolodex. So I'm a huge fan of databases. You've got to start, getting people out of social media following. And the other thing I'm going to tell women, stop posting about your coffee and your lattes and just funny little pictures. Like, get serious. If you look at any social channel of mine, right? My Instagram is Ask Loral, ASKLORAL. So any of my channels, it's all business. Now, I might have my kids in there, but it's in the context of business. So I'm not out talking about, the fact that I went skiing last weekend or any of that kind of stuff. And if I do, I postured it in, do you have the freedom to do what you want when you want? Because you can't. Like that's maybe when I post a ski picture, up on the mountain, because I can do what I want when I want and how I can, and because I can, and because I took control early in my life, early. I've had mentors, and I paid for mentors since I was 17 years old. A lot of you women want to be friends. You can be my friend when you're a millionaire when I make you one, because we won't travel the same. We won't eat the same. We don't treat our kids the same. You can't fly private. Like most people can't. I'm probably one of the only women that's had a private aircraft for 17 years. Like you just got to roll differently. And that doesn't preclude you from getting close. Like the way I became a millionaire fast is I got next to him as fast as I could. And I didn't raise my hand and say, do a deal with me, make me great. If I wanted that, then I paid, usually $25,000 to $50,000. And then Bob Proctor made me great. And then I became Bob Proctor's business partner for 6 years and was in Toronto many, 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 many times at his home. Yeah. So you get close to them because you give first. So what I did early in my career is I was the rich dad, poor dad, the cash flow, advisor. In fact, Darren Weeks from Canada was one of my first millionaires. So by Stephen Arnio, one of the biggest real estate investor, millionaires. We have so many Canadian millionaires and like big leaders of Canada. And they live corporate life. They don't overpay taxes. They do everything that I ask them to do. They behave. So get mentoring and coaching is a huge part of getting close to the network, because you can't just come and ask and say, would you just please help me for free and then be your friend? And so when women offer me sometimes their business card, I'll say, I want your credit card first. I'm going to teach you to live the way I live. And then we can roll. Then we might think about being business partners. But right now it's not a fair partnership.
It's not equally yoked.
Close.
Yeah, like at all. It's like
8 industries, about to be 9 industries coming into 2024. And you're not one in one. And that's not a righteous thing to say. And I like actually being a woman saying it, because some of you women have got to stand stronger in who you are, what you contribute to the world. As a mother, you're influencing your children. So playing small, that's who they think you're going to be in the world. And how you allow people to treat you. All of these things matter as a woman in the world, especially when you're at any industry, in any business. So pay for the help, get proper mentoring, get coached to pieces. And if you want to be a best-selling author, that's easy. I can do that in my sleep. And again, I'm not saying any of this cocky or arrogant. It takes a lot to dig in and roll up your sleeves. In fact, you'll love this. I did a video last week for some of my social media channels, because people sometimes say, will you guarantee me the result? And I said, if you guarantee you actually have a work ethic. And
I do love that.
And I get up and work. So if you can follow me in one day and do everything I say and keep up by the end of 10 to 13 hours, and you say, well, that's a long time. Well, I might have gone to the gym in there. I probably hung out with my daughter in there. I talked to my son in there. There's a lot that goes into that day. But do you even have a revenue producing day? Or is your day just chatting? And here's the biggest mistake I find women doing. They're always responding to people's requests for their time. And they just happily do it for free.
Yeah.
Like, no, and if I have another saying says, don't move without money. If someone's not paying you, stop coaching, stop help. And you say, well, you say help. Yeah, but you're not a charity. You need to be in business, which means, anything of value costs money. So
we're afraid to ask for it, right? Like, I think a lot of the times we're afraid our own self-worth gets so flustered in the craziness of life that we even forget to ask or know that we're worthy of asking for that transaction.
Always worthy of asking. And again, it's because you also have to know the value you provide, and you're going to get more and more confident. So where my confidence comes from, and again, you want to write this down, confidence comes from evidence. I produce tens of thousands of millionaires. So couldn't be doing what I'm doing this long, even though there's a few little naysayers on the internet, because they don't want to do the work. They don't want to get up and they don't want to do a revenue producing day. So I always say, I'll guarantee my work if you actually do everything I say at the exact time I tell you to do it, because sequencing is critical. But most of you won't. Most of you want me to, do some little pixie dust and all of a sudden,
we have a millionaire. It just happens. No, it's like that overnight success that is like 10 years in the making, right? It doesn't, it doesn't just happen. Okay, so you suggest that women lean into knowledge, and you suggest that they invest in themselves. So put themselves with a coach like yourself that is going to get them closer to the people who will
Absolutely.
business partner them. But what if they're afraid, and this is going to, you probably get this all the time, you know, they don't either have the money or they're afraid to go into debt. And debt is something I'd love to talk about, because not all debt is bad debt, right? Like not all debt is bad
Massive
debt.
fan of good debt. And in fact, you're not going into debt. You're paying tuition because you never got an MBA. You didn't get a massive bank account. So, you know, for our tuition, it's extremely reasonable for what you get, because it's more than an executive MBA at Harvard or Stanford. I've had people quit those programs just to come work with us, because we're real life. We go to the streets, we show you, we take you on tours, and whether it's real estate or the business of cannabis or hemp or just, I mean, you name it. I mean, I used to own a supplements company, a recycled glass company. So we take you to the streets in real life examples, not in theory and book knowledge. We take you to the streets and say, how does it get done? How do you really do business? Because it's what you're reading about, and half of the internet, I call the internet the bathroom wall. You'll love that, Katie, because I call it the bathroom wall because anybody can write anything about you.
So true.
Somebody can watch our interview and say, oh, Katie's a blah, 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 and Laura's a blah, blah, blah. And we don't even have a chance to defend ourselves. It's out there on social media, and there's no delete button. So the internet's not where you do homework. It's not where you figure out about debt. And if you're not willing to invest in yourself because you are worth it, and if you don't have the money to answer that question, go make it. So I'm going to give people like 2 tickets to my Millionaire Intensive with a strategy session, a free copy of the book, all sorts of goodies. So we can put a link there. I can just, you know, it's askloral.com/take control.
Okay.
Take control. So, and you have to go to, if you go to askloral.com, it's just going to ask you a question to make a request. It's not going to help you. To get the gifts, you have to put /take control. So we know you've come from Katie's viewing, and we know the conversation you've had. And if you're not going to do it for you and your kids, and I really, you know, I always plead that, you know, to women, is your kids are watching you.
Oh my gosh, yes.
You're playing small and you're hiding out and you don't think you're worth it. You're raising your kids to not be worth it. So
I love that. I have an ex-husband, obviously single mom, but he, the one thing I have to give him kudos for, you know, he says, you know, your mom is really smart. She could go get a regular job, right? And they're like, yeah. And he goes, but she's got too much gumption and she's too fiery and she wouldn't do that. And you should learn after her. And so I do love that we as women, we are the #1 source of monkey see, monkey do, right? And our kids are watching everything we do. And so if we play small, whether it's in business, whether it's in the home, staying in a bad relationship, playing small in life, we're teaching our kids just the same.
And no control.
Yeah.
And control doesn't mean, just to kind of speak to that word, because it can have a negative connotations.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not about
connotation.
Yeah, connotation. There we go. We got the word. It's about owning it. It's owning your confidence, owning that you actually have gifts. Right. I talk about a lot of my S Energy book is, you know, what you've got in here and in here, it's massive gifts. So what are you doing with them? Right. So if you want to play the, you know, religious spiritual card, I think it's the biggest sin. You're sitting down and not helping people, and meaning. And then when I say help people, I'm saying, and put a price tag on it. Like, you don't get my books for free. I think it's fascinating. I go, you know, I still travel out to events here and there, and people always give me a copy of their book for free. And I'll say, mine's $20.
I love that.
Or in this case, because this one's still, you know, a top bestseller, this one's $25. And they're like, yeah, but I just gave you my book for free. And I said, those are your rules, not my rules. I don't do that, because I know the value and I know what it took to put that knowledge in the book. And all of you have a book inside of you. You just don't have to be a super bestseller. Just start getting content out, so you have some content for social media. To your point, how do you start networking? You got to start having a message. What's your message? Like mine is to change the conversation about money. Right. And debt is a huge misnomer. People think they have to be debt free. I can guarantee you most millionaires are carrying hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt, if not millions. You say, oh my gosh. So how would any of you like to be $100,000 in debt? Most of you go down and pass out. I'm like, how much does the debt cost me? 2%, 3%? Give me $1 million. You say you're going to $1 million of debt? Yeah, because I know how to flip $1 million to $5 million.
Yeah.
You got to lean in and understand the base principles, much less, you know, I'm talking about just basic pricing. The other thing too, since we are talking about that, you know, is women do not price themselves accordingly. They constantly reduce their price. And it's like, oh, you're my girlfriend, I'll give you a discount.
Yeah.
No. So you have to say, like, so I just gave you all a gift, right? And the value of that gift is, hundreds of dollars. You say, well, then why'd you give it to us for free? Because I want you to get to know my conversation. And when you lean in, you're going to want to know more about the conversation. There'll be a point where you got to buy the rest of the books. For example, and I also have a game, a Millionaire Maker game. And I'm just using it as an example. But all of you need, so you have what's called lead magnets, which everybody clicks on that stuff on the internet. But once they come into you, what's your value offer?
Yeah.
And how are you going to change lives? And don't just offer, well, I'll tell you what's wrong with you. Fix people. They don't want to be told what's wrong. They know what's wrong.
Yeah.
Right? I don't need somebody to tell me the things I have to fix. I'm really well aware of them. I just need more bodies who want to get, to the playing field and help.
Yeah.
So I think for a lot of you, price like any of your competitors. You say, well, I'm new. So what?
Yeah.
So what?
Believe in yourself. Stop discounting your worth. I was reading this book, and it's called "Look at the Future and Laugh." And one of the chapters in there is stop discounting your worth, and it's written for women. And often we discount ourselves before we even get to market. And then once we get to market, we take another discount to our price because we're so nervous. And the reality is, we just gotta get over ourselves.
Yep.
You got to show up.
Bob Proctor taught me the greatest thing about nervousness is a worrying about yourself energy, right? It's all an internal. It's very selfish energy. So that's the word I gave it. So when you're nervous, the way you get out of nervous like that is get curious about another person. Start asking them questions. So, Katie, what's your financial goal? What do you want to make in your life? What do you want to do with your children? So get off of you and get over there, get curious, and nervousness just fades away. It just atrophies away very, very quickly because you're curious and you're listening to another person, what their needs are. And you're thinking while they're talking, how could I match that need? Now, maybe I can do it, or maybe I know somebody, so I'm going to have a referral structure set up. So I'm going to refer you to somebody who could do that thing because I can't do that thing, but I know somebody, and I'm going to take a % for that referral.
Yeah.
And that's affiliate marketing. And so a lot of you're just not doing the base stuff because, like you said, Katie, you're so nervous about doing it right. So get off of nervous and get curious about other people's lives, and you'll change yours.
I love that, and you talk about being spiritual, but like one of the rules, godly rules is to serve others before you serve yourself. And if you put others before yourself and you get curious and you talk about others, all of a sudden they talk about anxiety and depression and all these things that are, because they're very self-focused. It's very self-negative energy. Putting it out there and making the focus on someone else takes that instantly away.
Yeah. 100%. And it's also how you sell better. For those of you who say, I don't like to sell. Well, then, like when you come to the Millionaire Intensive, please get those 2 tickets. If you want more, talk to our team. They'll give you more. Because women kind of also operate in little tribes. Yes. So you don't want to be the only one having this conversation and then convincing the rest to come along. Just, everybody come have a new conversation about money, and a healthy one. So don't ever say you can't afford it. Never in front of your children. You can afford anything you want. You just have to learn to make the money.
Yeah. Oh, I love that.
And don't say
love that.
Don't ask for anything. When you ask a child sub 8, because their subconscious mind's not developed yet. When a kid says, here's, don't ask for it, we can't afford it. Any of those kind of negative language patterns, they internalize that is because I'm not worth it. Well, welcome to the damage you've been doing for those of you that have kids older than 8. So you got to consume them. And I don't care if you buy this book for them for Christmas and there's a never pay your kids an allowance, have them start designing a monthly income. The minute you get the book, there's a whole section on how to have your kids design their monthly income as an entrepreneur.
Love that.
They can design the tasks. They can.
I am buying this book the moment we get off here.
I've raised my kids since they were 3 and 4, designing their own little paycheck. So maybe it's only $50 one month. But as they got older, my son was a ski instructor. Both my kids are tutors. Both, my daughter doesn't babysit; she nannies. There's a big difference in how you get paid. Yep. So you've got. School's not where this is ever going to be taught, nor is it appropriate. Right? Yep. That's not what teachers know. You don't want a normal teacher who's never made $100,000. Maybe they make 130 or 40 in Canada, but still you want them teaching your kids money. Wrong conversation. So you got to get out to like experts, which is kind of what I liked about the pandemic, is it really created a showcase for experts to bring their work, and it changed the way kids learn.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Schooling. And I know a lot of my homeschool parents, they use this as their money guide. because there's 87 steps of things to do between 0 and 20. It's written age by age, 0 to 5, 6 to 8. What do you do with these kids, and what could you be teaching them, and how do you talk about money? So you bring them up differently than you were brought up. I mean, I was brought up on a farm in Nebraska. Wasn't a bad way to grow up, but I'd have no money conversation, like zero money conversation.
Oh, I was one of those kids that were in the like frugal money conversation where it was like, we got to watch what we spend, and no, you can't have that, and yes, maybe that. And so I totally get it. Like bringing that into adulthood was a huge mindset shift change for me, because I don't want my kids growing up like that, because I believe you can have anything you want as long as you're willing to go after it.
Exactly. And take control, like you said.
Control. Yeah. Exactly. All right, let's leave. Go ahead.
That conversation, I just want to give you a definition. Debt is just the cost of money. That's it. The cost of money. So you're either borrowing it, like I was like my example of, if I can get $100,000 million for 2%, 3% in this economy, I would take it all day long. Right. So you're either being paid because you're paying for the money, or you're paying someone else for the money. Yeah. It's just the use of money. So again, the personal attachment that you have around debt is because you don't know how to make enough money to get out of it.
Yeah.
So let's not solve the debt problem. Let's solve the income problem. Learn to make as much money as you want, whenever you want, because you can, and serve a lot of lives in the process. There's your winning ticket, is get out of you worrying about debt and go make a bunch more money. Then you can buy whatever you want.
So I always said growing up, my goal is that I can walk into a store at any time and just have what I want. That is,
you can look at the price tag, just say, I want that.
I want it, and that's okay. And that's what we should strive for. I mean, as women, to have control of their life, you don't need a man to do that. And you should definitely know your self-worth enough to go after it. So in closing up this segment, because I know I don't want to take up too much of your time because you are so busy, but can you give the ladies watching some practical steps or resources? And I know you've kind of, salt and peppered them throughout this conversation, but how they can, get excited and drop the fear and embark on a path towards financial empowerment and secure their own future.
Yep. So again, I'll repeat the gifts afterwards, but I mean, right now, just decide you're going to start a company doing whatever you're good at, not what you want to do. So if you're a teacher, you're going to have a tutoring company. You say, well, I don't want to tutor. You don't have, if that's your major skill, that's what you're going to do today. And it doesn't mean forever. Just for now, you've got to get in an entrepreneurial frame of what could I do to help other people? Food prepping is amazing. If you love to clean, go clean, houses, but do like Bob Proctor, not just residential, go commercial. For men, actually women can do it too. I've got, people starting, even college age kids starting pressure washing businesses, hauling companies like 1-800-GOT-JUMP. You know how much money those, these are simple tasks. People need a lot of help. Right now we have, holidays upon us. So hang Christmas lights for other people, especially elderly. Go to a 55 and up active, community where a lot of those, they don't want to get on a ladder. They don't want to hang their Christmas lights, but they'd like them. So go offer services that are just simple, easy, and just get in the frame of making money. And that making money's good. Go rewatch The Secret. I was in The Secret. So you'll have fun with some of my, expressions over there as money comes easily and frequently. Because when you say that, it's going to feel like you're lying, and you're not, and you have to learn. So I want you to go to, and we'll worry about the company. We'll worry about the structure. We'll get all that, we're not going to worry about it. We'll take care of that later. Right now, you've got to get in the frame for most of you of how am I going to make more money? And then for another group of you that are older, you're probably in what am I going to do to invest my money for better returns, especially in Canada. There's not as many choices as there are down here.
Nope.
It's just interesting. And as the farther you get out into the world, the less choices. So I have lots of solutions for, as you make it, how do you invest it? That's the pattern of a millionaire. I'm going to make it, invest it, not make, spend. You can spend later.
Yes.
You want to build your wealth and then your lifestyle. And so again, go to the Ask Loral, AskLoral.com/take control. It's on the screen, and grab the 2 tickets. We offer a free 30-minute strategy session to talk to one of our team about how we can help and read the book. And I'd say the biggest one, just for free everyday education for you and your family, is just 10 minutes, do my YouTube channel every day. I have a message about 8 to 10 minutes every day.
I love that. I've been asking one question to every single speaker. Okay. And this one, I know you're gonna nail, but what would you tell your younger self or your daughter, which you probably already told her, what piece of counsel would you give your younger self or any younger woman in your life that would really help her take control of her life in total? Like, what would you have done differently? What would you have wished that you were told?
I wish someone would have gave me a true financial formula that would have worked, because I did learn to make money early. I had a personal trading company at 17. My daughter's 17. We've talked about her doing that and modeling. And just, she's an amazing national dancer. So there's a lot. I mean, she could put on kids' makeup. She could teach. There's lots she could do. So become an entrepreneur and start to hustle, like really learn. I can make as much money. I can live where I want. I can do what I want. Like having that confidence. So I didn't have that. I mean, I would constantly go, most of the mentors in my life until I met Sharon Lecture in 1996 were men, because there weren't any women doing it. And there weren't any women multimillionaires that were willing to talk about it. And most of them were behind a man, not in front of a man, and on their own. So I just, I wish I would have had more guidance early about living corporate life, because that is where I lost a lot of money in overpaying taxes, because I would make it and then I didn't know the tax stuff well enough. I didn't know corporate structure well enough. If someone would have guided the structure of how money could be used better, is what I would say. And then hire as fast as you can. So obviously in the beginning, you're not making a ton of money, but for those of you that are women, like you and I, single moms, my first big hire was home health, because I had to buy my life back. And there is nothing wrong with having other women, other people. I was raised by a tribe, of lots of aunts and uncles and other people in our life. So, having people that are like values, that's critical, like values to yours. For me, it's critical money conversation. They can't speak negatively in money, especially when the kids were little. But getting that home help, like you don't have to go grocery shopping. You actually don't have to food prep. You can have,
somebody do it for you.
You can have someone do a lot of that for you. So you buy back your time so you can get productive, making money, serving lives, and then increase your prices would be my third.
Awesome.
So get to the playing field quick and make 2024 your best year ever.
Oh, I love it. I'm joining your millionaire, whatever. I'm going to be there. I love it. You're such an inspiration to all of us. And ladies, make sure you go to asklaurel.com/take control, or I should say /take control, and take advantage of all these gifts Loral has given you. And I hope you've taken notes. I've taken like 6 different Post-it notes of notes while I'm here listening to her, because we don't know it all. And if we did, we'd be where Loral is sitting. So make sure you lean into the knowledge, you get on her YouTube channel, you buy her books, because that is how you're going to become a millionaire. Awesome. Thank you so much, Loral.
Appreciate you being here. Thank you. Appreciate being here.
I am so excited, ladies. You cannot believe who we have joining our virtual stage next. Kathy Guilbert, founding board member of Women in Automotive and the Senior Director of Minority Dealer and Women Retail Business for CDK. Oh my goodness. If we want a wealth of knowledge, she is the one to come through, but also personally, from the bottom of my heart, I am so grateful that Kathy has decided to step up and wrap her arms around me and this event, because I have looked up to Kathy from the moment I dipped my toe into the automotive space. And just this past June, I was able to grace the keynoting stage at Women in Automotive, and it was a dream come true. And now I have her here on the Ladies Take Control of Your Life event. Kathy, welcome to the virtual stage.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here and to support you as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, Kathy's going to be talking about something that I think, ladies, we all have deep within ourselves, but we often squash and squander it because A, life gets too busy, or B, we just don't believe enough in ourselves. And that is courage. We have the courage to move mountains if we so summon that courage. And Kathy's going to talk about why having the courage is so important to the success of your personal life and your business life as minorities, as women, especially in male-dominated spaces like automotive. So, Kathy, let us know. Let's talk about courage. Let's talk about your thoughts behind courage and why it's so important.
So, I think about this one scenario where about 10 years ago, I was walking into a dealer meeting, and it just so happened we were at NADA. And it was one of the biggest meetings. And when I walked into the room, there were so many men, which of course we always see whenever we go. And there was a moment where, as I walked in, I had to summon that courage to start speaking. Generally, I'd go in, I'd kind of sit back in the room and I just observe, listen to the sessions, and then move on. But as a representative of not only CDK, but as a representative of women in automotive as well, I wanted to, reach out. I wanted to talk. And as I sat there and thinking about courage versus bravery, right? Courage is that I know I'm a little nervous. This is a little bit different for me. And as I walked into the room and I'm sitting there, I'm looking around at the gentlemen that were in the room. One of the men looked at me and kind of asked, well, kind of, what are you doing here? As they always do. Where are you from? What are you doing? And it was just so interesting because I immediately wanted to just give my little spiel. Hey, I'm Kathy Guilbert. I'm with CDK. Here's what I'm doing here. But I switched it a little bit and I asked him, what are you doing here? Why are you here? And it took courage for me because this dealer was one that I knew, but I didn't know him specifically. We didn't have a relationship. I just knew he was a customer. And as we started talking and he started explaining kind of what he was looking at NADA, why he was there, what he was doing in the meeting, it started making it easier for me to just kind of really engage with him and ask him more in-depth questions. And we ultimately got to talking about minorities and women and what he sees within his organization, within his community. And it was just fascinating. And so I start with that story mainly because there's so many times as women in automotive, we walk into a room and we're trying to figure out what space do we take up. We try to figure out how do we engage? How do we start the conversation? How do we make sure that the people in the room know what we are bringing to the table? That we're not just there because we accidentally stumbled into the wrong room. Mm-hmm. That conversation helped me in terms of how I interact with other women. And I say that because there's so many times people talk about, you were brave. Like, no, it's not bravery. Bravery versus courage. Bravery is when it's more spontaneous. It's like, I see somebody about to fall and I jump right out and I grab them. That's spontaneous. You don't recognize the risk. It could be something falling, it could be something right there where you don't recognize the risk. And bravery is that where you move forward. Courage is where you recognize that there's a little fear. You recognize that there's some hesitation and there's a risk, but you make the conscious effort to do it anyway. And so I talk about courage because there's so many times where there's a force that women have that propels us forward. And I tell you that I would call that courage because there's so many times that we've stepped into a situation, we've stepped into whether it's a job offer that we're looking at, and maybe we aren't really sure if we're 99% qualified for it. Maybe it's an entrepreneurial role. Katie, I think about some of the things that you've done. When you look at our industry, there's so many times where we're forced to take a leap and do something that's out of our comfort zone. And having courage is so important. So I start there. I also share, when we think about our career journeys, we each have had a moment where we've had to assess. Here's the risk involved in doing this. It takes me out of my comfort zone. How do I manage it? And so I think about when we do things for ourselves and when we do things for others. So I'm going to talk first about when you do things for ourselves. And like sitting in that room and having the courage to speak up or to ask questions, to be inquisitive, that's doing it for me. And what I realize is women have courage. We do this, like you said earlier, we do it every day, all day, where we got the strength, but we don't always summon that strength when we need it. And so this is that moment where when you are looking at something that's critical and important to you, starting a new career, thinking about starting a business, think about starting a family. All of those things are you sit back and we go through, if you're anyways like me, you go through the list of, okay, here are all of the things I need to be, thinking about. Here's the risks that are going to kind of impact me on this, but then still having that courage to step forward. And the times in my career where I've done that, where I've stepped back and really said, I'm going to do it, I'm going to get out there, they have been the most rewarding, because when you push past the fear and you push past all of the doubt that you have and step into yourself, you will realize the strength that most people see. And a lot of times we don't see it because we're so busy, from a woman's perspective, we're so busy focusing on others and trying to make sure everybody else is okay, that sometimes we don't necessarily focus on ourselves. So that's the first. I mean, walking in fear is easy. And I say that because we do it in different parts of our lives. There are things, I think about roller coasters. I love roller coasters, but I still remember the first time I got on one. The fear from it was, but once I did it and got past it and I was screaming like a kid, all of a sudden now roller coasters are one of my favorites. The other thing I think about is shifting the perspective that you have. Because when you're doing it for yourself, so many times we look at that as one benefit. I'm going to benefit. But the reality is, when we do it for others, there's a benefit that other people see. And I use that comment when we talk about doing it for others, how critical it is. Because I was at a conference a couple months ago, and a young lady walked up to me and she said, I remember you. Now, we all meet so many people. I'm in a sales role. You meet a lot of people all the time. But this young lady walked up to me and she remembered me from one of our first Women in Automotive conferences. And what she shared with me was the conversation we had at the time about her. She was in fixed ops, and I was encouraging her to move forward with being the director of the fixed ops organization. And she was concerned about applying. She had that courage where I'm like, come on, you can do this. And there's so many times when we do something, whether it's getting up on stage or whether it's having a conversation or whether it's reaching out to a customer, other people watch us. Other people see what we do. And Katie, I know at the Women in Automotive conference last year, when you were up on stage, I was in the audience and I'm watching how people got excited as you shared your story. And so when you do things for others, you'd be surprised at how many people are watching, especially with, in light of social media now, where everybody's posting, here's what I've done, or here's an award I've won. Those moments touch other people and they give them the courage. They give them that little inspiration to push forward. And that's so critical. And so when I think about courage, I tell people, look inside. We're all going to have fear, right? The imposter syndrome is real. People talk about that often, but there's so many times where we have the strength, we have the skills that are needed to do the job or to take that next step, and we tend to talk ourselves out of it. And so you don't want to do that. You want to talk yourself in, because you would be so much more pleased and valued for yourself when you get those little wins, and sometimes really big wins, because you took that step. You were courageous enough to do that.
I love that. That last piece you just said. We just have to do it. Like it's. There's no. I mean, if you really look at your life, if you want to stand still, it's possible. I mean, hey, to each one's own. Cool. If you're happy where you're at, you want to stand still, and life is great. Kudos, amazing.
Right.
But if it doesn't feel right, or you don't feel settled, it's because you're not settled. It's because something else is calling you. Something else is trying to push you through your fear,
Right.
and you need to muster up that courage in order to spread your light. And I do believe that often, I mean, we've said it a couple times on here, but women were doing it every day. We're serving others every day. We're finding the courage every day, even if we're sick or tired or want to give up. There's something in us that just keeps pushing us. We can call it physiological, we can call it DNA, we can call it genetics, whatever we want to call it, and the reason why we do it. But the reality is we do it.
Yes.
And I don't think we give ourselves as women enough credit for what
That's
we actually do
Yeah.
on autopilot. Like, so I talk about, stop the autocorrect on this event
Mm-hmm.
because we're doing everything on autopilot, on autocorrect. And it's time to get intentional with the skills we have. And the fact that we do have that skill to be courageous, to walk through with fear. We are strong enough.
Mm-hmm.
And I love your difference between courage and bravery. Because you're right. Being brave is like, okay, I'm gonna go bungee jump, or I'm gonna jump out of an airplane, or I'm gonna do something really quick. I'm not gonna think about it. Or, I tell my story about, the tattoo I have on my wrist, and that day was like, it was just bravery. I took a hard right and I went into the tattoo parlor, and I got something to commemorate the decision that I had the courage to make.
Right.
And so bravery is something completely different. Being brave is fantastic,
It is.
but having courage is intentional.
That is correct. It's so funny because one of my favorite quotes is, there is no growth in the comfort zone, and there is no comfort in the growth zone. So you have to be a little fearful. And again, to me, that's all part of looking at the risk, understanding that, yes, this is something that I haven't done before. So let me do the homework. Let me get the information I need. Let me gain the knowledge I need. But being able to step into that courageous moment of, I'm going to do it. And there's so many times when you do that, people in your circle are watching you. And you're an inspiration for them, especially for the one that's sitting back that maybe they don't have the resources or they don't have the nerve to step in. But seeing you do it and being able to ask questions about, well, how did you do that? Tell me, how did you have the nerve to do that? And it was so funny because those are the moments where you realize that we don't travel this journey by ourselves. We are on this road with the others, that whether it's our family, our friends, the partners and the people that we work with, those are in our industry. We touch so many people on a day-to-day basis that we can be an inspiration, especially to younger women. I mentor a lot of women over the course of my career, and I mentor several of them now. And one of the things that's always interesting to me is when you start to get to that vulnerable moment of, I don't think I can, or here's why I didn't. And being able to have those conversations of, yes, you have the skills. You impressed me. Let's talk about how can we get that light that you have inside of you? How can we get that to shine so everybody can see it? Because it's there. And to your point of, we do this, women do this every day. You take the strength, whether, and I have so much admiration for mothers and for parents, because you're doing things for others all day. Now, I don't have children, but I have brothers and sisters who have children. I have friends, and so I am giving. But I think a mother and a parent gives a little bit more, because you have this little person that you're responsible for. And that's where, to me, you see a lot more of the courageous moments where the mom steps in and they make sure that the road is clear and the path is clear so that they can make it better for their children. And I think that's what we do in this industry as women, where we try really hard to make sure that we help pave the way for other women that are coming in this industry, for them to find a home here, because I think automotive is a great place for people and for women.
Yeah, I mean, the automotive space, while I've stumbled and fallen and scraped my knees getting to where I am in that space, I have to say it's I've worked in every industry you could imagine, and it's one of my favorite industries because there's so much room for growth and opportunity, and so much room for courageous people.
Right.
Because when you're courageous in the automotive space, and I can say this without a shadow of a doubt, the doors will open.
They will.
There's some, tried, tested, and true industries, and so is automotive. But if we look at hospitality is pretty cookie cutter, and they are where they are, and it's hard to work up the ranks. Or retail, for example, like I'm talking malls, not retail automotive. It's really hard. You're on this ladder where you're staring at someone else's behind, right? It's really hard to get up and around, where the automotive space is like a jungle gym. And there's so many different opportunities, as long as you're willing to take a risk,
Right.
as long as you're willing to stand out, then the sky is the limit. And as I hear you speak, I think of this visual comes to mind. As a woman, period, but a woman in a male-dominated space, it is our duty to pave a smoother path for the women beside us and behind us. It is our sworn duty. And if you're in the space and not doing it, I'm being quite frank, shame on you, because it is our sworn duty to help the minority thrive. So I think of every single courageous step a woman takes is like a lamppost. And we have this path that we're paving. With every courageous step, a lamppost pops up and we shine a light. And then another and another. And all of a sudden, we're illuminated on this pathway where others can see.
Right.
And if you don't have the courage to do it for you, to take that step, to plant that light post, to build it for yourself, think about those in the darkness behind you. Right. Because every one of those steps, every one of those lampposts, every one of those risks and challenges provides a light for someone else to see their way, so they can find the courage to follow your lead.
100%. And I think often about putting someone else in front. So I'm often asked to speak. I'm often asked to, present in different forums. And this is an opportunity for me to allow someone else in my organization or in Women in Auto or in the industry to step up. And I believe when you shine a light, or when the light is shining on someone and I'm pushing them ahead, that light shines on me as well. And so it's one of those where it's not always about what can I do for Kathy. My goal is, to your point of being a servant leader, how do you make sure that you're helping all of the ladies? Because so many of them, all they need is that one nudge, that one getting past that one little roadblock, and next thing you know, it opens up. But getting past that one roadblock in some cases can be devastating for some, because if they don't have that person that they can look up to, or someone they can talk to, a mentor or a coach or an advocate that's helping them to get past some of the noise that we have in our head and move forward, that one roadblock can stop a lot of people. And so being able to not only be courageous for yourself in those moments where you got to make a difficult decision, it's calculated risk. I understand what the risks are and I do what I need to do, but it's also realizing that the path that you pave, to your point with the light post, the path that I lay can also be a shining light for someone that's coming behind me, maybe new in the role or new in our company.
Yeah, well, I think ladies that are watching, the one huge takeaway is you've got this incredible woman, Kathy Guilbert, who she has paved the path in a male-dominated space, and she's showing you that it's possible. She's showing you not just through words, but through her actions and the steps and the courageous steps she's taking, that it is possible to have anything you could imagine in any space, in any industry, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're in the automotive space, or you're in another male-dominated space, or if you're a stay-at-home mom and you want a little bit more, action in your life and you want a little more excitement, you've got it in you.
You do.
It just takes a little bit of courage. And I know some of you watching are probably like, well, it's easier said than done. She's this, she's that, she's got all the stuff, you talk about the resources and all that kind of stuff. I built where I am not because I've got all the resources. I'm a solopreneur. What I've done is tried to help as many people as I possibly can. And when this event came up, Ladies Take Control of Your Life event, because I've served others, because I've been courageous, and because I was courageous enough to ask Kathy to be on this platform, we have like well over 15 speakers that everyone is hearing from and learning from.
Mhm.
Not because I'm any better than anyone watching this, but because I had the courage to ask. And I
And
had the courage to help others.
that is so important. Asking, because again, my mom used to say, and I'm sure we've all heard this, it is a definite no if you don't ask.
Mhm.
And so you'd be surprised. And that's one of the things that fascinates me about women in our industry. All it is a question. They will share with you. They'll share their stories. They'll share their experiences. They'll share the things that they've learned, the risks that they've taken. Women, and not only women, so I don't necessarily say that men don't do this, but I'm more drawn to women because I am a woman in automotive. But I will tell you that if you ask questions and if you're courageous enough to get in front of a woman and ask her story, she'll tell you. And I guarantee you something in her story will resonate with something in your story. And it will help you to be better and to be more courageous, because asking those questions, it doesn't hurt to ask a question, especially when you're looking at growing and you're getting insight and experiences from others.
Ah, all right, let's leave it there. Ladies, big takeaways here. Have the courage to do it for yourself. And if you do not find that courage, find the courage to do it for someone else. And find that courage within yourself to ask the questions you need to get where you want to go, because there are so many women, even on this event, in this event right now, speakers in this event that are willing and ready to wrap their arms around you. You just have to put your hand up and say, hey, let me in, because we will. That's one thing we're really great at. All right, before we close out, Kathy, I'm going to ask you a question. I've asked every single speaker. Are you ready?
Maybe. Yes.
All right, here we go. What piece of counsel would you give your younger self to have a full, happy, hopeful, and joyous life?
The biggest advice standing here now, if I were to go back and tell my younger self, I would say lean into networking, lean into the people that you meet, because I have been amazed at a lot of the people I met early on in my career. I still see them in automotive. And that relationship has allowed me to broaden out my network. It's allowed me to find opportunities that I didn't even know was out there. And most importantly, it's allowed me to be a little more courageous, because listening at their story and sharing their experiences and the journey that they've had has helped me in terms of my own personal journey and professional journey. So I say network, leverage those networks, and ask the questions, and then be courageous.
I love that, because I hear all the time, and I believe it. It's not what you know, it's who you know and who knows you. And if you're not going to go out and network and offer your helping hand, then your pathway is a lot shorter and a lot more difficult of terrain to navigate. So get out there, network. I absolutely love that. I would give that advice to my younger self and my daughters. I'm going to give that advice to my daughters. That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Kathy. You have no idea how grateful I am for your presence here today and for all your support, not just with me, but with Ladies Take Control. I'm just ridiculously grateful. So thank you so much.
And I thank you for the opportunity to speak and share my story, my remarks. But I also give you major kudos, because this is one of those initiatives that you had and you were courageous enough to step into it. And I know it is fantastic and just the beginning of all the wonderful things you're going to do in our industry. So thank you very much for everything. And I appreciate being on the show.
Ladies, it's time to take control again with another incredible speaker. I have Miss Vicki Rood with us right now, and she is an author, a speaker, and none other than a female empowerment coach. So, I mean, why wouldn't we have her on our virtual stage? Vicki, welcome to the virtual stage of Ladies Take Control.
Oh, Katie, thank you so much for having me here. And thank you for doing this, because I think it's so important and it is so timely, I feel, right now.
It is. I think a lot of us in the world, men and women, humans in general, we're sort of all over the place, and we're going into 2024, and we all know we're going to be making New Year's resolutions and in hopes to take control of some part of our life. And what I really wanted every speaker and attendee of this conference is to know that they can take their life off autocorrect, and we can essentially take control and have the outcomes we want. And unfortunately, women tend to put our wants and needs to the wayside a little more often than men do. So we need a little extra push, a little extra inspiration. And so that's where all of this, came into fruition. And that's how we got amazing women like yourself to come on this stage and share how you push yourself every day, and what are the reasons you do, and what are the tips and tricks on how you keep going and finding your center and your worth. So let's talk a little bit first about you. Let the audience know, let these ladies know a little bit of a background on you. What's your story, and why do you do what you do?
I'd love to share. And it's because I was one of those women that put myself last on the rung, right? And I started out in this journey. I was in sales, and I was really good at my job. And in corporate America, I was super successful, and I climbed the corporate ladder, and I was a director of business development and had this amazing job on paper. I'm a single mom, so I had two children that were about 10 and 8, and I had recently gotten sober from addiction. And that was the hardest thing I did, but the greatest gift that I've ever been given. And basically, my life changed monumentally once that happened. And what I realized is I was working so hard at climbing that corporate ladder that I wasn't present in my life. So I was present, and it looked really good on the outside. I had a nice car, I had a home, I was managing my kids. Life was what we would call technically going really well for me. But I was, first of all, empty inside. And second of all, I wasn't present in my life. I would be on vacation and answering text messages to clients. I would be coming home from work, and I'd be on the phone with everybody from work while I was cooking or sitting down to dinner with my kids. And there was a day that came at my job, and it was a stressful job, and I basically said, I didn't work so hard at getting sober and changing my life to not be present, because my kids need me the most right now. It was before they got into the teenage world, and I just decided I was going to take a smaller job and be an individual contributor in sales, and that went really well. And I decided then that I got recruited to the dream job that I've always wanted, and that job didn't work out. That job, I actually got fired from that job. And I never in a million years, I'm a good worker. I do a good job. Talk about people pleaser. I do what I'm supposed to do. And it was a shocker. But what came out of that was the biggest gift that I could ever have. And a friend of mine and I used to walk around this lake every day. And I didn't know what I was going to do. I had a mortgage. I had 2 kids. I was scared to death. And basically she said, why don't you look into coaching? And I said, I don't even know what you mean by that. She said, Vicki, you already do it. You do it with all of your friends. When I was a director of business development, that was the best part of my job. And then I started thinking about it and writing about it. And I realized since I was a kid, I've been doing that. I've been the mentor. I've been the one that always uses my brain to figure things out, and I see things in other people that they don't necessarily see in themselves. And I've always been the one that just looks at things a little differently. And I started taking a course, a life coach course, and it was the best gift I've ever done. And being an entrepreneur has been a wild ride. It has been spiritual work. It has been exciting and stressful in its own right, but I get to choose. I get to choose today who I am and what I am doing and what I let in and what I walk away from.
It's such an inspiring story, and I love it because I know there's ladies in the audience that are like, they've either touched addiction, whether it's themselves or within a family. I know myself, both my parents are addicts. I raised my brother and sister, and so my dad is now like 8 years sober, and I'm super proud of him. But oh my gosh, the road to get there was hard.
Yeah.
And so I know that addiction touches more people than we ever really know. And I love the fact that you were honest and open with getting fired, because whoever admits that? So I know there's ladies here watching that's like, yeah, I've had one of those moments. And so thank you for being so vulnerable. And I know there's ladies that are thinking, well, yeah, I'd really like to go out on my own, but I just don't know if I can. Or some that are super happy in corporate America, right? Because let's be real. It's a great place to be. Not everybody wants to be an entrepreneur. So whether we are destined to work for ourselves or climb that corporate ladder, what piece of counsel can you give these ladies that are watching and saying, yeah, I resonate with her story. I do feel a little bit uncentered. I do want more. But dig down, I guess, a little deeper into your story. How did you decide, and how did you build it, and what did you do? Because that's what we're really after right here. In order for the ladies to take control, they need the action steps. So how did you do it?
Exactly. It was messy. I'm going to be honest. There were messy moments. There were beautiful moments, and there were moments of ease and flow, and everything clicked. And what I think the number one how was that I was willing to be open to what the universe, source, the world was offering. And I did take action steps. I did pick up the phone and talk to people I know, right? But I think even before that, I don't want to gloss over the step of decision, right? Of deciding, is this right for me or isn't it? Because I think that is when I was able to get real with myself, and I was able to have the courage to walk through that fear of, I don't know what's going to happen, but I know I'm a survivor, and I know that I deserve more than what I am. And more isn't the right word. I deserve a healthier, more loving, more, I deserve to be wholehearted in my life, meaning I get to be present with all the things in my life, with my work, with my family, with myself. And when it's too unbalanced, that getting to that truth is difficult, because there's fears of logistics, there's fears of finances, there's insurance, there's a lot of things. But when I decided that I was worthy of more, that was probably the most important step in getting there and making that decision.
So I love that you say this, and I resonate with this so much. So I did a TED Talk recently, and it's called The Art of Choice. And I talk, it's a 17-minute talk. So I talk about a lot of things, and I share a lot of stories. But the one thing I share is the choice cycle. And I think that the choice cycle is actually very similar to the abuse cycle, but it's abuse we put on ourselves. It is a little mind game between you and you, your heart and your mind, your body and your mind, your soul and your mind. But you're constantly putting yourself on this little abuse cycle of do I, don't I? Can I, can't I? And if you are familiar with the abuse cycle, anybody that is listening and attending right now, you have like the tension, right? Like something's building. New Year's resolution, it's coming up, right? We all kind of go to the gym and say, hey, I want to lose the 5-10 pounds, right? So the tension builds and you're looking in the mirror, you don't love what you see, you put your jeans on, they fit a little tight, and hopefully not, but maybe you have some health issues, maybe your knees hurt, your joints hurt. So it pushes you to kind of an incident. So something happens, right? It can be your health. It can be that your jeans don't fit anymore, whatever the incident is, but it almost indefinitely puts you to a choice. You have to make a decision on this cycle. So you're either going to do the hard work, look in the mirror, own your worth, and get out of the cycle, make a decision, or you're going to choose to propel yourself back through the cycle and hope that it'll just take care of itself. And hope that maybe it'll go away and we can sweep it under the rug. But here's the thing, you're gonna have tension building again.
Yeah.
You're going to hit an incident and you're gonna be forced to choose. And I believe the universe and the world, you can call it God, a higher power, it's going to keep taking you through this little cycle of abuse until you choose what's right and meant for you. And then and only then, when you make that choice, you get to reap the benefits of the calm after the storm that you create in your own mind. Because the reality is, it's not the hard work after the decision that's hard. It is the work and the convincing of your self-worth to make that decision and know that you can. That's the hard work.
Oh.
So if we look at this choice cycle, and for the ladies that are listening, and you're faced with a decision right now, and you've probably been ping-ponging back and forth and putting yourself on this, if you're abusing yourself, you're essentially abusing yourself. Just choose you.
Yeah.
Because you already know what you need to do. That's why you keep coming up to this choice. So just make that choice and reap the rewards of the calm after the storm. And then face the next choice, and the next choice, and the choice after that. But stay out of the cycle, because that's what's exhausting.
Yes.
That's what hurts. It's not the choice. It's not the hard work. It's that ping-ponging. It's that mental and emotional turmoil that we think, oh my gosh, why can't I just get it right? It's because you're not making a decision or a choice. You're staying still. You're on that proverbial hamster wheel.
Yes.
And you're abusing yourself.
Yes. Yes.
So I love your answer. I love that starts with that self-worth, because without that self-worth, it's so much harder to find the courage to make the choice.
I always say, what I say is, you are worthy of your own love, just as the love that you give others, right? Mm-hmm. You are worthy of giving that to yourself. And that's not how I perceived what people told me I was supposed to do growing up. I thought I was supposed to put myself last, that allow others to be in front of me, because that's what the kind thing to do is. And in actuality, I was showing up unwell because I wasn't worthy of my own love. I didn't take care of myself to the best of my ability. I put myself last. And as a woman in recovery, I am extreme. I'm still extreme, right? And I work on that every day, allowing the balance. But when I did something, I did it hardcore. And you talk about that cycle of abuse. It is we are horrible to ourselves. I would never
so bad.
say the things I say to myself to my best friend. Ever.
No. Never. And that narrative needs to change. And so, I mean, I'm hoping everyone that's watching this and listening to this conversation, you do the first step to anything. I mean, I've said this a few times throughout this conference in interviewing, but I haven't talked, very publicly about it quite yet, but I am a survivor of domestic abuse. And I was in that because I didn't have enough self-worth. Now, there's way more to it. There's trauma bonds, and there's, Stockholm
course.
syndrome, and there's just way more to it. However, for me, the choice not to go back was a choice to love myself
Yes.
and to choose me and
Yeah.
to choose my worth. And that is how Ladies Take Control, the community, was born, and how this event was born, is that I've had that realization that I'm worth more and women are worth more, and we need to spread that message. So if all the ladies attending and they watch all the speakers don't take anything else from this, you are worthy of having everything and anything your heart desires, and you're worthy of the love that you, as a woman, because that's who we are, you give to everyone else.
Yeah. Right. And I'm going to go back to what I said. It's messy. So
messy.
you are
So
gonna,
messy.
you're gonna doubt yourself. You're going to have all these feelings come up. It's okay. Feelings go away in 90 seconds if we're not on that hamster wheel like you're talking about. Feelings do go away. They're not facts. They are not facts. Brene Brown says that shame is I am a bad person, and guilt is I did something bad. So my invitation is to take that Brene Brown quote and use that, because you, my dears that are listening to this, are not a bad person, right? You might make bad decisions. We all do. We're human. But when we know that we're okay, we can make a mistake. One of the things I love to say is you have permission to change your mind. You have permission to say no. You have permission to take a lunch. You have permission to take a vacation. There were times in my story and people I work with that we feel so like I used to feel, and I still struggle with this every once in a while, that I have to earn it. That I have to work so hard to earn the fun part. And that's not how it has to work. It doesn't have to be that way. Like you were saying, it can be a choice, and you go through your choices, and sometimes you're going to go off the road and you're going to do a hard left, and sometimes it's going to be easy and your path is going to be perfectly clear, and all these things are going to jive and click and go right into place. But what's so important is that you are allowed to change your mind. That is a big one. You are allowed to change your mind.
And every day, you have that opportunity.
Yeah.
Every minute of every day. So you're not, just because you made one choice, it doesn't define you.
Exactly.
It doesn't define your outcome. What defines you is the next choice and the next choice and the choice after that. And it's not one choice that defines you. It is a multitude of different choices that they combine to create the life you're living.
Yeah, the tapestry of your life. And when it gets, I was writing this morning, and this is, I do these morning pages, and I was writing, and what I was writing about was that the darkest of times really do create this catapult of the brightest of times. And
if
one
you
of the
so
things,
choose it,
if you
that's the
choose
thing.
it, if you choose it. Yeah. And one of the things that I've noticed is I can stay, if I do stay in that depression and that abuse cycle and that addiction cycle, if I stay there, then, it's the deeper and deeper I go. However, if I say, okay, what's next? And sometimes the next thing is just taking a step. Sometimes it's just getting out of bed. Sometimes it's doing work. Sometimes it's calling your best friend. One of the things I used to tell my sales reps when they would be having a bad day, when they would feel they were getting a lot of no's, when they weren't feeling good about themselves, I said, call a client that loves you. Call a client that you
fill yourself up
with you. Yeah. And call your bestie, or reach out to someone that you giggle with. Laughter and being your authentic self will get you out of that slump. It's taking action and choosing that is so important.
And I think celebrating those small steps, because I mean, when I was in my worst state, I'd say like 3, 4 months ago, where like showering and eating were, if I did those things,
Yeah,
awesome.
it was a win. It
And
was a
so my
win.
therapist was working with me, and he's like, okay, Katie, let's just focus on like the basics, like human basic functions. And I'm sitting here going, oh my gosh, it's so easy to get down on yourself at that point. Am I really at that point where I'm focusing on the basics? But I was totally there. And so I'm like, okay. So he'd do check-ins with me, and I'm like, I showered today. I ate a meal. And he'd celebrate with me. But it would be, you have to celebrate no matter how small a step forward, it's still a step forward. And
Yes.
if you are thriving in life, amazing, keep celebrating and help someone else celebrate their steps.
Yes, that is huge. Getting outside of yourself and helping another is really where this people pleaser thing of myself, right? I'm a really good people pleaser, and there are negative aspects of it, and there are really wonderful things that come out of that. I'm a very generous person. I love helping others. I love making connections with people that I think would really help each other out, right? I can do that in a healthy way, right? And
Yeah.
when I do, I am brought into this higher energy that is always, always good for me and that other person and everyone around me, because the energy is so lifted. When I'm doing it from a place of fear or desperation or insecurity, it's a very low vibe, and it brings me, it's not real. It's like unauthentic. And
Yeah.
the one thing that I want to do in my life is be me, this person here, and with my kids and with my friends and in all the places. I want to be the real me, because that is when I feel the most open and able to be generous.
So what piece of counsel can you give to all the ladies that are watching that may be struggling with being the real them because they're afraid? They maybe don't even know who the real
Yeah.
them is. They've lost themselves, in motherhood or in corporate career or in a marriage or in a relationship or whatever the case may be. How do they know authentically who they are, and then how do they take that first step to feel comfortable in like accepting that?
Yeah. It's a big thing that I think a lot of people don't know even what they like, right? They don't know. I remember when I first got sober, I felt like I was recreating myself, right? I didn't even know what kind of music I really liked. I didn't know, I always did what everybody else wanted me to do because it kept everybody out of my business, right?
Yeah.
And I think whether it's a job or whatever the reason is that you're not being your authentic self, whether it's you don't want to get too big or you whatever the reason, because we all have different things. We all have different lanes that keep us out of our authenticity, right? And what I'll tell you, the best thing that you can do is take some time to yourself. Journaling is the number one thing that really works for me personally. Another thing is think about all the things when you're with someone and you're feeling that high vibe, that high energy, you can bounce off each other, you're giggling. What are you talking about? Notice that. What are you doing? Who are you with? Look into the times when you're feeling good, when you are celebrating. And also the things that you don't like that really turn you off, notice those. And when you notice those, then you know what you want, because it's usually the opposite of that, right? It's usually the opposite of that. And so sometimes it's hard to know what you do like, but start to play, go on walks, be quiet, and let your own, my one of my friends always tells me, Vicki, feelings can't hit a moving target. When I'm so busy and I'm not listening to the inside, I don't get to feel my feelings. I don't know what I really like and what I don't. So get quiet with yourself. Take a walk. If you don't like meditating is great. But if you don't like it, take a walk. Do a walking meditation. But have some time to you and notice what stirs your soul.
So I did an exercise, and this is similar to what you're saying, is just take inventory, but I would challenge anyone that's watching to complete this exercise. It's super easy. So I want you all to remember a time in your life when you're most happy. Like the thing, and I want you, so we got a piece of paper. One side is that time in your life. And I want you to detail down, like, what were you doing? Who are you with? Were you laughing? Were you working out? Were you, whatever it is, were you meditating? Were you reading? Were you, whatever it is, what were you doing on a daily basis that filled you up? And then I want you to talk about today's state. What are you doing if you're not fulfilled and you're not happy and you're distant from yourself? What does your day look like? And then I want you to compare the two. How many of the activities that you are doing or that you did do when you were happiest have you let go of and you are no longer doing today? And so it's almost as simple as that, is taking, okay, this week, I'm going to take one activity that I used to love doing, I'm going to add it to my day. And then next week, I'm going to do the same. And maybe I'm going to feel ambitious and add 2 activities this week. Yeah. But it's my eyes were like, whoa, when I did this exercise, I couldn't believe how much I wasn't doing of the things that made me happy, of the things that filled me up. I almost completely forgot what those things were until I wrote it down and compared them.
Yes.
So I hope everyone takes that away and does that exercise today, because I do believe that is also one of the first steps to your self-worth, is to figure out what makes you tick, what makes you happy. And being quiet and journaling, I journal every day, sometimes twice a day. And if I have a thought, I'm an author and writer too. So like I'm always writing on the phone, wherever. And it's really, really healthy to get it out of your head and onto paper. But I do hope that everyone takes that exercise away, because then you'll start to fill your days up with the things that make you smile and laugh. And life and its obstacles and the choices you have to make are a heck of a lot easier when you're at peace with yourself and you're loving yourself and you're doing the things that make your cup overflow, because then you have more to give to others and you have more to give to the life that you're trying to build.
So well said, and what a great exercise. I mean, there's an invitation I have to tack on top of that. If you feel like you shouldn't be doing one of those things because it's fun or because it's not responsible, I invite you to especially do it, right?
Yes.
When we do something because for the sake of doing it, when we do creativity for the sake of being creative, not to finish a project, not to give a gift, when we do it for us, it is so impactful in filling your spirit. And I'll tell you, more things come to your mind when you do those kinds of activities.
Mm-hmm. I love that. Well, Vicki, I have one last question that I ask every single guest and speaker. I do not prep them, so you were not prepped, before we close out our time together. So that is this. What counsel, do you have a daughter?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
So what counsel would you give your daughter or your younger self to have a fulfilled, joyous, calm, peaceful, centered life? What would you tell your younger self and your daughter in order to achieve that?
Gosh, that's a tough one. I mean, there's so many things that are popping in my head right now. And what I think the most important thing is the external validation fills you up for a second. But when you are internally celebrating your wins, when you're internally validating yourself, loving yourself, being there for you, your whole everything else is smooth, much smoother than when you're looking from outside, because you can't control what people do outside of you, and that you right in here are enough.
I love that. I always say you can't always control the hand of cards you are dealt, but you sure as heck can control how you play them.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Make sure you start with you, and if it doesn't feel right for you, then that's your gut telling you, maybe not. Maybe we shouldn't play it that way.
Right.
Thank you so much, Vicki,
Thank
for
you.
your insights and your wisdom. And I know 1,000% that the women that are watching right now have taken away some golden nuggets that they're going to be able to use to inspire positive, actionable change in their lives. So thank you so, so much.
Thank you so much. This was wonderful. Great conversation.
All right. Take care. Hi everyone, we are here at the Ladies Take Control of Your Life event, Stop the Autocorrect. I am so excited about our next guest speaker. He is an incredible human, an unbelievable leader, and as a woman who has entered the automotive space, he is a gentleman that has thrown out an olive branch personally to me and has been one of my #1 supporters. So I am so excited to introduce Ed Roberts, who is the author of Mile One Leadership. And ladies, you got to get your pens out, because everything this gentleman is going to tell you today, that he's going to counsel you on today, you've got to write it down, because he truly wants you to succeed. He truly wants to impart the wisdom he's learned over the years on you. So Ed, welcome to our very first Ladies Take Control event. How are you doing?
Excellent. Thanks for having me, Katie. I'm looking forward to this.
Oh, so am I. So let's talk a little bit about you. Do you want to give the ladies, a 1-minute overview, who you are, what you believe in, why you do what you do?
So I'm Ed Roberts. I'm the COO of Bozard Ford Lincoln in sunny St. Augustine, Florida. Middle of December, it's not too sunny, but we'll get through that. I'm also the author of Mile One, An Endless Journey to Effective Leadership. But let's go beyond that and go back 30 years where I didn't have necessarily a place that I could lay my head down at night, and I was sleeping in my car and trying to find my way into something. Didn't matter what it was something. And to today, run one of the most respected car dealers in the country, regardless of brand. It's been a pretty cool journey, and I'm looking forward to sharing it.
That's incredible. I didn't even know that about you, and I've known you for a few years. So wow, you've had quite a journey. That's unbelievable. All right, let's talk about, I know for sure in this male-dominated space, you, the automotive space, you are so pro women. You see the goodness in the traits that we bring, the skills that we bring to the table, and you do everything in your power to develop these women. Can you tell the ladies watching right now, what do you look for in a female employee in such a male-dominated space as a leader?
Well, the automotive industry is such an ego-driven industry, and that's where it becomes male-dominated, because egos are typically driven by males. And women come in and try to fit themselves in around that. Well, ultimately, it's about being confident. You can do the same things that we do. You got to tell yourself, I can and I will. But another way to look at that is our customers are female customers, and we have male customers. But a male customer is more trusting of a female advisor. So there's elements that fits the business that allows us all to win, and we win together. But as a group, we're all humans, and some of us feel more comfortable dealing with other people. Some females wants to deal with other females. And if you don't have those things, they're already intimidated when they first come in the door, and you lessen your opportunity to give that customer the experience that you're trying to give them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I love that you said that we're all humans, because I think a lot of the time, well, in my research on, the female consumer with my book, Custom Her Experience, and researching the physiological differences between men and women, there's a 60% rule. So men will apply and put themselves out there if they get 60% of the qualifications, if they hit those qualifications. So like the ego, it's like, I've got this, no matter what, I can do this. A woman though, 100%, she has to look at that list of items and say, yes, 100% I get this, before she'll even dip her toe in the water. So I love that you say that we are all human, and we all have skills that we can bring to the table. And let's face it, women are more trusting. I don't know if we're more trustworthy, but we come across more trusting than men do. And in your industry, women are the ones making most of the buying decisions. So you're so smart in putting those female service advisors in the forefront. How do you develop those female service advisors, though, to have, and I know we're going to talk a little bit about confidence, but to have the confidence to say, yes, even though I don't hit 100% of the qualifications, I'm going to put myself out there. How do you get women to, jump headfirst into the water versus dipping their toe in?
So we're all about cannonball, because we don't go watch fireworks for a firecracker to go off. We watch fireworks for the explosion. So you can't just dip your toe in. That firecracker's dipping your toe in. And a big element of building that confidence to be able to do it is we can't discount ourselves. Women are better put together than men. They just are. We'll wing things a little bit more. Women want to make sure it's right. Well, that also goes in line with the things behind, not just dealing with the customer, but all the elements that comes along with that. So all their elements of the job are cleaner. They keep up with the working process better. They do better follow-up. They do all those because they're more put together. But don't feel like you have to know every element of it to be able to start, because the only thing that we need to always be doing is always be growing. And if we're always growing, we will always get better, but we have to start growing. So don't be afraid to say, hey, I can do that. If he can do it, I can do it. And guess what? I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you guys.
I love that. We do. We all put our pants on one leg at a time. I really love that you say it doesn't. You have to start growing. You have to start somewhere. And a lot of the times, women more so than men will overanalyze, and because of the 60% rule that men just dive right in, and we don't. We will think, can I? Maybe tomorrow. Is it right? Even talk about social media, right? A man will just get on social media, not worry about the makeup, the hair, you don't have to worry about your hair, Ed, but men don't worry about that, right? They just get on and they say what they mean, and they mean what they say, and they jump in head first. Where women, today I look tired, and I'm guilty of this, right? I look tired. I don't want to wear makeup. My hair's not done. I'm not going to make that post. But what we're doing is we're squashing our voices. We are keeping our secrets of success inside, because what we have to say can often help someone else. And if we don't have that, start growing that confidence, that planting that little seed, then we're actually doing a disservice to anybody that's in our social orbit, whether it's, professionally, whether that's personally in your family, people you see face to face, not just online. We're actually hindering their growth, and we're not giving them an opportunity to have those aha moments because we're squashing our own voices. What advice can you give to women to say, take the bull by the horns? Don't, and if you can't do it for yourself, do it for someone else. What maybe actions can they take in order to achieve that type of confidence that, says, hey, I'm going to put myself out there?
Well, just like you said, there's always those things that really pick ourselves apart, and we have it as well. But we don't necessarily dive into it as deep as you guys. You guys want to make sure that you look great for the audience and make sure that you're putting your best foot forward. And then when you see something in the mirror that doesn't look exactly right, you tell yourself, well, maybe this isn't right for me. Well, shift that mindset to telling yourself what you can do, what is going right, what went right this morning, what put you in position to be able to talk to these people about this today. And if we shift our mind on what we can do rather than the things that aren't going correctly, then we'll start focusing on, we'll find more things that fit our wheelhouse. And women have strengths differently than us. So they're going to bring things to the table that we don't bring to the table as well. And when you shift to what you can do, then those things start coming back at you, and it becomes confidence. And you start eluding confidence, and the ball starts rolling. You're muted there.
I was just listening to a podcast, or it was a post on Mel Robbins, and she said the same thing. She said, instead of focusing on what you don't have or what, other people have, focus on what you do have and start shifting that mindset, because we attract what we put out. And so if we have that negative mindset, there's no way we can have the success that we think about maybe quietly to ourselves every once in a while. And that's part of where this event came from was, get out of your sad girl pants and put on your badass pants. And it's because I was down and out, and I was like a little bit of being a victim and being like, oh, woe is me. And my girlfriend's like, Katie, enough. And I'm like, you know what? Right. You're right. I've done this before. I can do this again. And so here we are. And it's incredible when you do that, what comes your way. So I was going to do this event where it's just me, and now I have you, and I have incredible people that are wrapping their arms around it to help other women succeed. And had I stayed small and had I, continued to look at the negative, we wouldn't be here right now.
Well, what you're doing right now is you're showing other people that you can do it. And if you can do it, they visualize themselves doing it.
Yes.
Well, look at all of us as being the same. Just because that guy can do it doesn't mean you can't. If he can do it, you can do it as well. We feed off of each other more so. So seeing you do this, Katie,
yes,
builds confidence with others that they can do it.
Wow.
I want to shift that as well to, hey, if anybody can do it, I can do it. And not only can I do it, but I can probably do it better because I'm going to put more effort in it than you are.
I love that. I love that.
It's effort is what we control.
I mean, 100%. And, when I was speaking at the Women in Automotive event, I was the opening keynote, I talked a lot about equality, but I'm like, ladies, it's time to stop talking about equality and start closing the gap. Like, it's time for us to show up. It's time for us to start walking towards that line and stop waiting for an industry or your boss or your friends or your family to close that gap for us. It's time for us to start making that mindset shift. It's time for us to start playing off each other, start doing. And if we can move into action, we can have anything we want.
Absolutely. And confidence is contagious. So once you start putting it out there, other people pick up from it, and then we can all grow from it.
Oh, I mean, yes, I love it. I love it. Okay, I'm going to ask you one last question because I know you have a beautiful daughter whom you love to be a father for, because I know your dad first above everything else.
Absolutely.
What is one piece of advice you'd give your daughter to have the most fulfilled and successful life she could ever imagine as a woman in this world?
I would give her a few pieces of advice, but the biggest thing is don't discount yourself. Don't say that I can't do something. Go out and do it. And always put your best foot forward to get better. Hey, maybe I didn't have the day that I wanted to have, but something still went right, and let me build on that. And if we do those things enough, over time, they compound themselves to where you're the person that everybody stares at. And I am blessed to have a daughter that I admire, but she has already hit some milestones that most people don't hit. And she hadn't turned 20 yet. She's already hit milestones that most people don't hit until they're in their 30s. And she's bought her own place. She's going to college. She's running a restaurant. She's not just working at a restaurant. She's running a restaurant. And it's because she eludes confidence. And we all have it, but we tell ourselves that we don't, and we can't get there. I can't be that. Well, that's our mind, and we got to shift that mindset to I can and I will, and then bring the right attitude that you can and you will with the effort, and then you'll astonish yourself that you will, and you'll bring other people with you because they'll see that you can do it, and they know that they can do it then.
That's awesome. I wish I had a father like you when I was growing up, because I had to find that within myself. I didn't have that leader to follow. And I have this saying, a leader without followers is just someone taking a walk. And if you aren't creating or smoothing a path for people to easily, find their way and know that, they're able to achieve more than they ever thought was possible, then you're not leading. And I know in your book, it's all about leadership. So let's talk, a little bit about Mile One Leadership and where it came from and why people should read it. Because I know before we got on here, you're like, I don't care about selling the books. I just care about transferring the knowledge so that people are better for read this book and can actually make a difference in their lives.
So the reason I wrote a book is because I wanted to impact people's lives, and I wanted to make them better. I wanted them to see that they can do things to make themselves better. And so I wrote Mile One, An Endless Journey to Effective Leadership. It's a very easy read. It's about a 2-hour read if you sit down and read it cover to cover. But each chapter is about 7 minutes. And so I tell people all the time, read a chapter. And if you get something out of it, read another chapter. If you don't get something out of it, just give it away. Maybe not in the right place or the right time for you to get something out of it. But if you do that, the idea is for you to open your eyes and look at things from a positive perspective. Everything about it is shifting your mind to being positive and how can I impact others? And when you do that, it is rewarding watching people come in. Like I told you guys a few minutes ago, I started in this business homeless. It is rewarding watch people come in at the bottom level and then achieving this level of success that they achieve. And it's way beyond that, anything they ever expected. And all of it is mindset, effort, and attitude.
I love that. Mindset, effort, and attitude. So ladies, you've heard it from one of the best leaders I've ever met in my entire career in any industry. And he's one of the humblest gentlemen I've ever had the pleasure of becoming friends with. I am so grateful that you imparted your wisdom on us, Ed Roberts. You are incredible, and everyone that's in your orbit always learns from you. And you've just been amazing. So thank you so much for joining the Ladies Take Control event, and I hope that we'll see you back for the next one.
Absolutely.
All right, fantastic. Well, have a great day, and we will see you later. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness. Can you believe it? It is Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to this incredible event, Ladies Take Control of Your Life. And our next speaker, oh, gosh, I love this woman. She is a powerhouse advocate for those who have experienced pain and trauma during domestic abuse. She herself has a fighting story and has written the most beautiful book, But I Love Him. And this woman is just a force to be reckoned with and somebody that I dearly look up to. She is an internationally recognized speaker. She speaks for not-for-profit organizations because her goal is to ensure that you have the confidence and the power to take control of your life. So let's welcome Michelle Jewsbury to our virtual stage. How are you, Michelle?
I am wonderful. Katie, thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here and to speak to all of you out there. Like Katie said, we have known each other for a couple of years, and I'm just super, super proud of you and super honored to be on your platform, baby girl.
Thank you.
I definitely need to hire you for my intro because that was wonderful. Sometimes you hear your intro and you're like, wow, is that me? Did I do all of that? That's pretty awesome. But I think it's important to always remember your worth. And that's what I want to talk about today is sometimes we discount our worth. And I want to encourage you to stop discounting your worth. But before I dive into some steps, tangible steps that can help you, many of you may not know who I am. So I want to dive into my backstory, who I am, and talk a little bit about what our team is doing now, and then talk about how you can stop discounting yourself. So a little bit about me. I grew up in a small town in North Idaho, moved around my whole life. And growing up, my mom and my dad used to be very playful with each other and walk down Walmart holding hands with one another and giggling and tickling each other. And I remember walking in the back of them, just rolling my eyes. But growing up, I watched that, and I so desperately wanted a fairy tale love romance like my mommy and my daddy had. And my mom passed away in 2019 and my daddy in 2015. So I'm an adult orphan. However, I still feel them every single day say, go girl, go, and you've got this. So I grew up in a humble home, a middle-class family. My daddy was military, so we did move around a lot. So I switched schools and switched friends very, very frequently. And a lot of people have asked me in the past, well, how did that affect you? That is the only life that I knew. So I can't compare myself to, say, a child growing up in one house and going to one school their whole lives. I know that it was challenging, though, statistically speaking. It is a lot more challenging moving as a young adult and a child, making new friends, because you always feel like you need to fit in. So for me, I would conform. I started to do things that I probably wouldn't necessarily do. I started to party and I started to hang out with the bad crowd, and I became the bad crowd when I was in high school. But I was still very driven. I was taken away from my parents just for a few short months when I was about 7 years old. And that had long-lasting implications on me. And I thought that there was something wrong with me, that I must have done something. So I decided growing up that I had to excel. So I was National Honor Society and a varsity cheerleader, and I did very well academically. However, like I said, I was very experimental and I wanted friends, and I so badly wanted that fairy tale love romance that I saw my parents have. So growing up, I moved different schools, and we ended up getting back to Idaho, where I then graduated high school, and I went to 1 year of college. And that is when I decided I wanted something more. And if you're watching this summit, if you are here and if you are listening to these amazing speakers, you are looking for something even more, because you know that your story, your voice, you know that you matter. So that's something even more for me when I was that young. I was 18, turning 19 years old, was to move to Hollywood, California and be a movie star. So that's what I did. I moved my happy little butt from, at that time, North Idaho, all the way down to Hollywood, California. And I was there and things were going well. I was starring in plays and films, and I had my claim to fame with a Papa Murphy's pizza commercial. So if you're on the West Coast of the United States, you may know Papa Murphy's Pizza. If not, it's just a small little take and bake pizza place. But that was my claim to fame. And I loved doing acting, and I loved just being in front of that camera. Well, I ended up meeting somebody shortly thereafter who I thought was going to be my Prince Charming. He was handsome and tall, blue eyes, and he was an entrepreneur. So he was very determined and he had a lot of clout about him. And he started to court me, sent me flowers and gifts, took me to baseball games. I'm still a diehard Dodgers fan to this day, even though we didn't make the World Series. However, I really loved the attention. I loved the idea of love. And with his courtship, he promised the world to me. And he encouraged me to move in with him very short into our relationship. So I did. I left my congregation, I left my friends, left family members, and moved in with Paul. And when I was there, things started to become rocky. I didn't know what I was facing. I had no red flags. So that first time when my head went through the drywall, I had no idea that I was experiencing domestic violence. I listened to the words that came out of his mouth. And I remember when he had pushed me so hard that my head went through it. I stepped forward and looked behind me, and all I could think was, I need to patch this hole, not that I need to run away. I ended up staying with Paul for over 4 years. And during those 4 years, I experienced all forms of domestic violence. See, a lot of people think that it's the marginalized communities. It's people who have experienced domestic violence in the home, people who have been in a lower economic status who experience domestic violence. But that is not accurate. Domestic violence can happen to anybody, whether you are white or black, rich or poor, male or female. And while I was in that relationship, Paul stole my identity. I had no idea who I was, and the words that he said discounted who I was, and then I felt worthless. So when I finally escaped that relationship 4 years later, I sat down in front of my computer, very similar to what we're doing now, and I began to document my story. And I just started to write out what it was that I went through. And with my theater arts background, I hired a coach and I hired a director. And with Jessica Lynn Johnson's assistance, I wrote and performed a 65-minute solo play about my experience in domestic violence. And when I performed that play, this was in 2015, 16, people started coming up to me and telling me their stories of abuse. And that's when I felt a calling from God to do something more. Now, if you're watching this and if you're listening to this and if this resonates with you, know that you are worthy and that your story matters. And I'm learning this every single day because I get to now work with so many individuals who have heart-wrenching stories that they are now turning into legacies, missions, ministries, movements, and nonprofits. So after I had performed and I felt that calling to do more, I started a nonprofit organization called Unsilenced Voices. We began in West Africa, so expanding from Ghana to Sierra Leone to Rwanda. And in 2022, we gifted over $33,000 to US survivors of not just domestic violence, but also human trafficking and sexual abuse issues. The bulk of our programming still to this day is in Sierra Leone. We have a sponsor, a survivor program. You could get more information at sponsorasurvivor.org, or you can go to unsilencedvoices.org. But our girls are flourishing. And earlier this year, which is 2023, and I do know that this is evergreen. So it was about February 2023 that I flew to Sierra Leone with the Fixers TV show, and we built a cassava processing plant for one of the villages that we support there, helping with financial literacy, helping with education and economics in that village, which then put a stop to a lot of the abuse issues that was happening. From there, in 2019, I wrote my first book called But I Love Him and started speaking and traveling worldwide. My second book, Your Ultimate Breakthrough, will actually be published next year in 2024. And we are publishing our first volume of our anthology, Breaking the Silence, Voices of Survivors, December 15th in 2023. So very exciting, a lot of amazing things happening. But I want to touch upon three major things. The first thing is oftentimes the story that we tell ourselves is the story that we live by. So what I mean by that is we are our worst critics. That means that if you say, damn it, Michelle, why'd you do that? Or, oh my gosh, that's so stupid. Or why can't you do this better? These little words that we think are insignificant because we tell it to ourselves, we don't speak it out loud necessarily. They have long-lasting implications to the halt of our growth. So that means if you continually use negative language about yourself internally, then it inhibits you from the growth that you want. So if you are given this vision, this mission to do more, yet you are hard on yourself, you don't give yourself the time, the effort, the uplifting that you deserve, then oftentimes that will halt us from where we are meant to be. So I encourage you to not allow the stories that we tell ourselves to define who we are, which leads me to this second point. Words, right? Words and language are hugely influential in our society. And oftentimes other people will use language and words to us that maybe will make us think differently about where we're going or who we are. And we oftentimes allow those words to define us. We allow those words and those phrases to dictate who we are. And I encourage you to not listen to those words. I'm going to tell you a quick story, and I know I only have a couple of minutes here. But the story was, I had taken a trip to Italy, shortly after leaving my abusive relationship. And this trip to Italy was more self-care, right? A lot of just relieving the heaviness that was inside of me. While I was there, I was with a friend of mine. And in Positano, if you've ever been, Positano, Italy has a lot of stairs. I mean, miles and miles of stairs that go straight up. So my friend and I were at the bottom, and we had a few glasses of wine, and I believe that she may have had one or two too many. And we had to go on this long hike up these stairs, start walking up these stairs. And this was way before I started the nonprofit. I started talking to her about some ideas that I had about creating a nonprofit organization, creating a movement to create change. And the first thing that she had told me is, I don't have the education to start the organization. And I started to think to myself, well, you know, she's right. I am uneducated. I went to 1 year of college, didn't graduate college, and I have no experience in running a nonprofit. She said that because I have no experience, then the organization would fail. And I started to second guess myself. I started to question whether starting this organization would be beneficial or not, whether starting this organization was what I was supposed to do, whether that calling that I heard from God was actually coming from him, or if I was supposed to listen to the words that came out of her mouth. You know, for a couple of weeks, I allowed that to change me. I allowed that direction to shift. And then I said, screw it. And that's the one thing that I've learned in speaking on stages worldwide and sharing stages with Katie and many of the speakers here. It doesn't matter the negative things that other people say, because you don't want their lives. You want the lives of people who uplift you and motivate you, who are there for you and saying, go, girl, go, just like my mommy and my daddy do from up in heaven. So I encourage you to not allow others to define who you are. And the last thing that I want to talk about quickly is how you can not only build a legacy to leave for generations to come, but build a legacy with your story so that you can live that legacy today. Legacy isn't just what you leave behind. Legacy is about how you use your voice to make a difference. Now, our team, we are very entrenched in encouraging other people to speak up about things that they have gone through, because it is only through words that we can create sustainable change around the planet. It is only through our language and our expression that we can actually change some of the injustices that are happening. People don't know what they don't know. So if we stay silent, then they will never understand. And then you can actually use your voice to create missions and ministries, to create nonprofits and movements, to create businesses to where you are successful financially, but you are also successful with your legacy, how you live your life. See, it is not just about finances that make you happy. And we know that there's a lot of wealthy individuals that are extremely unhappy. It's how you live your life that matters. And living that legacy is what matters to you. And it's what other people look towards. So if you are wanting to leave that lasting legacy for your family members, your children, show them that it is possible for you to live your dreams now. And that is taking action every single day and putting one foot in front of the other, not allowing your circumstances to define who you are, but you defining those circumstances, because your legacy exists in you and you can build whatever it is that you put your mind to. You can find information about Legacy Camp, about our Breaking the Silence Voices of Survivors book collaboration we do yearly, also about other events and products that we have. If you go to michellejewsbury.com, again, Michelle, Michelle, Jewsbury, JEWSBURY.com. One last thing before Katie hops back on is, I know sometimes this is quite heavy, so I want to leave you with something fun. There's a movie that I've watched multiple times in the past, and I always end interviews and summits like this. But this movie is called Finding Nemo. And yes, it's an animated film, but in Finding Nemo, there's a fish called Dory. And Dory swims around and she gets lost all the time and doesn't know what she's doing. However, the one thing that she always says to herself is just keep swimming. So I encourage you watching this, if you're experiencing pain or trauma, if you've had some things come up from your past, I encourage you to just keep swimming and keep putting one foot in front of the other. Thank you so much, Katie. Thank you so much for having me here.
Oh my goodness, that was incredible. Thank you, Michelle. Every time I hear you speak, I take a new piece of information away. And I can't thank you enough. I mean, from the bottom of my heart and all of the ladies listening, and I think we even have a few gentlemen listening as well. It takes a lot to be vulnerable. It takes a lot to be willing to have the courage to share those stories. And the fact that you can do it on such a public stage means that other people can give themselves permission to use their words and to express what's, happened in their world, because your perception is your reality, and your reality matters, and what you go through matters. And what you do, Michelle, is you give people the ability to look deep within themselves and realize that they matter. So thank you for giving us that gift today. Everybody who's watching, I hope you rewatch and you take down those notes, because what Michelle does in the world is really, truly remarkable. And I, from personal experience, know that I couldn't have gotten through a lot of what I've been through in my world without her listening ears. So she's incredible. And you have to check out michellejewsbury.com. Check out everything she does. If you're in a position to help unsilenced voices, please do it in any way possible, whether it's through sharing of social media, whether it's through a donation, or opening up your own story so that you can encourage other people to be unsilenced. Be that courage, be that person that will believe that another attempt will result in a different outcome. So thank you, Michelle. I have one last question for you, though, and
Okay.
I'm asking everybody this. For your 9-year-old self or your 7-year-old self that, is walking down behind your parents in the Walmart, what piece of advice would you give her to have had maybe a little bit more of a flourished life rather than discounting herself? What piece of counsel would you give her?
Wow, that's a tough question. So I think that one of the main pieces of advice that I would give my younger self is it's not always my fault, and that I don't have to take on everybody else's problems. So, now being, I'm going to age myself, but in my 40s, I've grown to realize that even though I work with victims and thrivers and survivors of ailments and abuses, it's not up to me to take that upon myself. And growing up, I used to take other people's problems and try to fix them all the time, right? No wonder why I do what I do now. However, it's not my responsibility. It's their responsibility to change their behaviors, because I can't change anybody. So not take on everything. That was a long answer to
that's awesome. I was having a conversation with a girlfriend of mine not too long ago, and we're always growing, right? I'm hoping, because as ladies, as humans, I mean, if you stopped learning and growing, you might as well be dead, right? Is that the saying? Something like that. Nobody's perfect. We're always moving, always growing, always developing. And she keeps having these problems with her friends, right? And I said to her, okay, so you've been handed, you're on this perpetual cycle. It happens every 6 months to a year. Now, what are you going to do about it? Because clearly something needs to change. And you can't take on people's problems. You can't, you cannot always control the hand of cards you're dealt, but you sure as heck can control what you do and how you play those cards. And so I love that you say that, because we can't take it all on, but we can do what we can for ourselves. And when we do that for ourselves, we help the world. So
Yep.
awesome. Well, thank you again so much for your time. I know you're super busy, but you have like the biggest heart of anybody I know. And I'm so grateful that you joined the Ladies Take Control first virtual inaugural summit. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Katie. And thank you to everybody watching out there.
All right. Ciao. Hey ladies, you are in for a treat. The Ladies Take Control community was able to, I don't even know how we did this. We have a 5 times New York Times best-selling author, a global financial literacy expert. She has advised 2 US presidents and has written 28 books. It is incredible that we have the one and only Sharon Lecture on our virtual stage. When I greeted her today, I was like, oh my gosh, this is the best day of my life, because it really is. And ladies, you are going to learn so much from Sharon. Sharon, welcome to our virtual stage.
Thank you, Katie. I'm delighted to be with you. Thank you for creating this event to help women.
Oh, I'm so excited. So there's so much I want to ask you. And I'm going to start off with a reel that I just saw online a little while ago. And I think it's important to talk about and kickstart the conversation with. You said, if you're feeling behind, remember that Carl Jung said, life really does begin at 40. Until then, you're just researching. I'd love to hear your thoughts behind that and what women should really take from that statement.
Well, research also shows that your mind is at its peak between the ages of 50 and 90. And I like that stat because I'm turning 70 in January. So I like that statistic. And what happens is so many people say, I'm too old. And they think that the last chapter was the last chapter. No, the last chapter was just preparing you for the next chapter. And it's never too old. You're never too old to start something new. I mean, you've all probably heard of the little thing, the bra strap holder, right? The lady that created that was 75, and she led that company until she was 85. And so successful businesses solve a problem and serve a need. And there's no age requirement on that. And what happens is so many of us, we have an issue, we have something that stops us in our tracks, and we let it define us. And we say, oh, life is over. Well, no, you're still standing up. You're still breathing. You have an opportunity to add value to the world. So say, okay, that happened. Let's learn from it. And from that, use that as a launching pad for the next very best chapter of your life.
Ugh, I mean, I know there's so many women watching right now, and even myself, that needs to hear advice from that, from someone who's lived it too. You're not just telling us this is the way it is. You have experienced it, and you're continuously getting better and with experience. And I love, happy birthday, by the way, early birthday. That's incredible. And your mind is at its peak, which means we haven't seen anything yet from Sharon Lecture. We are going to keep seeing so much more. A lot of women also find themselves sort of stuck. You get married, you have kids, or maybe you choose not to get married and don't have kids, and you have that weigh heavy on yourself, on your conscience. But when it comes to money and creating wealth for women, not only do we stop ourselves because we think, oh, we're too old, or oh, we're at a milestone, or oh, that bad thing that happened. We also think, oh, I just wish I had more of. I wish I could create more wealth, but I don't know how, or I can't, or I'm not capable. Being the author of Think and Grow Rich for Women and How Money Works for Women, can you give us, a few tips on how we eradicate that notion that A, we're not capable or it's too late, and B, what steps we should start taking in order to create that wealth we're after?
Well, thank you, Katie. It's obviously a huge issue for me that I want to wake women up, because too many times we kind of put our head in the sand and we're afraid because we're not taught about money. We're not taught about it in school. We're not taught at home. And so we are fearful. We don't understand the vocabulary of money. And so what happens is you end up, if you do get married, you kind of turn it over to your husband. You just freeze up. And I want to help people turn that scarcity mindset into an abundance mindset, because the first step is to figure out where you are financially. And even if the picture is bleak, you're going to feel empowered because you've taken action. Life is about taking action and standing in your own power. And, at the beginning of your question, you talked about other people's influence on you. And I think it's really important because so many women live their life through the eyes of others, the roles they play, the wife, the mother, the grandmother, the aunt. And so we're not standing in our own power. So if you become the best you can become, then you'll be a better wife, mother, grandmother. But too many times we give up our power to trying to live a life that somebody else thinks we should. Don't do that, because you were made perfect. You were made uniquely perfect to be you, not me, not Katie, not someone else. And so stand in your own power. You've been given great gifts, great opportunity. And it's up to you to take the action to build that financial wealth. And unfortunately, we don't teach people about my favorite word on earth, assets. And so we want more money, we work harder, we get a second job, we go work overtime. And the problem is you're your only asset. It's not what you do for your paycheck that determines your financial future. It's what you do with your paycheck that determines it. Are you going to let the money just flow through your fingers, buy the expensive purse, or are you going to turn around and invest it, buy, build, and create income producing assets? Let that asset sit there. It's like your employee working hard for you 24/7. And then from the income, the cash flow from your assets, you can buy the expensive purse. But get the assets in line first. Have them generating cash flow that allows you to live the life you deserve.
So where does a woman, and where does she start? I hear you with the assets. I know that, but okay, so I've got some extra money. I'm sharing everything that you're saying makes so much sense, but where do I start? How do I acquire these assets?
Well, it's going to sound like a pitch, but it really is the truth. I just released this book right over my shoulder, How Money Works for Women, and it's appropriate for your show because it's Take Control or Lose It. So it's all about taking control. And in the book, we address women from every decade of life, from 19 to 86. I love this book. I'm so proud of it, because women face different financial issues, from going to college, which of course is a male-female issue, starting a business, planning for a wedding, and then maybe being in your 30s and escaping an abusive relationship with 2 children and having to start over, or having a child with special needs that makes you redefine how you make money, and the ability for you to be there to take care of your child. And then one that is just pervasive in today's society, a woman in her 50s, 60s who has a long-term marriage. She's looking forward to retirement. Her husband comes home and divorces her. And she has no credit in her own name because he did everything. And she's devastated. All of a sudden, her standard of living drops because she has no credit. She can't get credit because of her age. Maybe she's not working, or maybe her income isn't the level it needs to be. And so it's really important for women to understand to create their own financial well-being, establish their own credit rating so that they buffer themselves when these happen. And it may not be a divorce. It may be that you're in your 60s and your husband dies and you're not on anything. You can't access any of your wealth because everything was in his name. So these things happen, and they happen every single day. So I'm on a mission with this book and with my speeches that I talk to women around the world, because it's not just American women. It's women, no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak. Women need to take control of their financial lives, because we are in a position, we're going to be inheriting $30 trillion over the next couple of decades. And so we have a responsibility to understand how to receive it, how to invest it, and how to have it grow for future generations. We also, and people don't really understand this, if 42% of our households here in America, the woman is the primary breadwinner. That's a huge change in social dynamics. And with that comes a responsibility to know how to be the master of your money and be able to manage it so it can grow.
Yeah, so I wrote a book, best-selling book called Custom Her Experience, and I studied the physiological differences between men and women and why women buy versus why men buy. And the one stat that rings like in my ears constantly is that women influence $43 trillion of worldwide spending annually. And so not only do I hear that we are receiving this money over the next decade, but we're also responsible for how it goes back out into the world economically. And when 42% of women are the breadwinners, it all aligns that we do need to become financially literate,
Right.
because we are having money slip through our fingers and we don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, the
Uh,
stats show that we actually are responsible for 85% of consumer purchases.
yes.
And I would venture to say we probably have a strong influence on the other 15%. So you're
Oh, for sure. They say 3 to 4, we influence 3 to 4 generations, like within our world, within our sphere, 3 to 4 generations of purchasing. So whether that's, my sister, my brother, my mom, my grandparents, we all have this influence, within our orbit. So it's quite, when you step back, and every time I talk about the female consumer or women in general, I think, do we really realize the power we actually hold? Which goes back to the beginning of our conversation, where we do need to stand in our own power, because we are powerful. We just have to believe it.
Well, and it's really, people say, well, I don't have the education. We don't need the education today to create success in your life. You can find the education that you need. It's not necessarily attending classes, it's reading, educating yourself, finding the right community to surround you with. One of the biggest issues, Katie, is that women don't seek out people to challenge them, to educate them. We stay in the same environment, and it's kind of comfortable. But what happens is when you get comfortable,
Yeah.
you get complacent. And when you're complacent, there's a crisis, your life goes into chaos. And the only way to get out of that is to become curious and creative and start learning again. And so let's not get complacent. Let's not get comfortable. Always challenge yourself. I always ask people, when was the last time you did something for the first time? And as I said, I'm entering the 7th decade of my life, and it's something, okay, I better pay attention because I still challenge myself. It keeps you young, keeps you moving.
Yeah.
When was the last time you did something for the first time?
Ladies, you need to write that down. When is the last time you did something for the first time? And challenge yourself to answer honestly, everyone who's watching and listening, because often, like Sharon says, we do get complacent and we do get comfortable, and so comfortable that we're dishonest with ourselves. We're almost afraid to look ourselves in the mirror and be like, oh, yeah, I am living that complacent life. You talked, Sharon, about creating this community and, surrounding yourself with people that aren't necessarily comfortable. Do you have any advice or counsel on how women can level up their circle and how they can, find and reach out to women that will help them strive to be better and become non-complacent?
Well, absolutely. There's lots of organizations. Some may be very well in your own community where women come together to support each other. There are women investing groups. There are women business entrepreneurship groups. Some that are at, just as for beginning with, like NABO, National Association of Women Business Owners, all the way up to Women Presence Organization that I was on the national board for over 20 years, where women that have successful businesses in excess of $1 to $2 million, depending on whether it's service or products, get together every month to support each other. It's like a peer counseling group, almost like your strategic board of advisors.
Yeah.
And so the organizations are there. You just need to start looking for them. Find someone who's successful in what you want to do and find out who their advisors are. Find out what kind of opportunities you have to understand your local market, your national market, your international market. But most importantly, also to have that power of association. I speak about the power of association a lot. In my first book with the foundation, Napoleon Hill Foundation, 3 Feet from Gold, I talked about your personal success equation. And that is really, no numbers in it, so don't panic. But P plus T is your passion and your talent. And so love what you do what you love. Well, my passion came from anger that we weren't teaching kids about money in school. Plus your talent, I spent as a CPA for many, many years. I was in publishing. And so I combine those two to start working towards financial literacy, but that's not enough. And most of us stop there. We think we have to do everything on our own. But the next element is times A, power of association. Who's on your team? Who's your mentor? Who's advising you? A mentor is going to steer you around pitfalls, open doors of opportunity, help you speed your way to your success. The stats are there. If you have a mentor, you're likely to make 87% more money because they're going to help you get there quicker. Times A, taking action. How many times do we know what we're supposed to do? We just don't do it because of that complacency, right?
Yeah.
So your
Or
passion
fear. Or
yes,
fear.
or fear. And that's the next element. Passion plus talent times power of association times taking action. And all of it is wrapped with a big plus F, faith. Having faith in yourself, having faith in what you're doing, having faith that you will succeed, and having faith that you're on the right path. And too many times that F is fear, holding people back. When I have a new mentoring client, which I just love my mentoring clients, I go through this formula with them. I do it on every talk, every interview, because within it holds the power of identifying what's holding you back. And it's usually the power of association and faith. And they go hand in hand. When you have the right people on your team, you're surrounding yourself with the right people. And we all have bad days. You have a bad day, they don't want to let you stay there. So they go hand in hand. And so analyze that. You can go to personalsuccessequation.com and get a free ebook where I take you through that process so you can identify things that you might be able to change or people that you might want to add to your power of association. They can help you accelerate your success.
Ah, gosh, I mean, sign me up. I want you to mentor me. My goodness. It's, I've had challenges in my life. So everything that you're saying, I'm a survivor of domestic abuse. I'm a single mom. I'm that girl that gave everything to him and then left with nothing. And I've had to put my big girl pants on and get moving and take my passion and my talent. So my complete passion for women and giving them opportunities. My talent is my voice, and I'm an author, and put that together. And the next step is the association. It is 100%. And so I think every single woman that's listening and watching this right now, the power of association and mentorship. I mean, that's what this talk, this community is giving to you, because now all of a sudden you have these free gifts from Sharon Lecture or Loral Langemier or, Alison Maloni, any of the people that have spoken today, the women that have spoken today. You have now the ability to go, okay, I can hire one of these girls as my mentor. I have an ability to work with them. I all of a sudden have a door open. So Sharon, you say you mentor clients, and how can somebody reach out to you and say, put their hand up and say, I'm ready. I want to take that next step.
Absolutely. Thank you. If you go to SharonLecture.com, there is a form there where you fill out what you're looking for, and then my team will call you to discuss and to make sure you get the right program. From a digital program that's inexpensive to year-long mentoring that can go on indefinitely, where I literally step into your world and support you. Those clients are few, we don't take a lot of them, but I love my mentoring clients. I would invite you all to go to SharonLecture.com and fill out the form. We also have a group mentoring program that is twice a month that is a lot of fun with very similar entrepreneurs. And so that's something that is much more cost effective. And then if you just need a shot in the arm for Sharon Lecture, when COVID started, when I get mad about something, I start a new company. I'll just say
I love it.
So I got mad with all the negativity. And so I started a program called ATMs, Daily ATMs. It's abundance, tips, and mentorship. And it really is every single day. I just did my 1300th message. Wow. Every day you get a message from me that talks about something to lift your day, to lift your mindset, to get rid of the scarcity mindset, to be able to really start your day knowing that you're fabulous. I'll end every single one of them saying, you are fabulous. Say it with me. I am fabulous. And because I think we just need that pat on the back. And so that's something you can go to atm.sharonlecture.com to find out more about that and to sign up. It's very, very inexpensive, but it really is that shot in the arm. And so many people have just found joy and really gotten through some negative things because they started their day with something positive.
That's one thing that I whenever a woman comes to me or man person comes to me and it's like, oh, how do you keep going? I'm like, every day in the morning, it's the first thing I think about is I'm standing up, I'm taking a breath, I have another shot at whatever it is I want to achieve. And so I'm so grateful you're doing something like that for the women and men out there, because sometimes we do need that little bit of a push, and our world isn't as bleak as we
and you're not, and you realize you're not alone. So.
Right. You're not, out in your mind and going nuts all on your own. All right. Well, oh my goodness. I have one last question. I could talk to you for hours, but I'm going to respect your time. I have one question I've been asking every single speaker at the end of our time together. I know you have daughters, and I know you were once a young woman, and you are still thriving and growing. And so what would you tell your daughters or your younger self? What counsel, what piece of advice would you give in order to have a happy, fulfilled, fruitful, and like life full of joy and positivity? What piece of advice would you give her?
Well, thank you, Katie. Let me first say what I usually say to people who ask me, well, what I say to my younger self. I say I that's looking back. And I think in this world, we have to always look forward. I would not be who I am right now in this chair if all the things in my life hadn't happened to me, good and bad. I mean, I lost a son 11 years ago. And so it's really, could I change that? I would definitely. But that's wasted thought power today, because we can't change the past. We can only look forward. We are all where we are today because of the choices we made before today. If you want something different, you want something better, just start making different choices. And so with my daughter, she is such an incredible young woman. She is a national expert in dementia care, so totally different industry. But she has found a way to use her unique talents to make a huge difference. And so identify your talent, stand tall, and find those right people that can help you explode your talent to impact the greatest number of people. Don't judge yourself through the eyes of others. Too many of us, we have this thought process, I'm not good enough, I'm not thin enough, I'm not young enough. Forget it. That's the devil talking. Get them off your shoulder and realize that you're perfect just the way you are. Surround yourself with people who believe in you, who want to support you. And yeah, maybe they're going to kick you in the you know what, but you have the right to create great success. So you take your power and share it with the world.
Oh, that's the most brilliant answer. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. And ladies that are listening, this is, I know we see Sharon online, but this is such a treat. And so thank you so much, Sharon, for your time and your knowledge and your wisdom. We have all benefited from it. So thank you so much. And everyone listening, make sure you get out and get Think and Grow Rich for Women and How Money Works for Women, because that's where it starts, is knowledge. You need to lean into knowledge and learn, how to take that next step. So thank you again for your time and for everything you give.
If they order it through my website, SharonLecture.com, I'll autograph it for them. So
amazing. There we go. Even better. So order it through her website, SharonLecture.com, so that we can get an autograph book. I will be doing that. I have the books, but I want an autographed one. So I will be ordering one again, and I'm going to pass it on to my daughter so she can read it. Thank you so much, Sharon. Have an incredible day.
Thank you, Katie. It's been a pleasure.
All right, we are back with another incredible speaker. I absolutely love that we actually have a few males on our ticket for all you ladies to learn from, because it's really important. You know, we talk about closing the gap of equality and showing up in the world. And it's awesome when there's men supporting women as well as women supporting women. So we have Jon Kovach Jr. with us up next, global mastermind leader, international motivational speaker. Oh my gosh, it just keeps going. #1 best-selling author, business and sales expert, and accountability leader through the irrefutable laws of high performance. But that's not what I'm excited about, ladies. What I'm excited about here is the fact that Jon is going to tell us, he's going to counsel us, he's going to inspire us with a talk called Messages from Mom. And now, not every one of us ladies on this incredible event are moms, although I'm sure we are a caregiver or a caretaker for someone in your life. And I think it's really inspirational that we have a gentleman coming on and teaching us what he's learned from his mom, which means there's something that you can take out of it. Welcome to the virtual stage, Jon. I'm so excited to have you here.
Katie, thank you so much for this opportunity. And I just cannot wait to share my message, but to pour into females and women all over the world, because they matter and they're so important. And I got to share with you specifically that, you know, the power to mother is something that is it's an unbridled talent, skill, and power. And what happens with the mothering capacity is that it is one of the most powerful forces on this earth. You've ever heard of this term? She's called Mother Nature. Yeah, Mother Nature is undefeated. She cannot be stopped. Therefore, when you respect and know the power of motherhood, whether you're a mom who's born children or you didn't do that, it doesn't matter. The mothering power is one of the most powerful skills, talents, and abilities that we can fathom in this lifetime. And I'm here to tell that story. But
I can't wait. And I'm sure everyone listening right now is just like incredibly anxious to know what you've learned, because we do, as moms, we go out there and we you know, and as women, not just moms, because it's just natural in our DNA to care for people, and we try to give back, and we try to put others before ourselves, and often we unfortunately put ourselves last. But I know that you're going to share ways where we don't necessarily need to put ourselves last, and we can still have everything we want and serve those around us.
absolutely. And thank you for that, because you're absolutely right. I've got to tell you all that when it comes to my professional background, I fully recognize that women raised me in the professional environment. I started in a career of public relations where 95% of the population of professionals in that industry are women. And they truly gave me the principles for success. Now, if that's not motherhood, I don't know what is, because really where I've come from started with the mothering of and abilities to teach, train, and mentor other people. And that comes from that power. But it didn't just start in my professional career. In fact, let's go all the way back to 12-year-old Jon. And at 12 years old, we were a struggling family. We didn't have much. And so in order to be a normal family and go on vacations when everyone else was going places fun and cool and amazing during spring break, in order to fit in and not be that family that didn't do anything, we had to hustle. We had to do some side stuff. So the entrepreneurial journey for me began at 12 years old. And my mom came up with a great idea. She started a vending machine business. We would go to Costco. We would buy a bunch of bulk items like snacks and candy bars. And then at the house, we would prepare them in these, not machines, but these cardboard boxes. And then we would deliver them to corporate office spaces. And in the corner of these little boxes was a can that said 50 cents honor code, please. And every week we would go back to these office places and we would pick up and we would take the profits. We would exchange the boxes with replenished boxes, and it worked like a vending machine. And we made enough money to be a normal family, to go on fun vacations like to Mount Rushmore in the United States, or to go on road trips to see crazy cool things like national parks and just really, really fun stuff. And this was all possible through the vision and entrepreneurship of my mother. But I got to tell you guys, my mom's life was cut way, way too short, because in 2022, she passed away from a condition called pulmonary fibrosis. She received a new pair of lungs 7 years prior, and she set records as a double lung transplant recipient. She was an amazing woman. And her life, other than battling pulmonary fibrosis and cancerous cells and medications and heart attack and all the things that come with major, major procedures, her life was not defined by those 7 years of medical and recovery, but her life of living and love. I've got so many lessons I want to share in such a short amount of time. So here we go. I've got to tell you this. Although our lives may be cut short, way too short in the reference and an example of my mother's, there are 5 quick messages I want to share with you on how you can leave a legacy and have those who have gone before us, whose shoulders we stand on, that we can carry on the legacy of greatness, but mostly for ourselves to have fulfillment and joy and purpose. I got to tell you, the first lesson I ever share is that my mom taught me to fill your life with things of love. And I told you that we started our entrepreneurial journey very, very young. And she taught me that it didn't matter if you were selling candy bars and chips, or if you were a lawyer at the biggest law firm in New York City, that you've got to fill your time with things that you love. If you don't, you will have wasted your life spending your time doing things because it paid the bill or because it filled a void. But truly, you can find joy and love in everything you do. I worked for a major corporation, and I loved the people I worked with. I didn't necessarily love writing press releases every day, although I give it to those who spend their lives doing that. It wasn't my joy and love, but I had the ability to serve people in a capacity that gave me so much confidence that really ignited my entrepreneurial journey as I went off to become a motivational speaker, a coach, a mentor, and all of those great things. The second principle my mom taught me, Katie, was that I should never waste time pursuing anything other than my dreams. I got to tell you, my childhood was built on one dream, and that was the Olympic dream. I wanted to be an Olympic athlete since I was like a 5-year-old. We were watching the Olympics on television, and I saw these track and field athletes running around the track and crossing the finish line on television. So I went upstairs and I found the closest thing that looked like those spandex singlets that they were wearing. It was my sister's nightgown, and I thought that made me feel fast. So I put on my sister's nightgown and I ran out into the front yard and I started running circles around the blocks as fast as I could, yelling at the top of my lungs, "I'm going to be an Olympic athlete. I'm going to be an Olympic athlete." The neighbors were worried, and my dad's look on his face was terrified that, oh no, what has my son got into? But I'll tell you, that dream never went away, because in that time, I knew that I was going to be great. And as I chased this athletic career in my younger years, I remember something, and it was my mom. The first face that I ever saw when I finished any race, when I crossed that finish line, when I broke every record, when I won many awards, it's my mom. She was there. She was my number one fan. And that reminded me of the lesson she taught me, which is that you should never waste time pursuing anything other than your dreams. That dream, I fulfilled it. I got to college. I trained for the Olympics in 2012, and I got to a place where I said, I am fulfilled. I am ready to make the next transition in my life. And that was a beautiful lesson and powerful tool that she gave me.
That's awesome. You know, so there's women out there that are like, yeah, I have these dreams and I'm finding it hard. I don't know how to keep going after them. I'm busy. I'm we might have some younger ladies out there that are, just starting out in the world, but we also have some some more mature ladies that are seasoned in life and in the next season of their life. What would your mother or you, from what you've learned from your mom, counsel those ladies to still figure out a way to go after their dream when maybe it doesn't seem quite possible?
I love this question and I love this subject because if you're close to your mom, and I admit, you guys, I am the biggest mama's boy, even to today. I miss my mother dearly, but I am the biggest mama's boy. And there was not a single day when I had a hard moment where I didn't think first to call my mom, right? Or because, she just has the gift. She has the ability to walk you through it, to talk you through it, to ease your pain and bring your stress levels down. Mom was the answer. And we all know that. And if it's a mom or a dad, a mentor, a friend, they all have that healing capability. So it doesn't have to be a literal mom, but in this aspect, it's mom, right? And it was my mom. And I love your question, Katie, because what advice would that mom give? What was the advice she always gave? And for me, it was treat everyone with kindness and respect. And the world will cater to your command. I'm going to repeat that one more time in case you're writing this down at home. Treat everybody with kindness and respect, and the world will cater to your every command. Because kindness and respect really goes a long way. The powers of gratitude and love are far more reaching than the skill sets of writing a press release or sending an email or developing a project. Those are important tactics and strategies amongst the processes of achieving our goals. But at the end of the day, kindness and respect. And let me get into that a little bit deeper because I do have a story about that. I mean, I trained and campaigned and also pursued a position at a national level. I was seeking a vice president's executive board position for the Public Relations Society of America. And when I called my mom for the last piece of advice before I walked on stage to give my speech, she reminded me of something. She said that if I treat people with kindness and respect, that they'll vote me in based on who I am and not what I say. And I remember going to every meeting, opening every door, holding every elevator, even though everyone in the elevator is like, no, we can't pack any more people in here. I did everything I could to just be kind and respectful to people. And I got to admit, the opponents that I went up against in this race, far more qualified, far better than I was. But I was elected by a landslide. And it was because of the respect and love and kindness that advice was given to me by my mom. Mm-hmm. And an even deeper part to this, Katie, is that the choice to serve others will always take you farther than the education, any certificate, and any accolade. And that's number 4. But let me skip ahead to number 5 as we sort of wrap this up, is that loving others is important. But loving yourself makes all the dreams possible. So if you're in one of those moments, if you're down in the dumps, if you cannot for sure see the clarity in front of you to which your dreams are, or where you're headed, or what you're doing, or why you're even doing it, remember that you can be kind and respectful to everybody. And those principles will take you far. But by loving yourself, you will find the accelerated powers that ignite every little thing within your being to achieve what you want. My advice to everyone here, and the advice that I perpetuate through the love and care and the value of my mom, who I know I've gotten emotional a couple of times here, but I want to share with you that you got to stop wasting time and really leave a legacy by focusing on things that you love. Okay. Fill your life with things you love. Don't waste time pursuing anything other than your dreams. Treat everyone with kindness and respect. The choice to serve others will take you further than any education, certificate, or accolade. And last is love others, but importantly, love yourself. And that will make every dream possible, because the cost of personal fulfillment relies on your ability to decide to be disciplined and to remain disciplined. And that comes from the life and legacy of my mom. And I take that message and I share it with all of you as well.
Oh, thank you so much, Jon. And so much of what you say rings true. And unfortunately, a lot of it, especially that last piece, the loving yourself piece, is actually really hard for us ladies to do. Men are given, I mean, it's physiologically just more, it's easier for men to just love themselves and have that confidence. For women, it is a lot harder, and it's something that we can't put by the wayside. We do have to love ourselves. You know, we the airplane says, you know, put your oxygen mask on first before you help someone else. And it's because you cannot help someone else if your cup isn't full. You cannot feel and give love unless you love yourself. You cannot serve others unless you serve yourself, because you won't have the strength to do so. So I think the key message in all of this, and I love that you ended with it, is the fact that, yeah, ladies, you're here right now. You signed up for this event because you're showing yourself some love, and you're teaching and being open to the teachings of all these fantastic speakers, including Jon. Now, Jon, I ask every single speaker this one question. If you had, in your mail, so I'm going to tweak it a little bit. If you had a daughter and you were to give her one piece of advice, one piece of counsel, so she could have a fruitful, joyful, and loving life, a full life, what would that counsel be?
Oh man, Katie, coming out with the guns, because that is truly one of my greatest aspirations. Number one is to be a father, and truly to be a father to a daughter, because if I can ever pass on the legacy of my mom, it would be to one of my daughters. And so that is a dream, a goal, an aspiration, a wish of mine, and it will come true. I know for sure. I'll make it happen. But the advice I would give, the advice that I think passed down from my mom, is that last principle you and I spoke on, which is to love yourself. And loving others is important and will take you further than anything else. But the LOVE in yourself will absolutely shine through. And that honestly is, I mean, we can go back to anytime we struggled with math homework, and I'll wrap this up, but anytime we struggled with math homework, and when we struggle with math homework, we oftentimes think, I am stupid, I am dumb, I can't figure this out. Why can't I accept that? And I remember saying those things out loud. And I remember my mom coming into the room with that loving care and correcting me, suggesting I am not stupid, I am not dumb, I am not inadequate, but I am powerful beyond measure. I'm able to accomplish and do many great things. And that this might be difficult right now, but it doesn't mean it's impossible, because I am possible and that I am capable. So my advice to my daughter, as she will review this in years to come, is love yourself, and you are capable of all things.
Amazing. I love that. I love that. Well, thank you so much for joining us on this virtual stage, our inaugural Ladies Take Control of Your Life event. It will not be the last, so I hope we see you again. And I hope that you'll have many women that you mentor and guide join this community along the way, so that they can show themselves love. Thank you so much, Jon. So grateful. Have an awesome day. I am so excited to introduce this next speaker to our virtual stage. Not only is she an incredible woman, an incredible human, she is wicked smart, incredibly creative, and she is the founder and CEO of SCP Agency and Epic BDC, Robin Wilson. Welcome to the Ladies Take Control virtual stage.
Hello, friends, all my friends. I'm so happy to see all of you here.
Well, we're so excited to have you. And I know that, we're just going to get right into it and get off to the races. Your session today, Empowering Your Voice, Mastering Boundaries, communication, and goals is something every single human and lady that is on right now needs to dive deep into, understand, and actually live and action it. So why don't we start with mastering boundaries? Why is it
Sure.
important? How do we do it? What the heck is a boundary?
You know what's funny is I talk about boundaries all the time, and I tell people, I'm like, this is my superpower. And it really is, because I don't, and I can speak like as a woman, because our audience is going to be women, and I don't mean to be negating any men, because they need to have boundaries as well. However, boundaries are the rules that we live by, and the parameters, as you would, of how we let people in our lives, and what power we give them over what they have the right to either communicate with us or have an effect in our lives. So understanding your own limits, and what you're comfortable with, right? So if you're in the middle of a conversation with somebody and things start making you uncomfortable, a boundary has probably been breached, right? And so you have a choice at this point, and you have a choice to keep moving forward into this conversation that you're already uncomfortable in, or you have the option to stop and go, can we just stop for a second? Can we pump the brakes? Because I'm not really comfortable having this conversation with you. And I think back, a dear, dear, dear friend of mine, they're a couple, and they don't have children. And they don't have children because of a medical condition that she was born with, right? That she was born without the ability to carry children. And they're very involved in their church community. And a lot of times those boundaries can get really gray, especially when you're in an intimate setting, like in a church environment, right? And people would always come up to them and ask them, oh my gosh, when are you guys going to start a family? And she is a lot like I am, and he is very people pleaser. He's very kind, gentle man. And he would go, Ashley and I have, we're not going to have kids. We can't have children. And then everybody would go to that next step with them and go, oh, they had assumed that it was probably physical. And then they would go to the next step and go, oh, well, you guys can adopt or have foster kids or do whatever. Like that was just the natural extension that everybody should want that. And he's like, I just don't understand why we just keep having to answer these questions. I said, because you allowed the first question, you didn't stop right there. I said, had it been me and they had said, oh my gosh, when are you guys going to start a family and start having kids? I said, your next response could have been, Ashley and I have chose to not have children, and we're really not comfortable discussing this outside of our family. And there would have been no further discussion. There was nothing left to say, right? It wasn't rude. It wasn't mean. It was really just saying, this is my boundary. I said, I'm trying not to call him by name. I said, you know what? You only have to do that like 2 or 3 times. And I always liken it to when you go to the beach and you throw up one French fry and a seagull comes down and takes it. And without them making a sound, they go back up into the sky and they come back and there's like 4 seagulls with them. And then they go up and then there's like 30 seagulls with them, because for some of the seagull whisperers have told somebody that lady with the blue hair has French fries, right? And so the same thing with boundaries. Once you establish them, you only have to do it a couple of times, and those people are having conversations about you anyways somewhere, and they will go, you know what, they're just really not comfortable. It's very private for them, so I probably wouldn't bring that up. After a while, you don't even have to do it anymore. You've set that boundary, and it has been relayed to all of the people that would have crossed it. And so for me, boundaries are just those things, or conversations or environments that you're in that you're not comfortable being in, and most people don't know that they have the power to remove themselves from that. Expressing yourself in a boundary situation should use a lot of I words, because it's about you and it's not about them. Like, not that you shouldn't have asked me about that, you crossed a boundary, blah, blah, blah. You just have to go, I'm not comfortable with this. I don't feel like going there with you right now. I don't mean to offend you. I'm just not there right now where I want to talk about this. And then you can even let them know, what to expect going forward. If you can see in their face that you may have caused harm and you didn't mean to, and you can go, look, this has nothing to do with you. I appreciate you asking. I know that you didn't know that this was a sensitive subject for us, but I really am just not there yet where I would want to, but we can discuss anything else. I'll let you know if there's ever anything that I don't feel comfortable discussing. And now they feel in a safe space. They don't feel like, oh, you can't talk to him about anything. You can't talk to her about anything. She's sensitive about whatever. You've given them permission, but you've set a boundary on this one thing. So for me, initially, that's what it is on boundaries. Also, learning to say no. So it's so difficult for people to say no because we all just want to give, right? That's just who we are. And so I say no first. I check myself and go, like, let's say someone is asking me to participate in something or asking me to do something for them. I'm always no. And then I may come back and change it to a yes, but I'm going to start with a no because I need to analyze what I've already committed to, what I've already said yes to, what I've already, agreed to. And in the moment, it may sound like something I want to be a part of, but I just don't have the bandwidth for it. And so a lot of people never feel comfortable saying no. And you have to get really comfortable with no, and then reevaluate and go, hey, I did check my schedule and I am okay. Or this may be something that isn't even something that you want to be participating in, and the no saves you, and you can't even tell them, I say no first, and then I will get back to you if I can change that decision. But the no comes first. And I know that in business or in opportunities, everyone's like, say yes as much as possible. Okay, well, burn out as fast as you can. It's just not possible, right? And so I say no a lot, and especially if something doesn't align with me, like I'm really quick to go no. Like you can see me, you could be asking me about something and you can see me like I'm processing whatever, and if I can't see myself in that situation right now, I can't see like myself doing that thing, I'm just like, no, I mean, I don't think that's for me. And if I think of somebody that is for, I'll be glad to push them your way. Is that okay? And even that little asking them that permission at the end, I've already set my boundary and I'm smoothing their feathers as I do it, if that makes sense.
It makes complete sense. And I mean, it's especially with women. I mean, we wear a gazillion different hats. We, not just at work as a professional, but in our personal lives, we, to a fault, want to be nice and kind and giving. It's how we're physiologically made. But then in our family situations, I find those boundaries in our intimate situations are even harder to keep and harder to make. I do think that something you said towards the end there about whether or not an opportunity or situation aligns with you. And I'd like to kind of dig down a little bit deeper into that because, like, personally, I'm at a stage in my life where I am looking at my principles, and I'm making sure that every opportunity that comes my way and or relationship that comes my way is that if they're not in alignment with my principles, then it's an easy no. Like, I don't feel guilty for saying no because I know it's just not right for me, which means I'm not going to show up the way I should show up. It means it's not right for the other person. And most importantly, it's not right for what's going on in my world. So when you talk about being in alignment, I mean, take me down a little bit of a path and take these ladies down a little bit of a path. What does that mean for you? And I mean, I hear principles, but maybe it means something else.
Well, to me, I'll tell you, I own several businesses, and I'll let you guys know that my executive leadership team are all women. And so we've had to learn this the hard way, right? We've had to learn everything the hard way because I don't know. I guess that's just the only way women learn. Sometimes it feels like it. Here, let me just screw this up. Okay. So one of the things that was really important for us in business that we transitioned to our personal lives was establishing our core values, right? So our core values at my place of business, we spent 2 days offsite just hammering out what do we stand for? Who are we? We do everything with authenticity and integrity. We do the right thing no matter what. We are focused on family, fun, and freedom. Those are the things that there are so many things, but of the 7, those are one. We do merit-based opportunity for career advancement, not longevity, not anything else. It is merit-based. So every time we as a leadership team have to make a decision in business, and we're like, oh, what are we going to do here? Da, da, da. We just go back to our core values. And then we don't have to think about it anymore. Does this decision align with these core values? And we're like, nope. Okay, don't do it. End of story, don't do it. And so the important part of that is, and it's really a little bit more difficult because if you're married, you're going to have to sit down with your family and hammer these out. But a family should have what their core values are, that we believe in honest, open, transparent communication, no matter what. That just go through the things that these are our core values, that we will respect each other's boundaries, all of the things, right? And so then when you as a family or as a couple or even as a single person go, these are my core values, these belong to Katie, okay? Mm-hmm. These is what I've decided these 7 things are the way Katie is going to live her life. And then it doesn't matter when an opportunity comes and you're like, I don't know. You pull up your core values and you go, no, this doesn't align with my core values. And now you don't even have to think about it anymore. And it may change. Like it may be someday that your dynamic changes and your core values need to change a little bit. Sit down with whoever you're going to be establishing core values with and redraw them out again and go, I still believe in these 4 right here. I'm going to stick by these. Are you okay with these? And obviously, if someone's not aligned with your core values, why are they being added to the pot of soup? First of all. And then secondly, then go, what are your core values? And then see, can you incorporate those too? So once you get that established, and I'm telling you, it's not easy because your brain's just going to go overload. You're going to be Googling family core values and all of those things, right? To go, what do we believe? And then everybody has to buy in. And I'm going to tell you, there was a time, there was an incident one time in our business where Beverly had come to me and she was like, this thing right here, like this situation happened and I can either let it go or I can just go correct this thing over here and do whatever. And she's like asking me my advice on it. And I'm like, what does this say? We do the right thing with integrity and authenticity every time. So make the decision based on that and quit asking me questions because I don't need to be in a decision. If you can make that decision based on that, then we're good to go. And she was like, that's all I needed to know. And she turned around and went back and did the thing. And so that is even a boundary, right? But those are the tight boundaries for yourself and for your family. And like I said, take some quiet time. We call it clarity breaks. Within our leadership team, we will take clarity breaks once a month where just all by myself, I will go to a coffee shop or somewhere really quiet and sit in the back. Not a Starbucks. There's one here in town that has these big squishy sofas in the back and it's dimly lit and has art hanging everywhere. And I'll go and I'll put my earbuds in and I'll just play some meditation music. And then I go, I don't even know what I'm supposed to think about that day. And then whatever is the top of my mind thing will boil up. And then I will start chunking down on the clarity break. Whenever we did our core values, we did that as well. And then we all brought our lists together and a lot of them already overlapped and we reworded them so that they made sense. And there was probably started out with like 20 of them and we narrowed them down to like the top 7. And so that can be a really great place to start personally and in your business as well as going, what are our boundaries and what do we stand for and what does align with us? That was a long answer to your question.
Yeah, but it's great because it's giving the listeners and the attendees right now, it's giving them a step-by-step on like where to start, what to do. And I love that clarity break. I think a lot of times we feel that when we're busy, we're productive. And the busier we are, the more we're achieving. When the reality is sometimes we need to get quiet. Sometimes we need that downtime and that's okay. And to give yourself permission to take that time so that you can take a look at what those core values are, which really leads to what your boundaries are, and then to the next list down the list or down the path, I should say, is communication. So once you are like firm in your core values, it allows you to know what your boundaries are because you're always going to go back to those core values. Next is being able to communicate it. So you talked about your friends that unfortunately, and I feel terrible that they can't have babies and they have to answer those questions and it's never comfortable. But knowing how to communicate, top down what you believe in to what your boundaries are is essential for you to be able to hold your boundaries and hold your ground. So what counsel would you give the ladies watching? Say they're like, okay, I'm going to get off this this virtual event and 2024 is coming. I'm going to make my core values and my boundaries a part of my new year resolution. Well, how do they communicate that to people?
One other thing on boundaries before we move on is that when you are confronted with somebody else showing you a boundary, please be mindful enough to respect that and honor that, and actually just really give the boundary setter, kudos in your mind, whether you say it out loud or not, that somebody had enough. I mean, I'm so tight on my boundaries. I call them high and tight, right? That the minute their toe crosses over, I'm like, whoa, scoot that back right there. There you go. Now we're comfortable again. And I'm like that for a reason. And there's a lot of history that goes into that. But when you come across somebody else who has established boundaries also, in your mind, just applaud them, because you know that they're keeping themselves safe and comfortable. But my next superpower is, I have a couple. I need a cape on or something. It's really
Seriously, yeah.
my next one is direct communication. And this it's not something that I've learned. I've always been a direct communicator. So I don't know how to help those of you who are passive communicators. Now, you'll hear about Beverly a lot because she's my business partner. We've been business partners for 10 years. We've been best friends for like 13 years. And Beverly is a passive communicator, and it's ineffective, and it's blurry, and it's messy most of the time. I have to literally go, use all your words, because she'll start a sentence and in the middle of it, in her mind, she went to another thought, or she solved it, or I don't want to bother them with that. I don't know what the internal dialogue is because I don't have it, but she'll stop in the middle of it and go, oh, it's no big deal. And she'll move on. Right. And you're like, what was no big deal? I mean, where was this sentence going? Where was this conversation headed before you self-edited right in the middle of it? It's frustrating. So be clear and concise. Always aim for clarity. I'm always proud of the fact that when people walk away from a conversation with me, they know exactly what I want them to know. They know what their next steps are, and they know where they stand with me. No one ever walks away and goes, I wonder if she likes me. You probably know whether I do or I don't. And most of the time people think I don't, and it's not. It's just I'm a very direct communicator, and I won't use 37 words if 10 will do. So use assertive language. Use I statements again to express your perspective without sounding accusatory. I feel or I believe. Those are always really good. Be specific about what you want to say. So let's just go for example. If I needed Beverly to do something for me, I'm probably going to walk into her office and go, hey, sometime today, if there's no time crunch on it, it doesn't matter. Sometime today is good. I'm going to give her that guideline. Sometime today, I need you to go to the bank, and here's all of the wiring instructions. I need you to wire this much money to this account right here. It does need to be before the close of end of business today, but it doesn't have to be like right now. So I'm going to set this on your desk right here. And if you would, please, when you get back, just bring me back the wiring instructions and set them on my desk. And that way I will know they're done. Now, every bit of that was clear and concise. Now, I'll tell you what Bev and what my husband Brian like to do. And they're like, hey, are you busy today? I'm like, why? I mean, yes, I'm busy every day. What do you need? Well, I was thinking, and if you don't have time, it's no big deal, but we've got to get this wire sent out today. And you know what? It's not that big of a deal. I'll probably just go by on my lunch and take care of it. I'm literally, these conversations happen every day with me. But if you had time, that would be great. But if not, like I said, I can take care of it. And then a whole other conversation would start about something. And I, at this point, don't know whether I'm supposed to do it. She's going to do it. I mean, when does it have to be done by? And so I'm really good to receive information that way. Like, this is what I need from you and when I need it by. Like, for example, I'll just throw Katie under the bus a little bit, right? So Katie probably texted me 2 or 3 times, hey, when do you want to do your session? Hey, when do you want to do your session? That question is this big for me, right? It's huge for me. That's like, I don't know. And so literally when she finally said, can you do your session on XYZ day? And I'm like, yes. And she's like, at blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yes. Right. So that was communication for me that worked. The rest of it, you never got an answer from me, did you?
Well, dreaming and then being committed enough to talk about it, like writing it down, dreaming it, but then talking about it. And you and I had a text exchange the other day because I'm rebranding and I'm going through a whole bunch of stuff like that. And I'm like, I will be the #1 female book speaker in the world. It's going to happen. And you said, yes, when you become this. So it's being daring enough to put it out in the world as well.
Right.
And I think, that's the only, you've got to think it, say it, and feel it in order. And then you've got to
believe it
and be a person of action in order to achieve it. So you've got to marry your mind, your speech, your feelings, your body, but also your action. Nothing happens without taking that first step and having no 0 days.
Right.
Wow, what an awesome conversation.
I know.
I know I know every woman on here right now is like gonna have to go back and write down more things, I'm sure. But I mean, overall, ladies, figure out who you are, what you deserve, your core values, set those boundaries, make your decisions based off those core values.
Mm-hmm.
Stop fearing the fact that you can and should communicate directly. You can still be kind in that communication that's direct, but please be direct and set those goals and move, be a person of action. So I've asked every speaker this one question, and nobody knows what it is before I ask it. So your 13-year-old self or your daughters, what piece of counsel would you give her? So whether it's your daughters or yourself, because I know you counsel your daughters all the time, what one piece of advice would you give to have not just a successful life, like from a money perspective, but like a full, joyous, happy, balanced, and successful life? What would you have done or wanted to know differently or done differently?
For myself, I'll speak to both of them. So for myself, I probably would have wanted to know that nothing was impossible. I know a lot of people are like, oh, you are enough. Well, I always thought I was enough. So that was never a problem. Like I've never had a self-esteem issue, but I don't know that I knew. I came from poverty, so I don't know that I knew that all things were possible, and that to read as much books as you can, read as much as you can. I mean, and I would give that advice to my 13-year-old daughter at that time too. Read as much as you can because learning never gets old and it's never a waste of time. So where I think at times schooling may be a waste of time because they're making you learn things that you don't need to know for whatever. And some people may have different conflicts on that. Reading is never a bad choice. And sometimes I read a book, Katie. I read a book until like I don't know that it's for me. Like I'm led to a book and I don't know that it's for me. And I may get like 4 chapters in and go, oh, this book is for XYZ. And then I stop reading it. I refer it to them and I go, I was supposed to read this book so that I could point you in the direction of it. And then I go and find another book to read. And that's happened to me several times when I'm like, this book isn't really resonating with me, but I was drawn to it for a reason. So I'm going to keep reading it. And then I read it until I go, that book was for this person. So I think that 13-year-old girl needs to know that nothing is impossible. And to consume books like you consume air.
So my 13-year-old daughter, we have this deal. She can read like one of her 13-year-old books for every one book that I give her. So she just finished The Power of One More. And she's read a ton that I passed down her way. The next one is Atomic Habits. That's the next one she has to read. But yeah, so we do a 1-for-1 and she just consumes it like the air she breathes. So I love that piece of counsel because you just got to keep learning because you don't know it all and you won't know it all.
Books are gender neutral, right? They're just knowledge. They're just knowledge and you take it and do what you want with it. Like apply it, don't apply it. But learn something. And I try to always take something out of everything that I read. And there's times when I will reread a book over and again. I have this one book. It's a happy pocket full of money that I read once a year, and I highlight it with a different color every year because I'm at a different place every year in my life, and stuff resonates with me this year that I didn't even see the last year. So I'm like highlighting in the front of my book. I have like pink this year, green this year, yellow this year. So I know like, wow, that was interesting to me in 2019, huh? So I think those books that were very profound for you are worth going back through again a couple of years later, just because you have changed. You know, the Katie from 2 years ago is a different Katie than today.
Oh, yes, she is.
So the messages within that book will be different for you also, and you will receive different things out of them.
Yeah, I totally agree. Well, Robin, thank you so much for all of your wisdom and your knowledge and your stories, because everyone watching has a point in their life they've been able to at least be able to connect with and be able to relate to. So thank you so much for your time, and personally for your friendship. I will forever be grateful for knowing you and having you in my world. All right. Thank you again, and we'll see you later. I'd like to welcome to the virtual stage Brooke Furniss. She is a no fuss, no mess, cut through all of the details and all the facts gal. She is even a host of the Fact Not Feeling podcast, but we are so lucky here today, ladies, because she's going to get a little personal with us. She's going to talk about how certain events in her life really molded who she is today. So let's welcome to the stage, Brooke Furniss.
Imagine a gathering around the dinner table each evening, a nostalgic scene from a different time. There, amidst the clatter of dishes and the warmth of the family, my mother would engage us with her ritual of inquiry. Her questions, simple yet profound, would resonate through the room. How was your day? What was the best part? Tell me something good that happened. Her voice, imbued with warmth and genuine interest, had the unique ability to pierce through the shadows cast by the day. Regardless whether our days were marred by disappointment or trivial losses, like missing an important play in a sports game, her words had the power to redirect our focus. She wielded positivity like a skilled artist, teaching us to seek and cherish the small joys and victories in the ordinary and the mundane. It was her unique gift, a way of molding our young minds to appreciate the power of perspective. This nightly ritual wasn't just about sharing the events of the day. It was a lesson in gratitude and seeing life through a lens of optimism. Christine Hunsaker, my mother, was a paragon of virtue and kindness. Her entire being radiated love, compassion, and a deep sense of integrity that influenced everyone she encountered. Her life, a beautifully woven tapestry, was marked by a selfless dedication to the well-being of others. Every action she took, every word she spoke, was infused with a spirit of generosity that knew no bounds. Even in her final days within the serene walls of the hospice, she ceased to express the concern and care for those around her, including her caregivers. Her kindness was as boundless as it was humble, a true embodiment of an angel on earth. Her legacy, a beacon of light and love, continues to be a source of inspiration and guidance for me, shaping my path and touching my heart in ways words can scarcely capture. You might wonder why my narrative begins with a realm of cherished memories with my mother. The choice is deeply intentional, stemming from an immense impact she had on shaping my life and my values. More than a parent, she was the epitome of altruism and compassion, a beacon illuminating the path of kindness for everyone she touched. The virtues I hold dear, the kindness I endeavor to spread in the world, are a direct reflection of lessons she imparted. She taught us an invaluable truth. Our capacity to give is not constrained by material possessions. We all possess the innate ability to offer something priceless, be it our time, a listening ear, or words of encouragement. Her philosophy was rooted in simplicity, but carried a profound message. Kindness is a choice, a universally acceptable one. And it's within our power to choose it at any moment. At the tender age of 9, during what can only be described as pretty pivotal years, our family underwent a transformation that left an indelible mark on our lives. My mother, confronted with the daunting realities of single parenthood, made the courageous and selfless decision to end her marriage. This decision was far more than a personal choice. It was an act of protection, a determined effort to forge a safer and healthier path for myself and my siblings. Our move to a new city marked a significant transition. It wasn't merely a change of address. It was a bold step into unfamiliar territory. At that time, the societal stigma surrounding divorce, particularly women, was profound and deeply entrenched. My mother, however, stood resolute against the tide of judgment and gossip that often swirled in small towns where every personal decision is magnified. Her unwavering determination in the face of such adversity was nothing short of heroic. Amidst these changes, she faced significant financial challenges, shouldering the burdens of our new life single-handedly. Yet she did so with a dignity that never, ever faltered. Her sacrifices were monumental, encompassing not just the financial strains, but emotional and physical tolls. Through it all, her commitment to our family never wavered. She was our fortress, our advocate, a relentless supporter of those who she loved knew no bounds. Amidst the trial, her spirit shone ever brightly, refusing to succumb to bitterness. She consistently sought ways to uplift those around her. For 3 decades, I witnessed her unwavering positivity and resilience. Her life, it was a masterclass in overcoming adversity, not just for my own sake, but for honestly the betterment of others. The question, how can I help someone, was her guiding light, a principle she embodied wholly. This selfless perspective was the essence of her being, defining her not only as a remarkable mother, but as a beacon of hope and kindness in a world that so desperately needed her light. In our first year in our new home, a Christmas miracle unfolded, forever altering the fabric of our family. I want you to picture this. My mother, amidst the turmoil of a recent divorce, found herself thrust back into the world of academia. Years had passed since she had sat in a college classroom, and much to her dismay, not all of her previous credits were acknowledged. This setback meant she was no longer a semester away from graduating, but had to start over as a sophomore or junior. Imagine her, a single mother, juggling full-time studies, 3 jobs, and relentless demands of parenting. Yet, she miraculously managed to attend every single game and practice. She always ensured breakfast was on the table each morning and dinner each night, despite us kids being constantly engaged in at least 2 to 3 sports year-round. Now, the true magic happened on Christmas Eve, a night that stands out in my memory as both the most humble and extraordinary Christmas we've ever experienced. The house was a little quieter. The usual festive abundance pared down. Yet the love and warmth were palpable. As the night drew in, a surprising knock echoed on our modest home. It was Santa, accompanied by his helpers, each bearing gifts personalized for us, including my mother. They brought more than just presents. They brought a feast, turkey, ham, an array of festive delights. Our initial thought was that Mom had orchestrated the surprise. But the truth, as enchanting as any Christmas tale, was that we never discovered the identities of our secret Santa and his elves. Their act of kindness, shrouded in mystery, left an indelible mark on our hearts, teaching us the true essence of generosity and the profound impact of unseen and unsung acts of love. That Christmas permanently etched itself in our memories, profoundly shaping the way we viewed the world. It was then that my mother imparted a lesson of immense value. Regardless of your material possessions, we always possess the capacity to give. This wisdom touched our hearts and spurred us into action. The following year, we embarked on a mission to spread joy as Secret Santas. Diving into our belongings, we carefully selected items that we hoped would bring happiness and comfort to another family. Each toy, article of clothing, and book was chosen with love and the hope of brightening someone's holiday season. When the time came to deliver these gifts, our journey was filled with anticipation and excitement. We would arrive at each house, our hearts swelling with festive spirit, and commence our visit with a cheerful carol. It was a small gesture, but we hoped it would bring a sense of joy and celebration. Often, we found ourselves at homes where the holiday spirit seemed a little faint. Modest dwellings with little or no decorations, and Christmas trees that were either very small or entirely absent. The absence of gifts under the tree was a stark reminder of the hardships many families face. Yet, the moment we presented our gifts, the atmosphere transformed. The children's faces would light up in sheer amazement and joy, their laughter and smile filling the room with an infectious warmth. The mothers, often weary from life's challenges, would wear expressions of deep relief and heartfelt gratitude, their eyes sometimes brimming with tears. These moments were powerful, teaching us the profound impact of kindness and empathy. This tradition didn't just teach us about joy of giving. It was a poignant reminder of the struggles many face and the difference of a simple act of kindness can make. It underscores the power of empathy, of truly understanding and responding to the needs of others. This tradition, nurtured by the values instilled by my mother, has continued in our family for over 3 decades. It stands as a vibrant legacy to my mother's spirit of compassion and generosity, a legacy we carry forward with pride and honor. In the intricate tapestry of life, where shadows often obscure light, kindness shines through as a beacon of hope and humanity. Its essence transcends the superficiality of material wealth, resonating deeply with our shared human experience. Kindness is not just grand gestures. It's woven into the fabric of our everyday lives. It's present in a supportive word to someone grappling with challenges, in the patient guidance we offer those seeking directions, in the small acts of understanding that bridge the gaps between us. To step back from the whirlwind of negativity, to consciously choose not to engage in harmful dialogue, it's a profound act of moral strength. It speaks to the respect we hold for others and ourselves. Kindness manifests in simple actions, sharing a moment of laughter with a stranger, offering a word of encouragement to someone who feels unseen, or just being there in a moment of need. These acts might seem small, but their effects are monumental, reverberating through the lives of those we touch. The ripple effect of even the smallest act of kindness is limitless. Like pebbles thrown into a pond, these acts create waves of positivity and empathy that reach far and wide. They're not mere moments in time. They are the seeds from which grow forests of compassion and understanding. In my own life, these kindnesses shown to me in the moments of need have been transformative, reshaping my perspective and fueling my desire to pass on the kindness. Kindness is more than an action. It is a way of life, a guiding principle that enriches our existence and weaves a legacy of warmth, empathy, and enduring compassion. It's a force that, though quiet, is immensely powerful, capable of transforming our world one kind act at a time. From the earliest days, my mother's ethos of service and kindness was a guiding beacon in our lives and a legacy I carry forward passionately. In every episode of my podcast, Facts Not Feelings, I honor her teachings, concluding with a call to find a way to serve today, whether that be opening a car door for someone or even a kind smile, emphasizing the impact of even the smallest gestures of kindness. My journey with friendships has been a reflective one. Initially, I found solace in male friendships, drawn to their straightforward nature, seemingly free from the complexities and cattiness sometimes encountered in female relationships. This preference shaped much of my early social interactions. However, as life unfolded, I discovered the irreplaceable value of strong, supportive female friendships. I learned the beauty of forming bonds with women who genuinely have each other's backs, who advocate for one another in any room, and who celebrate each other's success without reservation. This realization has profoundly influenced my perspective on the power and necessity of nurturing positive female relationships. Every day we are faced with a choice in how we interact with those around us. My experience has taught me the importance of choosing gratitude, support, and kindness. Through my podcast, I not only remind myself, but also urge my listeners to embrace this ethos as well. It's not just about personal growth. It's about cultivating a community where empathy, understanding, and mutual support are the cornerstone of every interaction. By fostering this environment, we can collectively create a legacy of kindness and success, impacting not just our own lives, but also enriching those around us. In the twilight of her life, my mother braved the ruthless grasp of a very rare and very aggressive cancer. Her spirit remained a beacon of unwavering strength. She, who always had been our rock, faced her ordeal with grace and fortitude and defied understanding. Not once did she descend into the depths of despair or complaint. Instead, she became a source of comfort and warmth for those around her, always inquiring about the well-being of her caregivers, her nurses, her doctors, leaving them marveling at her resilience and honestly her strength of character. As her physical condition deteriorated, her ability to express her indomitable spirit was never waned. During a family outing towards the very end, despite being unable to lift her head and see the beauty of the world around her, she would utter with genuine awe, "Oh, it's so beautiful." These words were more than an expression of joy. They were lessons in love, joy, and gratitude. Her ability to find beauty and positivity in the bleakest of times was not just her way of life or her way of coping with her illness. It was a profound lesson to us all. This remarkable attitude, this choice to embrace life's virtue, even in the face of unsurmountable challenge, became the greatest legacy my mother left behind. It stands as a powerful testament to the idea that our mindset, our approach to life's challenges and life's trials can indeed transcend our circumstances. Her life taught us that the embrace of love, joy, and gratitude can lead to profound transformation, not just in how we endure life's challenges, but how we thrive despite them. I've talked about my podcast, Facts Not Feeling, and our usual focus is presenting the factual evidence-based information rather than focusing on purely emotional perspectives. However, during our chat today, we have been exploring the feelings aspects way more thoroughly. Now, let's balance the scales a little bit and dive into some compelling facts and research. Research indicates that performing acts of kindness and helping others greatly improve the happiness of the helper. This is not just anecdotal. It is backed by solid research. For example, a study by Rowan and Curry in 2019 examined this phenomenon. They asked participants to engage in acts of kindness for a week. The results were clear. Regardless whether these acts were for friends, families, strangers, or even themselves, the participants reported a noticeable increase in their happiness. The study further revealed that the more kind activities one undertakes, the greater the boost in happiness. Interestingly, even merely observing the acts of kindness had an uplifting effect on people's mood. Now, let's dive into the science of why kindness feels so good. When we perform acts of kindness, our brains release a cocktail of feel-good hormones like serotonin and dopamine. These neurotransmitters are known for their roles in generating feelings of satisfaction and well-being. These activities, they activate the pleasure and reward areas in our brains, not just in us givers, but also those who receive the kindness. Additionally, endorphins, our body's natural painkiller, are released during these acts, contributing to what's often described as a helper's high. This biochemistry not only makes us feel good, but also helps us in building and strengthening our relationships, fostering a profound sense of belonging. Now, the power of positive thinking is similarly impactful. A targeted study on older adults showed how positive thinking training can lead to a better cognitive process, higher resilience, and increased life satisfaction. In the study, participants engaged in 90-minute sessions of positive thinking training each week for 8 weeks. The outcomes were significant, demonstrating that such training effectively improved mental agility and emotional resilience, especially crucial in the older population. But the impact of positive psychology isn't limited to just the individual. It extends to communities and societies as a whole. While positive psychology interventions have traditionally focused on individual well-being, recent trends are showing growing interest in their impact on broader societal well-being. Community-level positive psychology interventions, though varied in their approach, have shown promising results. They've seemed to contribute to significantly to increase in resilience, happiness, and life satisfaction in communities while reducing the symptoms of anxiety and depression. Now, the field is obviously still evolving and more research is needed to fully understand and optimize these interventions at a community level. But overall, we can see that kindness at a science level does something to us. Now, let's take a moment to journey together in our memories to those instances where someone's act of kindness was a beacon in our lives. Reflect on that feeling. Was it a surge of warmth, perhaps a sense of understanding, or maybe even a lifeline during a time of need? Think about how that moment altered the course of your day. Did it inspire you to smile more, maybe? To offer a kind word? Or to lend a hand where you might not have previously? I recall with vivid clarity the numerous times friends have reached out to me. Their support went beyond the physical. They guided me through life's complex mazes with wisdom and patience. These memories are not just snapshots of assistance. They are enduring lessons of selflessness and empathy. Each act of kindness I received became a part of who I am, transforming my worldview and kindling in me a fervent desire to pay it forward. The chain of kindness, so simple in its essence, is profound in its impact. It's a testament to the human spirit's capacity for generosity and compassion. And the most beautiful part, the chain often requires no payment. No grand gesture in return. All it asks is that we keep the legacy alive, passing on the torch of kindness to light up someone else's path, just as ours was illuminated. In the tapestry of my life, my friends have been the vibrant threads that have held me together through thick and thin. Their support has been constant, unwavering, transcending the boundaries of gender and circumstance. They have been the anchor in my personal storms and the sounding board for my professional quandaries. Their ability to listen, to gently challenge my perspectives, and to envelop me in comfort when I've been at a loss of words have been my saving grace. One instance stands out particularly. A year ago, I was grappling with a painful shoulder injury where I'd torn a bunch of muscles and tendons in my shoulder. I attended a dinner that was crucial for my career. Amidst the hum of networking and deal making, I felt a touch of vulnerability, my usual self-reliance hindered by a sling, pain, and a bunch of torn muscles. It was then that a friend in the midst of crucial business conversation noticed my struggle. With a grace that defied the clamor of professional ambition, she excused herself from a conversation that could have changed her career trajectory, simply to assist with my meal. This act, simple in its execution, but monumental in its implications, spoke volumes about the depth of her character. It was a poignant reminder of the profound impact of putting human connection above all else. The circle of friends, with their everyday acts of kindness, their readiness to put people first, serve as a daily reminder of what truly matters in life. They embodied the essence of service, not through just grand gestures, but through consistent, heartfelt actions that touch our lives in the most meaningful ways. Consider the myriad ways we can infuse joys into other lives. It starts with a genuine listening, fully comprehending our feelings, our friends' feelings, without rushing to respond. It's about celebrating their success, sincerely without letting envy cloud our happiness for them. Reflect on how often you act on those quiet thoughts, suggesting you check in on someone. Life's brevity reminds us of the values of these moments. Empathy is key. Understanding others' perspectives enrich our interactions. Remember, kindness doesn't always have to be grandiose. A simple smile, a heartfelt compliment, Or an unexpected act of generosity like paying for a stranger's meal carries immense power. These acts, big or small, collectively brighten the world around us. The timeless wisdom that we must love ourselves to love others holds a profound truth, especially when we consider the tangible benefits of self-care. Personal experience has taught me that my own perfectionisms often led me to be my own harshest critic, working to my detriment. Studies and surveys support the importance of self-care in enhancing overall well-being. For instance, a national survey found that self-care practices results in enhanced self-confidence for 64% of Americans. It boosted happiness for 71% and increased productivity for 67%. Moreover, self-care has also been linked to physical health benefits, including a reduction of heart disease, stroke, and even cancer. Recognizing the need for self-care, especially when faced with the relentless pursuit of perfection, is crucial. It's essential to step back occasionally and acknowledge our strength and progress. Self-care is proven not only to reduce stress and anxiety levels, but also to increase self-compassion. In the context of mental health, self-care plays a vital role in maintaining mental health and supporting treatment and recovery processes. As highlighted by the National Institute of Mental Health, additionally, research focusing on medical students has underscored the importance of self-care in maintaining stress and enhancing the quality of life during their education. Therefore, it is vital to take the necessary time for self-reflection and rejuvenation. Self-care is not selfish. It's about acknowledging our efforts, celebrating those small victories, and understanding it's okay to rest. Setting boundaries, stepping away from the computer, and scheduling time each day to recharge, even mentally, are essential for maintaining our well-being. Only then can we truly offer our best selves to the world. As I reflect on the profound impact my mother, Christine, had on me, I am constantly reminded of the powerful legacy she left behind. Carrying her name, Christine, as my middle is a responsibility I hold with great honor. Every day I strive to live up to the values she represented. Her lessons of compassion, resilience, and kindness are the foundation of my very being and aspirations. She was more than just a mother. She was the guiding light, an embodiment of angelic grace, influencing not just my actions, but shaping the core of who I am. Everything I am, everything I hope to be, I owe to my angel mother. As we conclude, I want to carry her spirit of generosity and love forward. I encourage each of you to embrace the power of kindness in your lives, to find ways to bring light and joy to those around you, just as my mother did. Let us all aspire to live up to the best qualities instilled in us by those we hold dear. Now, before we part today, I urge each of you to take a brief moment for a meaningful exercise. Please take out a pen and paper, or even your phone, and write down just one act of kindness you pledge to perform today. This act could be anything, from a heartfelt compliment to a stranger, to volunteering your time for a cause you care about. Then, take a small step of sharing this commitment with someone close to you, be it a friend, maybe a colleague, or even a neighbor. Imagine the power of this shared commitment, each of us in our own way contributing to the culture of kindness and empathy. Let this not just be a sporadic act, but the beginning of a daily practice, a conscious decision to infuse our lives and those around us with light and joy. Together, through these small yet profound acts, we can create an enduring wave of positivity and compassion. This is how we collectively build a kinder, more empathetic world. Let's start today, and let's inspire others to join us on our journey of transformation. Thank you.
This next speaker, oh my goodness, I have been a longtime fan. Yes, I'm a bit of a fangirl when it comes to Rene Banglesdorf. I have been watching her from afar. We have a few friends in common, and I am so grateful to have the queen of aviation with us here. She has risen to the top of her game in the aviation industry, which is, ladies, extremely male dominated. And what I really love about Rene and what we're about to do right now is that it's unlike anything that's really out there. We're going to actually have a conversation because her and I have some parallels that are going on in life. And we are right now in this self-healing, do it for you, protect your energy mode so that we can rise to the top of our personal life game as well as our professional game. So welcome to the stage, Rene. I'm so glad to have you here.
Katie, I'm so glad to be here too. And it's kind of nice to speak to a whole group of women. I'm already feeling all of this like positive girl power vibe from the day. And I am just feeding off of that and excited to talk to all of you. I normally talk about the 4 forces of flight and what makes airplanes fly, which by the way is money and a lot of it. But I'm normally talking about private aviation, private jets, flying around the world, or how to get your pilot's license. So how to survive the most traumatic year of your life is going to be a new and probably kind of raw topic for me because this is the first time I've talked about this publicly. So let's get after it and see if we can learn from each other and help other people learn from the tough things we've gone through.
Well, I love it because there are, I'm sure, more than a handful of women that have gone through one of the toughest moments in their life in the past year or two. I mean, COVID was one of them, and that wasn't too far, behind us. And I'm sure the residuals from that are a real deal. So I think they're going to be completely grateful for our vulnerability and your willingness to share. I mean, it's incredible. So walk us through what is the hardest point in your life that you are now coming out the other side?
Almost exactly a year ago, I separated from my husband of 32 years.
Oh my
We
goodness.
married during college, had kids, raised our family, and then a few years ago, just started going through a really rough patch. And we'd been working together for 13 years. And I started having some second thoughts about continuing working with him and had started to separate myself from the business. And then we moved to Mexico because I thought that was going to make him happy and make our marriage better. And it just imploded. So a month ago, my divorce was final and it has been gut wrenching. Girl, I ugly cried every day for the first 4 months of my separation. My kids, who were thankfully grown with families of their own, just were looking at me like, wait a minute, you're the dependable one. Like,
Oh,
what is going on with you, Mom? So it was a really tough year. It was a year of being brutally honest with myself and finally deciding that even though the person that I thought I was going to be with for the rest of my life didn't want to invest in our relationship anymore, it gave me the opportunity to invest in myself. And I know you've had something like that happen as well recently, Katie.
yeah, I've gone through I'm divorced. I have 3 kids. I was with him for 15 years, but that wasn't even the thing that jarred me. I had thought I had found my everything, my eternity. I thought, oh my goodness, my knight in shining armor. And this is the first time I'm actually saying this publicly as well, but I'm a survivor of domestic abuse. And it was really, I wouldn't have left him. Here's the deal. He left me and, locked me out of all my finances and told me to go sell my body so that I could make groceries because I'm good at it, all the things. And I ugly cried like you for a very long time. I felt despair. But then I realized, well, wait, I get to work on me now. Like I get to find out who Katie is, not who everybody needs Katie to be. And it was really a delta, turning point, because when you're looking at an opportunity rather than looking at your circumstance as a obstacle, everything sort of shifts. And there's a shift in you. At least for me, there was a shift in me. And I thought, wow, I get to like do what God put me on this earth to do. I get to help women who I'm sure on this call right now are thinking, oh, I'm going through the exact same thing, but I wouldn't dare say it out loud. I get to help be that voice and help inspire women to save themselves and survive and thrive.
Oh, that's so important. And thank you so much for sharing that. It's tragic to me. I mean, sometimes we think that, oh, that's happening to someone who's, you know, who doesn't have anything going on in her life, or who isn't educated, or who doesn't have successful business opportunities, but it's happening everywhere to all sorts of women in all sorts of different circumstances. And I think that it's very important that we give space for people to acknowledge that there is abuse going on, and it can be physical abuse, it can be financial abuse, it can be spiritual abuse. I mean,
Mental,
I have
emotional,
all of it.
yeah.
You know, you can be beat up. Somebody can beat you up using Bible verses telling you that you're doing things wrong in order to manipulate you. And that's
Oh yeah.
one of the
Oh yeah.
worst kinds of abuse that there is. I've seen that personally in a friend's life, and that is brutal, because then you begin to question your relationship with God. And you know, for the two of us and probably a lot of other people on this call, God's one of the things that held us together during
It's like, yes.
during that time. So that's part of it. But I want to say like a few reasons that we should invest in ourselves. Can I do
Yes.
that?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So the first thing straight up is it's good for you. Like, it's good for your sleep. It's good for your decision making. It's good for you have better sex if you're taking better care of yourself,
Heck
right?
yeah. Oh my gosh, yes.
You create better margins, you empower yourself, you begin to make more money, you make better financial decisions, you're more fully present for others, and you make better memories when you're taking care of yourself and you're investing in yourself. And the other benefit to this is that as you begin investing in yourself and believing in yourself and having the confidence to make good decisions for yourself, other people notice and they begin investing in you as well. So I've had other people come alongside of me and say, hey, I want to help you with what you're doing next. Like, wow, I've really seen you grow a lot. How can I assist you in the next steps? Because they don't see us as broken, they see us as growing, and growing return on investment is really powerful. And women are one of the best investments out there.
Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, we are. Like, I mean, think about what we do on a daily basis and what we handle and what we juggle. Imagine if we took a little bit of time to fill our cups up, what more we would be capable of. And I love how you said people notice and they come alongside you. Well, if you don't believe in yourself, how are you going to attract that energy of someone believing in you? And so it's so important for the energy that you put. I mean, I'm huge right now on like my 6-foot energy radius around me. It's like no negativity is allowed in. I actually just did an Instagram post on the fact that when negativity comes knocking on that door, I ain't answering it anymore. Like, it's done. I'm not doing that. And it's because if you let that in, it eats at you and you're no longer able to invest in yourself. You're no longer able to love yourself or grow or work on your self-worth. You just end up spiraling down that same rabbit hole and you stay stuck.
Yeah. You know, one of the things I started writing out, like, oh, what are all the like tips and hacks that I could give people that I've wrestled through this year? And what you just said about negative energy reminds me of one that I think is really important. And it was the biggest one that made me make the decision for myself and to leave the toxic relationship. And that's that I needed to take inventory of my values. Like, what are my strong values? What are the things that I do not compromise on? My
Yep.
faith, excellence, integrity, grace. What are the things for you that are your strong values? Take inventory of those. Are the relationships in your life, are the things that you spend your time and your energy on, are they adding to or enhancing or deepening those values?
Mhm.
Or are they in conflict to those values? So take inventory of your values and identify the conflicts. And when my ex-husband couldn't name values that we might have in common, it kind of triggered me that
Yeah.
maybe he was in conflict with my values. And so that was a really important thing for me to do. And it's very tangible. I can say what my top 4 or 5 values are. You can say what your top 4 or 5 values are.
Yep.
Every single person who's listening to this can say, because if they didn't know that they had values, they wouldn't have valued themselves enough to show up here today. So I think that's
100%.
one of my big takeaways, or one of the takeaways that I want everyone who's listening or watching today or in the replay to take away, is that you need to do an inventory of your values and look for conflicts.
I love that. And I was actually just having a conversation with a female author a few days ago, and we were talking about making decisions and living a principally based life. Now, she is as faith-based, if not more, than I am. So we have really awesome dynamic conversations. And I was faced with a challenge, a decision I had to make. And it's becoming easier to make those decisions when you're in alignment with your values, because you're like, no, this isn't going to serve me. And if it doesn't serve me, then I can't serve others and I can't show up as my best self. And I think that's one thing that, I mean, every woman or every human needs to really lay out is, what do you stand for? And what are you not going to stand for? And then how does that play a role in the decisions you make, the choices you make, how you show up in the world? And if
Right.
people can't get behind that, then maybe those people aren't the right people to be orbiting around your world.
Right. Our mutual friend, Lisa Copeland, has always said, people don't buy what you're selling. They buy what you stand for.
Yes.
So if you really want to be someone who excels in your career, you have to know what you stand for, and getting clear on your values gives you that ability. One way that I have done that a lot, and I have worn out, like I have such a huge stack of journals
Oh my
from
gosh,
the
yes.
last year. It's ridiculous, but journaling is so important, because as you write things down, you become more clear on how you feel about them. If you're just like crying in your coffee, it doesn't give you clarity of thought. But if you have a box of tissues and a cup of coffee and a journal, it's actually productive time, because you can get clear about what you're really going through and what you're thinking. And maybe you write something down and you're like, that's ridiculous. Why am I believing that lie still? Like, I know better than that. Like, I wrestled through this last week. I don't need to go there again. So instead of just rehashing the same old pity party for yourself over and over again, getting clarity in a journal is really, really important. So ladies, if you don't have a journaling practice, at least during a time of crisis, journal, because I think it helps you get through it faster.
Well, what I love about journaling, and it's funny you say that. I gave a girlfriend like a week ago the same counsel. I'm like, I have a journal per year, like or more. Like they're this thick, and I journal every day, sometimes twice a day. But what I love about journaling is that there's no filter. Like, ladies, you don't have to worry about who's going to read it. There's no judgment. And that's why I think personally you're able to get clear, and you're able to get clear because there is no judgment. And if you want to burn it later, burn it later. Like, you don't need to hang on to that, but at least it gets you out of your head and gets it out of your body, and so that you can become clear. I do, think it's important to say that if you don't have your values and your principles in check right now, or you're not journaling, that is like a-okay. Just consider it. Consider maybe, hopping on Amazon after this conference and ordering a journal, and maybe commit to once a week. And then maybe see if you like it more than that, and see what comes out of that. I think that we are often, as ladies, very hard on ourselves, which gets us in bad situations, which allows us to have leaky boundaries and push aside our principles, because we need to be perfect, right? We have this feeling that we need to be like the almighty woman that doesn't have any hardships, or doesn't, we keep it all to ourselves. I think it's important, though, to realize that you're human and it's okay. And if you don't do these practices now, that's okay too. But take it as a really strong piece of counsel, because you've got Rene here on the call, myself, you're hearing from and heard from some incredible women that do these practices, and they are where they are. They're as self-realized as they are because they do it. So it just takes starting. Get off this event and order yourself a journal.
Katie, I love that encouragement that you're giving people. And one of my strong values is grace. So I would absolutely echo that. It's so important that we give ourselves grace and that we give other people grace. So I love that seems to be a value for you too, because you were extending that to people. When I first started journaling, the thing that I journaled the most was gratitude. So what are 3 things that I'm grateful for? And I'll confess, like, some of the days during this period of time for me, I'm like, I am thankful that I have a roof over my head and I have heat. I'm thankful that I can pay my grocery bill. I'm thankful that my lungs are working and I can breathe in and I can breathe out. But just starting my day with a practice of, there are things to be grateful for, and I am grateful for them, was really helpful to me. And I've done it for years and years, probably 6 or 8 years, where I come up with 3 different things every day. So when I went into crisis, when my world fell apart, when my dream of growing old with this person died, I was able to force myself to continue in that practice. And it had served me well up to that point, and it served me even better in crisis. So building some of those, if you're in crisis right now, you can start now. What are the little things you're grateful for? It'll shift your mindset and your personal energy for the day. If you're not in crisis and you don't practice gratitude, I'd encourage you to do that and to help your kids learn how to do that, because it shifts the energy that you're projecting to other people, and it starts your day differently.
No, I totally agree. So I have a gratitude practice morning and night. So I do 3 things. And yeah, at points when I was in crisis, it was, I'm grateful for the cup of coffee that I'm holding right now. And I'm grateful that I have a roof over my head, and somebody could have it worse and does have it worse off than I do. And at night, I also write down the lessons I've learned for the day, like what I'm grateful for, what happened in the day, but then what did I learn about myself? Like, how did I overcome something positive in the day? What new piece of me did I discover? And then that sets me up for the next day of, well, I conquered that yesterday. And so I can do something a little bit more tomorrow.
I love that. I'm going to start that. That's a great practice.
Yeah, I mean, at least for me, it is. I really like, because we have to fill our own cups up, because if we don't, we're not able to get through, anything. And when life does throw you, deal you a bad hand of cards, we can't always control what those cards are, what we're dealt, but we sure as heck can control how we play them. And so we are always looking at a set of obstacles or a set of opportunities. It's just a matter of which perspective we take. And that perspective, that choice sits with us. Now, I know when you're in it, it's like near to impossible to like, oh, this is so great. I'm so happy. My life is falling apart. But there is a mantra that helped me get through it. So I don't know if you're big into mantras, or if that's
Let's hear
helped
it.
you get through it. But for me, is only good can come of this situation. And so when things get really bad, I say to myself over and over again, only good can come from this situation. And so I'm setting myself up to look for the good instead of focusing on the bad.
Yeah. And for some people, maybe there is some bad that's coming from their situation. So even just leaving off the only part and just saying good can come from this situation.
Yeah.
Like no matter what, good can come from this. I'm thinking of a friend who lost a child recently, and that's something that, good will come from that, I'm sure, but they still lost a child. So I love that mantra for you, but for some people, maybe just the good can
Yeah,
come,
for
and good will
sure.
come from this
Eventually,
situation
the
if
light,
you allow
the,
it.
the sun comes out eventually. The rainbow does appear, even after the stormiest of storms. So I love that. I love that for
I like
sure.
that too.
What
I'm
else? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm super curious if you have done one of the same things that I did that was unbelievably powerful, and that's going to counseling and getting EMDR.
So I haven't done MDR, but I go to 4 hours of counseling a week.
Yeah, so EMDR is a really interesting. Do you know what it is?
Isn't it where they like change your wavelengths of your brain? Am I getting it right?
Yeah, it uses it.
It's light,
It
right?
models like rapid eye movement sleep
Mhm.
and helps you process, but it's creating or it's rebuilding or correctly reconnecting the neural pathways in your brain. So instead of having you like medicate your trauma away or talk through and talk through and talk through every single detail of your trauma, what it does is it takes one memory and then like you have either paddles in your hand or you're doing like this back and forth eye thing, and it's reprogramming your brain so that all of the trauma that's been created from that incorrect neural pathway is repaired in a very short period of time. And so that has been unbelievably helpful for me. So it's looking back at what were the things that happened to me in my childhood or in my freshman year of college when I was date raped that set me up for the lack of boundaries that I had in my marriage that caused that relationship to not be fantastic and to end. And so working through all of that, I feel one is promoted some healing from the split, but then I think it's also setting me up for more healthy relationships in the future. So
for sure.
lots and lots of PTSD victims, patients. I don't know what to call post-traumatic stress disorder. Lots of people who have PTSD have really benefited from EMDR and
Bless you.
lots of people who have been diagnosed with PTSD have benefited from EMDR. And I, have certainly not been diagnosed with that. And I don't want to minimize what our military men and women and first responders have gone through because it's far worse than anything I've experienced. But it's been really instrumental in helping them get the healing and recovery that they need. And so I would recommend to anyone who has trauma to explore counseling and even explore EMDR. It's been around for about 40 years and it's incredibly effective.
Oh, I might have to look into that for sure. I think what I'm over the overarching conversation we're having, and I want all the ladies to hear, is that no one is perfect, and it's okay to be vulnerable and raise your hand and say, you know what, I could benefit from, and I think I should invest time in myself so I can benefit from. Because even if you're in a perfect relationship, or you've got it all, let's say there's nothing wrong with your life, investing in yourself to, whether it's further develop yourself spiritually or professionally, or maybe it's physically, like going to the gym, mentally, emotionally, whatever it is, there's always room for growth. And I think that in order for us, especially as women, to serve the people around us, because that's what we do. I mean, I know men do too, but we do it as that's genetically how we're built. You have to serve yourself first, and you have to be okay with that. Whether you have trauma or don't have trauma, whether you have a perfect relationship or not a perfect relationship, growing, once you stop growing, what is that saying? Once you stop learning, you might as well be dead. I think it's much the same as growing individually and investing in yourself. And it doesn't have to take it could take this conference right now. The ladies take control of your life, take your life off autopilot, just to hear that you're worth that investment. You're worth the time that you're spending right now listening to Rene and the many wonderful speakers we've had. You're worth it. And I think a lot of the times as women, we discount our worth. And so we don't take the time to go after what we want, need, and deserve.
Well, I completely agree with you on that, but autopilot's pretty powerful. I got that installed in my plane, and I do really like it when I'm flying. However, I think you have a great point, Katie.
Sometimes it can be it can be of service, yes.
Autopilot's great, but if you don't, like, just speaking from a pilot perspective, and we can close with this, if you don't occasionally turn off the autopilot and hand fly your airplane, if you have an emergency, you don't remember how to do it right. And so you put yourself at great peril. If you never hand fly your airplane, you're always on autopilot. You don't go through the maneuvers and the emergency procedures that will serve you well if your autopilot gives out or if a disaster happens. So on the autopilot note, I agree with you. Autopilot's wonderful. It's why you don't experience lots of turbulence in the air when you fly commercial. But in our lives, we do definitely need to take control.
I love that. Now, I ask every speaker this one question, and nobody knows that I'm going to ask it. So, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have daughters, Rene?
I have one daughter.
One daughter? Okay. So we can
I also
answer
have a
either
granddaughter.
way. Oh, wow.
I have a daughter. I have a daughter-in-law
You
and
do
a
not
granddaughter.
look old enough to have a granddaughter. Are you kidding me? You look so good. I don't look like you when I have grandbabies. Oh my goodness. You're like my idol. Okay, let's do this. You can answer it from your daughter's perspective or yourself, but what piece of counsel would you give your daughter or your younger self or your granddaughter to have a fruitful, full, happy, and blessed life? What's one piece of counsel you wish you would have had that you would give to either yourself or the young ladies in your life?
You know, I have given this advice to my daughter, and she has heeded the advice. So I'll tell you what it is that I would tell my younger self, and that's take the risks, take more risks. The worst thing that can happen isn't failure, it's being stuck in the exact same place. And so failing isn't that bad. It's usually not the worst case scenario anyway. I've never had the worst case scenario happen when I failed. I've had some marginal failures, but take the risks. Take the risks.
Love it. All right, ladies, you heard it. Take the risks. Thank you, Rene, for your time and your wisdom and your vulnerability. Like, we are all super grateful that you are willing to share a piece of you that normally people wouldn't know. And that really allows us to all realize we're all human. and we're all worth the investment. So thank you so much, Rene. I'm just so grateful. Ciao.
Thanks, Katie.
We have another fabulous speaker. Natalie here is a UCSD teacher on the pursuit of happiness. And I mean, let's be real, ladies. We're all after that pursuit of happiness. Where do we find it? We often look outside of ourselves, thinking maybe somebody can provide it for us. But the reality is it starts within ourselves. And showing up here today, you have given yourself the gift of finding that happiness, because you're here to listen to Natalie. She has been featured on Forbes, Bravo, ESPN, and LA Times. So this girl is no joke. So take out your pens and papers. She's going to help you manifest your way to happiness. Welcome, Natalie, to the virtual stage at the Ladies Take Control of Your Life event.
Thank you for having me. This is awesome. I'm so excited to be here today.
Amazing. So I know that you have this incredible business where you really work with individuals, whether they're entrepreneurs or in organizations, and especially women, on, finding that rhythm, that ability to find their happiness, find their groove, shift their mindset and through manifestation. Why don't we tell the audience a little bit about yourself, how you got into manifestation and why it's so important? Because in my opinion, it's the seed that you're planting and it's the start of everything. Take it from there.
Thanks. So I'll start with sort of the definition, not to be super lame, but just to give some kind of awareness around what I define as manifestation. So manifestation is getting your thoughts, your speech, and your feelings in alignment. So coming back to what you said in the beginning around it starts internally, right? So when your internal thoughts and your speech and your feelings are all in alignment, it's easier to create externally, right? We all kind of know that. So manifestation and the sort of stuff we're going to talk about today and the exercises that you'll have access to, the goal of them is to get that thought, that speech, and that feeling all in alignment and all matching, so it's all congruent, so that you can manifest and attract externally faster. I always use this Richard Bach quote, which is, "We teach best what we most need to learn." And I struggled with, I would say, money in my 20s. I was broke. I was running a business in the food and beverage industry. I was wearing all the hats. And in the business, I had started a company because I was laid off from teaching in the budget cuts. And I was laid off and I was always curious about starting a business. And so I started one with no experience and no background and no awareness. It was a very stupid thing. First time entrepreneur startup stories, many of them are. And then it kind of unfolded into this beautiful stuff I get to do now. But in my 20s, I was broke. I was working 3 jobs to keep my head above water, and I was paying for my business out of my own pocket. And I had to start learning the process of getting my thoughts, my speech, and my feelings in alignment and manifestation. And what does that look like? And so in my 20s, it was sort of all about money. And in my 30s, it was all about love. And so I learned everything sort of the hard way. And now I like to teach people how to get what they want in the most efficient and effective way using quantum physics. I mean, this is energy stuff. This isn't woo-woo. It's not spiritual. It's quantum physics. There's all kinds of science behind it. And I'm on a mission to kind of get that message out with all the other amazing people on the planet who send that message out.
I love that you say it's science, because a lot of folks, and including men and women, will look or think of manifestation as, oh, come on, isn't it just hard work? Isn't it just you setting a goal and doing the work to get there? And the reality is, at least in my belief, that it isn't just that, but it is an energy field. It is, we are filled with hormones, and I'm doing you no justice, I'm sure, but it all starts within as it starts to create that energy, which is what you put out into the world. And so I love that you say that it's kind of backed by science. So everyone on right now should be paying attention, because this isn't woo-woo stuff. It is the the only way I'm so pro manifestation, and in my opinion, it's the only way to start that momentum to move forward in anything, whether it's life, love, your relationships, in your business, and really taking control of your life and taking it off autocorrect, and starting to have some control of what your outcomes are. So let's talk a little bit about the science, because I think that's important for people to understand, that it's not hocus pocus, that there is, science to the actions and the tactics that you teach people.
Yeah, beautiful. So I'll say like two things that I think make this as clear and simple as possible for the time that we have. There's certainly so many people, and if you want to reach out to me or you, like, we can give you the science behind it. But for today, I think it's as simple as like, we're all made up of atoms, right? So like table, chair, your phone, you, like, we're all made up of these things called atoms, trillions and trillions of them. And atoms are 90% energy, 99% energy and 1% matter, right? So we are built with 99% energy and 1% matter. And for some reason, we've kind of been taught and focused on that 1% matter instead of the energy. And so when you're in exchange with anything, you're dealing with energy, right? So if you are attracting positive energy, you're attracting positive energy. And if you're showing up in a negative space, you're attracting negative atoms, right? And so the thing here to understand is that we've got a 6-foot energetic bubble around us. Some people call it our aura, some people call it our biofield, but it's this 6-foot energetic bubble. And when you are in alignment, like I just said, your bubble is called coherent. Joe Dispenza talks about this a lot too. So if you guys are familiar with that name, like, that's the person you could look up. He brings the science to the spirituality. So you're in this coherent bubble, and so you're attracting what you're looking for externally. So I'll model it in more of like a real sense. If, let's say, you're going for a job, right? Or let's say we'll do listings, real estate. Many of my clients are real estate agents. So I was just doing a speech on this the other day, and I used them as examples. So I'll do it again. So if you are an agent and you are looking to get this listing, you're thinking in your head, like, I really want this listing. I desire to get this listing. I desire to get this house and be the person that's selling this $5 million home. And I know I can do it, and I'm excited to do it. And here's all the reasons why it's going to work out, and I'm going to be amazing, right? So you're thinking about it. I'm going to get this listing, and you're speaking about it. You're going to tell your team, or you're going to tell the clients, like, I am so interested in this listing. I know I can do it, and here's all the reasons I can do it. And you're showing up in that space because your thoughts are there and your speech is there. You're showing up in this energetic space in which your shoulders are up, and you're walking like this, and your face is lit up, and you're using your hands, like, you're excited to be there. And so in response to that energy, that client is going to be like, cool, I'm going to consider this person, or I'm going to give them the job because it feels good to do that. Their thoughts, their speech, their feelings are in alignment. This is all happening under the surface, right? But that's the thing. And so on the other end of that, and this is sort of the end of this example, but on the other end of it is, if you're thinking like, I don't really know if I'm going to get this listing. I don't know if I'm good enough. I don't know if I know enough. I've never done a $5 million home before, right? Your speech is going to show up that way. You're going to be a little less confident. Your tone of voice might show up a little different, and your body's going to show up differently, right? So you might kind of be like hunched over or not be as confident. And in response to that energy, that client's going to feel that too. Right. And so that's like the real basics. I mean, that's like such a basic version of the question you asked, but the timing that we have, I just want to kind of like give it as quick as possible. So yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, and thank you for distilling it down into an example that everybody can actually relate to, because how you wake up in the morning, from, the moment your alarm goes off, the thoughts that enter your head, to, putting your feet on the ground, or even how you end your day. What thoughts are you feeding yourself, and what words are you speaking to yourself? How are you, the stories you're telling yourself before you sleep it's all extremely important with how you show up in your life. At least that's what I'm hearing, is that the what you think and say is what provides that energy that gives you that momentum to move forward, stand still,
Yes,
you
have your
know,
external reality show up the way you want. It all
exactly.
starts with your internal dialogue and your internal feelings on stuff. And I think the other thing I'll add here too is like it's really good to think about this from a money perspective. It's easier with a money example. So it's like, let's say you're thinking you want to make $1 million, right? I want to make $1 million. I want to make $1 million. And you're saying it to your spouse or your whatever. I would like to make $1 million this year. But if in your heart, if you don't feel like you can do it, I've never made $1 million before. I don't know how to do it. I don't know what it looks and sounds and feels like. I'm not the type of person that makes $1 million. I don't come from a family of millionaires. That's out of alignment. Your 6-foot energetic bubble is incoherent. It's not matching. So this is another part of the science too, and this has also been scientifically proven and measured. The energy that emits from our heart space is way more, it's way stronger and way more powerful than the energy that emits from our brain space. So if you don't actually feel in your emotional body that it's possible, if you don't believe that it's possible to make the $1 million, it's going to take a lot longer to make the $1 million because you're out of alignment and you're incoherent. And that's why it's so important. Like people say, when you want to start making money, go, my mentor told me 12 years ago, like go to Neiman Marcus and find an expensive pair of shoes and walk around in them and just kind of try to get into the feeling of what it is. And that's how we manifest. And that's all scientifically proven too. That's with heart math. Like you can go look it up. It's all there.
I have a friend of mine who owns a $1 billion business, and he is 35 years old. He's brilliant. But and this is, I guess, an example, he knew his business idea. He spoke about it, and he took it one step further. Like he moved into a hotel space that does, leasing, and it's very high end. And he sat with the people that made the $1 billion every single day. And he sat with those people, and it became within alignment. And now, fast forward 5 years and he's got this $1 billion business, but he put himself there, like walking around, he put the shoes on and he walked around in it. Correct. And he became, and so correct me if I'm wrong, but that rings as an example is, putting yourself in that place where you want to be so that your body can feel what it feels like to be that millionaire, to run in that circle, to wear that pair of Louboutins, so that if that is your goal, that you know what feeling you're chasing, and you know that you need to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. And they say this with love too, right? So like if you're trying to manifest a partner, like go watch a bunch of rom-coms. Like even though we know that they're ridiculous, silly, and they're not, like, life is not a movie, like get into the energy space of what it feels like to watch love and to be excited about love, and hang out with people that are in good relationships versus people that are bitching and moaning and complaining, excuse my language, about dating and being single and all that stuff, right? And so I've used these principles, as I said in the beginning of the call, for both of those areas of my life. And it works. Like the manifesting process works. Now, the thing to mention about money and love that's different is, money is just energy, right? Money is just energy. And so, but money has no stuff. Money is just money. It has no like stuff or background or triggers and patterns and stuck points that it needs to get through. So you can call in money actually a lot faster in some cases. If you're looking to call in like your partner, you have to recognize that they have a timeline and they have certain lessons they're going through. And so the process is a little bit longer sometimes, but the steps are the same.
That's awesome. So we have a whole bunch of ladies on, and they're probably at this point going, okay, give it to me. I think I'm sort of buying in. Or they're at least thinking to themselves, yeah, I know I've heard enough about manifestation because it is a bit of a buzzword out there right now. We see it on social media. We see all the reels and all the gurus talking about it. Okay, well, how do I do it?
Yeah.
Like, how do I even start?
Yeah, beautiful. So, okay, I'm going to give a metaphor. It's called the restaurant metaphor. It comes from a book called Cosmic Ordering. So if you want to read, it's a very quick read. It's a simple book. I read it back in 2017. It was brilliant. And so I have to give credit where it's due. That's where it comes from. So the restaurant metaphor is 5 steps. There's also a 5-step process for actually what you're going to write down. So you're going to have access. You're going to get access to all of that. So we're going to start first with the metaphor because it's just a good kind of foundational piece. So in the restaurant process, right? Like, let's say this is my hand over here is restaurant, and this is real life. This is your manifestation. Okay. So in the restaurant metaphor, step one is you have a desire. Okay. So I have a desire, I'm hungry, and I want to eat. Okay. In real life, you're manifesting life. You say, I'll use money because, again, it's just easier to do it as an example. So step one, I have a desire to make money. I want to make $1 million. Okay. Step two in restaurant metaphor is I have a desire, I'm hungry, and now I get more specific. What is it that I want to eat, right? I want to eat a burger and fries. Okay, great. Step two with manifesting is I have a desire to make money. I just said I want to make $1 million. That's my specific request is $1 million. Step three, restaurant metaphor is inspired action. Okay. I'm going to take an inspired action to get my desire of a burger and fries. I'm going to get in the car and I'm going to drive to Burger Lounge. Okay. So I'm going to go and take an action. I don't sit on my couch and expect that a burger is going to show up on my doorstep if I don't either drive to go get it or I don't call Uber Eats, right? I have to take an inspired action. That's step three. Same thing in manifesting, take an inspired action. So I set up my website if I'm a personal brand, and I make sure that I'm really clear about who my soul clients are and whatever, all the actions you need to take to put yourself in alignment with your desire. Okay. Step four, restaurant metaphor, we go into the restaurant, we place our order. I want a burger and fries. I want lettuce, tomato, onions, and medium well. Now, step four is where it gets kind of tricky because what we don't do is say to the waiter, like, how many fries are going to be on the plate and how much time exactly is it going to take for the burger to show up and who is the chef and where do we cook it on? We don't actually do that because it's annoying and it doesn't make any sense. And we trust that we don't need to do that. So we don't do it. Okay. In step four, that's sort of like when we want to make our $1 million and we've taken some of the inspired actions, then we start praying, we start writing intentions, we start asking, we start staying up at night and waking up early. Like, where's my $1 million? How is it coming through? When are my inspired actions going to start working? Like, we start asking all these questions, like, it's annoying to the universe. Like, it's annoying.
Like, come on, let me do my job.
Yeah, it's annoying to the universe, just like it's annoying to the waiter. We don't do that to the waiter because we know they might spit in our food. Like, we don't do that, right? So we do that in our manifestations. Step five is also a tricky step, and it's very, very, very important and challenging to do. It's probably the most challenging step. Step five is in the restaurant metaphor, you go back to doing whatever you were doing before you place the order. You go back and read, or you're on your phone, or you're talking to your friend. You completely forget about the order. You trust, accept, and believe it's going to show up in a reasonable amount of time because you're worthy of getting the food. You have enough money to pay for it, and you took the inspired action to show up. So in 7 to 12 minutes, it's probably going to arrive, and it'll be arrived the way you ordered it. And manifesting in step five is that it's the surrender, the trusting, the process, knowing that the $1 million is going to come through if you've done the inspired actions and you set the intention and you do the thing every day. And knowing that the love is going to come through because you've done all the steps, right? And that's where we get stuck. And so I always like to use the restaurant metaphor because when I talk about manifesting, friends, family, clients, whatever, everybody always asks me that question. They go, well, so-and-so says to be really specific in the desire. And then other people say, kind of leave it open to interpretation and leave it open to the universe. And then so-and-so says that we have to be like really talking about it a lot. And then someone else says we have to surrender and forget about it. Like, how does that work? That's always the question I get. And the restaurant metaphor kind of cleans all that up, which is like why I like to start there. Does that all make sense?
Oh my goodness. Yes. And it brings clarity. So I really hope that the ladies watching, have walked through that because I do think they're all probably nodding their head when you said, step 4 and 5 get a little bit tricky because, we're also in a world where, we want instant gratification. We get down on ourselves super easy if we don't have the life that we see other people have on social media. And so we want things now, and we then worry, which I'm learning and have learned that worrying is like praying for bad things to happen. That's that like negative energy that's around you. And so what would your, I guess, counsel be on, how do you get through steps 4 and 5? Like, how do you not put that worry there? Like, how do you find that trust in the universe, in God, in whatever, you know, higher power that you believe in? How do you find that within yourself so that you don't pray for bad things to happen?
I love everything you just said. It's such a great question. So, people don't often ask me it, so it's great. I'm glad you're addressing it. So this is what I would say. There's a couple of things for that I have give to clients. So first is the formula to keep forward momentum going. And again, this is all in the document you guys can receive. There's 3 steps to keep the forward momentum going. First step is to acknowledge. Second is appreciate. Third is celebrate. So I'll model what that looks like. So let's say you're looking for your $1 million, right? So I'll use an example from a client. She is an agent, and she's a new agent, and she's working another job to kind of keep everything above water and making sure that she feels really stable financially. But she doesn't like this 9-to-5 job. She really doesn't like it. And she's gotten some momentum with real estate, but she has a certain number she wants in her bank account before she leaves the 9-to-5. And so she's getting frustrated a little bit, and we've been talking for a couple of weeks about it, and we did a bunch of this work. And then within like probably 7 days, another person reached out to her and said, I want to bring you to my 9-to-5. So it's a law office. So like she's working with a law office, and another law office reached out to her and was like, do you want to come over here instead? And it's the same. It's both 9-to-5, whatever. And she's like, this is not what I'm asking the universe for. Like I want 3 more listings because that'll give me enough money. Like, why is the universe giving me this? And I said, okay. And we put this whole strategy together in which she leveraged to the current office that she's working in. Hey, I have another person that's interested in me, and I'll still keep working for you because I know you like that I'm here, but I want Fridays off because you don't need me here. And I'm going to go work on my real estate business, which is really what I'm interested in. And I want that off. And it all worked out. And so that is a nod from universe, higher self, whatever words you want to use that feels good to you and in alignment to you. That's a nod that you're on the right track. You're taking the steps, and it's a gift. And you want to acknowledge it, you want to appreciate it, and you want to celebrate that. So I say, what is the thing that causes you to feel fancy, or that causes you to feel like, what do you do when you celebrate? Do some measure of that, right? You don't have to go on a vacation that's $5,000 because it doesn't warrant maybe that, but maybe you take the day off and you take yourself to do something that makes you feel like you celebrate. So again, coming back to the beginning of the call where it's like, celebrating is putting yourself in the energy, in the high vibe energy, so you keep it going. So that's the 3-step process for dealing with step 4 and 5. And when you're looking for love, a lot of times when you're looking for love, this happens. So this same person, we did all the exercises around love too. She's looking to call in a partner, and the next week, excuse that noise, someone just contacted her and said, I have a blind date for you. And she's like, I don't want this blind date. And I'm like, yes, you do. This is a nod from the universe. Like, this is what it is. So when you first start dating, when you're trying to call on your partner, like every date is a nod from the universe, even if it doesn't go well, because when you know what you don't want, you know what you do want. And every little shift of a thing that's not typical, you want to pay attention to.
That's what I was going to ask you. So, because that would be the next question. It's like, okay, so how do I know it's a nod from the universe? Like, how do I recognize, be still enough, quiet enough to notice those, because they're small sometimes. They can be teeny tiny. And if you don't recognize, like, I'm going to give an example because I'm all about, if that's okay, I'm going to steal your stage for a second, but I think this might, work. So, my Instagram account got hacked. And it was awful. And they were wanting all the money in the world. And I've spent years and years and years curating content. And it was just awful. But I was like, okay, I'm not paying the money. I'm going to start a new account because I'm just not, you pay the money. You don't know if they're going to give it back to you. I'm like, God, the universe doesn't want me to pay this money, whatever. I'm going to start a new account. The next day, my fiance breaks up with me. Okay, so this is like 3-pronged. Day after that, he locks me out of my bank accounts. Okay, like completely like crazy, crazy stuff. Start this new Instagram account. The Ladies Take Control community was born out of a nod. And now, literally, as soon as the Ladies Take Control community was born, I got my Instagram account back.
How?
People started reporting it, and Instagram gave it back to me. So that the hacker, so I didn't end up having to pay, and the hacker got booted out because I was able to prove my identity, and so on. And now I have this beautifully started Instagram account for this incredible community that we are building to inspire women. The reason I bring it up is because I could have panicked.
Yeah.
I could have been negative energy, woe is me, all is going on. Instead, I used it as inspired action to put out into the universe what I wanted to achieve.
Yeah.
And then the universe gave back to me this incredible gift.
Yes.
And now I have this incredible community, and I get to speak with incredible people like you, and all these ladies get to hear from you. But it was the quiet nod of, you've got your Instagram account back. Now
Yeah.
you have two.
Yeah.
You know, you have these lovely ladies are wrapping your arms around this event, and so on and so forth. But it was all these small little nods along the way that, had I not been in tune with them or open to it, I would have freaked out. I would have been worried. I would have probably paid the money, regretted that, and so on and so forth. Started a new Instagram account for this community. It would have not been as great as it is now. And the reason I give the personal example is because I think it's all happening around us all the time.
Yes.
And I think that we are just so busy focusing on what we don't have that we're not looking at the things that the world, the universe, the higher power, whatever you feel comfortable, whatever word you feel comfortable using, is actually giving to us. And so we're not acknowledging it, and we're not celebrating it, and we're not keeping that forward momentum.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I love that. Thank you for sharing that story. I think that's absolutely accurate. And I think it's just important, like when you're, okay, let me just say it this way too. Manifesting is like, I call this building your manifesting muscle. And so building your manifesting muscle is like building any other actual muscle, right? You have to work with it on a daily or at least consistent basis. You have to put a game plan in place. Sometimes you need a trainer to help you. You have to make the decision to go into the gym and start doing the work and putting the effort in. And you start with small things, right? So when you start building your muscles, you go like, I'm going to start for women. Like I'll start with a 5 pound and then I'll move to an 8 and I'll move to a 10. And so the equivalent of that with manifesting is like, I'm going to just request that I get something free today. It can be anything free when we're talking about money, right? Yeah. Anything free, a free cup of coffee. If someone hands me a flower, whatever, just something within 48 hours and it will show up. And don't get offended. Don't get upset if it doesn't show up. Just start it again. Just keep trying. Right? It's a process of like continuing to get your thoughts, your speech, and your feelings in alignment, and trusting that you've got the 6-foot energetic bubble around you. And no matter what is happening, if you can stay in a neutral or above state, this goes into another rabbit hole, but there's, this thing called the map of consciousness. And it basically talks about energy levels. And when you're in a stressed, worried, anxious, terrified, any of those kind of words that indicate fear-based state, it's much harder. There's not a lot of energy attached to those fear-based states. It's stagnant and it can be destructive. It's a forceful energy. And then when you can go neutral, which is basically what you did in that thing, you were like, I'm going to try to stay neutral. Yeah. When you can go neutral and then you can start moving above. Okay, now I'm going to be lighthearted. I'm going to be excited. I'm going to be joyous. I'm going to be grateful. And grateful is the easiest. It's the most efficient and effective way to go from neutral and above, is to just find something to be grateful for. Your energy shifts, your vibration shifts, your bubble starts to get more coherent. It's really like this simple. It's not easy, but it's...
No, it's not though. It's not easy. And I think that's why a lot of women, people, humans, but the ladies on the call probably like, yeah, I've tried it.
Right.
It's simple, but it's not easy. So we stop doing it. We stop making the active choice every single day to give that gift to ourselves. Like we just take it for granted. And with your example of the, something free in 48 hours, the people who didn't get the free probably just didn't notice what was free because they weren't in alignment with, they weren't coherent. Is that that's what you said? They weren't in alignment with what they asked for.
Yeah. And you just have to keep going, okay, I'm thinking about getting something free and I'm telling my friends, oh, I'm playing this game and I'm going to get something free today. And then feeling what it would feel like to get that win. And it is really like a momentum thing. And so once it starts happening, you start to build your momentum and build your confidence around it. And you're like, good, I get this. There's a book called E Squared. It's by Pam Grout.
Mhm.
It's an incredible book to build your manifesting muscle. I also read it when I read Cosmic Ordering. I went through this whole phase of reading like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages around manifesting. And I've kind of tried to distill all the stuff I've learned in it. And in this freebie, partly in the freebie you're going to get. And she has 9 experiments to prove that the quantum field is real. And it's very simple read, quick read, awesome book. And one of the chapters is like about a brown car. And so it's this idea of like, when you want to get a new car, you start to see it everywhere.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's the same thing with manifesting. It's like when you want something and you start saying it, you start to see it and it starts to show up. And then you get nods from the universe of like, yes, I'm on the right track. I'm on the right track. I'm on the right track. And once you start doing that more, it becomes more fun and you build your manifesting muscle and you start to build your confidence, which is what I do with clients. Like the goal with my clients is like, let's set our intentions and start really building your confidence around it. So you really see how it works. Because it's real and it's science and it is what it is. It's like the law of gravity. It's not this thing like, oh, some good people get it and some bad people don't. Like, it's not like that. It is what it is. It's a law. It's a quantum physics thing.
You're choosing one way or the other, basically.
Yeah.
You're choosing to be, or actually, I guess there would be 3. You've got your lower vibrations, your negativity, your neutral, and then your higher vibrations. So ladies, you know, you're watching, you're listening, and I think it's something that, you know, you need to hold the mirror up to yourself, because really you can have the life that you want, anything that you want, but it starts with your choice to change your mindset, your vibration, your outlook, and take yourself from either negative to neutral, at least make those baby steps, or, you know, increase from there. But the reality is, if you're sitting in a position in life that you don't love, it's because you've chosen to be there. And sometimes it's hard to make the choice to do something different, but little steps like this, like what Natalie is teaching us, is what will take you to the next level of your, whether it's your career or finding love or money or whatever it is that you're trying to obtain in your life. So Natalie, you said you had like 5 sentences when we were speaking beforehand that these ladies should know, and it's kind of the starting point. Do you want to share those with everyone?
I do. And I want to just say something to what you just said too. And I'll say it briefly, but I want to make this point. We teach best what we most need to learn. Truly. So if you are sitting on this call and you're going, well, like this person is, you know, this person, Natalie, is talking about all this manifesting stuff and she doesn't understand this about me or all these things. Like what I really want to get clear here is like, I see you, I hear you, and I get how challenging this process can be. And if you're in a challenging state, how hard it is. Like, I really get that. And so I want you to understand or hear or feel that this is not the way I show up every day. Like it takes me so much effort. And the reason I teach this stuff and I'm healthfully obsessed with it is because I struggled with it so much. So it is simple, but it's not easy, and you are not alone in it. Like I have all these words up all the time to remind me of this stuff, right? Because it's hard. It's not a simple thing. So just, you know, if you're in like a little bit of a challenging space, or you're like, oh, I've heard all this stuff before, it doesn't work for me. Like, just know, like, I've been there too. You've been there, Katie. Like we've all been there.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
The reason why we're here saying this is because we're so passionate about like helping people move through the challenge, because we've been there, right?
100%.
Yeah.
100%. And you've got to give yourself grace. And the beautiful thing about next day is that it's another opportunity to try again, and just don't stop trying, because I mean, I think we should sweat the small stuff. That's just my personal belief. I think that, you know, all the little habits that we make teeny tiny, how we show up every day amounts to something really big. And so even if you're taking the smallest step, like I remember at one point with my therapist, I'm like, I can't even like shower or eat. He's like, okay, let's celebrate those wins. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to get up and you're going to brush your teeth and you're going to shower and we're going to celebrate that. And
Yeah.
then, oh, you ate that. It's funny. I like, it's a couple weeks ago. I texted my friend. I'm like, I ate 3 full meals today. Yes.
Wow,
So
good.
it's like, and so like you said, I've been there. I'm always on a crazy journey. You've been there. And I'm sure every woman that's watching is like, okay, now they understand that it's possible, but taking those small little steps every day, not giving up, because you're worth it.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So, and I should say too, like a lot of my journey started through breakups.
I love it.
Yeah, oh yeah. Most of the lessons and the stuff that I learned is like directly related to breakups. And I just got engaged, and I'm 40.
Congratulations. That's
Thank
amazing.
you. Yeah, thank you. But it's been a ridiculous journey, like crazy journey, like major breakups, major breakthroughs. The thing to get is like, there's always a breakthrough and the break up, right? And that's true for all areas of your life. And so the very last thing I'll say, because I think this is so important in the mindset around this, is like, we live in a universe that abides by the law of polarity. Or the law of duality. And basically what that means is like love and fear and rich and poor and happiness and sadness and flow and force are 2 sides of the same coin. You can't fully experience one without the other. And so it's all there for a reason. And so if you're in a space of like, oh, I'm sad, or I'm broke, or I'm in forcing stuff all the time, that you can turn that coin over, because we live in a universe that abides by the law of polarity. And so when it's dark, eventually it will become light. And so when you're in what I call like a cocoon moment, I used to call it a ditch moment when I had my first breakup. And by the 4th breakup, I was like, no, it's a cocoon moment. I understood.
Way better.
Yeah, on the other side of it is a transformation. There's a breakthrough. It had to happen. And you're all these different, better things as a result. And you've leveled up. And so now you call in a better version of the person you want to be with, or whatever. So it's like really important to understand that part of it too. So for the 5 sentences, just to kind of get there. And again, you guys will all have access to, I know, Katie, you're going to give them the landing page link and all that stuff. So
they will get everything in a clean, tidy email with all of the awesome gifts that everyone is giving them.
Okay, brilliant. So you guys you can listen to this and just be calm about it. You don't need to write it down if you don't want to. You're going to get access to it. But anyway, there's 5 sentences. The first sentence, and I'm going to explain why it's written this way. It also comes from a book called The Map. So you see all my stuff is like kind of coordinated around all these books and materials I've read. And then I've just kind of distilled them into a framework people can use. So the first sentence is, I am grateful to create a reality in which okay. And so the reason why it's written this way is, if you have only made money example again, if you've only made $100,000 and you want to make $1 million, and you write an intention or a goal or an objective to make $1 million, your brain is like, you've never made $1 million before. You've only ever made 100,000. This is crazy. And it just shuts it down. It like puts an emergency brake on and halts the whole process, because the dissonance between 100,000 and $1 million is too big. Yeah. But if you write a statement that says, I intend to create a reality in which, or I am grateful for a reality in which I create a space to make $1 million, it kind of gets underneath that reptilian part of the brain and that unconscious crap. Like, you get around it. So it doesn't trigger that part of the brain that's like, shut down, shut down, shut down. It doesn't do that. So it's like sort of a nice soft way to get around the unconscious, which is what you really need to do when you're shifting and changing things, because we have so many things in our brain and in our unconscious that don't want change to happen. And that's a whole nother rabbit hole that we can go down on a different thing, a different event, but you want to get around that. So that sentence does that. Second sentence is, when I wake up in the morning, I think, okay, the goal of this exercise is to get your thoughts, your speech, and your feelings in alignment. So it's why the sentences are written this way. So when I wake up in the morning, I think, and you want to imagine, like, now that I'm only making $100,000 and I want to make $1 million, you probably wake up and you think about all the to-dos and maybe all the reasons why you're not at the $1 million, or all the bills that you have to pay that you're not going to pay, or whatever. Like, you think about all the, like, the stuff you don't want to be thinking about, right? We all do that in some way, shape, or form. So you want to go, okay, if the result that I intended to create was actually in my reality, what would I wake up and think in the morning? Okay.
Yep.
And you write that. And then the third sentence is, when I go to bed at night, I think, And a lot of times what people do, what I work with will say, when I go to bed at night, I think I'm so grateful that I attracted blah, blah, blah. Like they just use the I'm so grateful thing.
Yeah.
You could rewrite sentence 2 and 3 could sound the exact same. It's totally okay. This statement, all these statements are repetitive. They're simple. They're going to feel elementary. They're going to feel really basic as you're doing them. And you're going to be like, how the hell do these sentences make a difference? That's really how you can feel. But these sentences are magic. If we had a lot more time, I would tell you 5 different client stories that have written these intentions and like magical things have happened. I completely have faith and trust in them because I've been using them for 7 years and they work. So just like be clear. 4th sentence, when I speak about this area of my life, I say things like, or I say, when I speak about this area of my life, I say, remember, we're getting our thoughts, our speech, and our feelings in alignment. So that sentence is doing that. You want to make that sentence sound like you. So like when I was calling in my fiance, I would say like, when I talk about this area of my life, I say things like, he's finally effing here. Like I curse.
I love it.
I made it sound like me. I put the F word in it because it's how I would actually say it. And so that's that sentence. And then the last sentence is a kind of a wonky grammatical sentence, but we needed to do it this way. It's like, when I feel into this area of my body, I feel it in. And so what that kind of looks like is you want to assess, when I'm stressed about money, where does that stress tend to show up in my body? Because stress shows up in our physical body. So you tend to get headaches. Does your low back hurt? Does your hip hurt? Does you hunch over, your whatever? So for me, stress always shows up in my chest. So I would say something like, when I feel into this area of my body, I feel lighthearted. I feel open. I feel light.
Okay.
And then the last sentence is a closing sentence. Just say, in perfect divine timing for the greatest and highest good of all involved, so be it, so it is. And for the people on the call who are like religious, I am Catholic. I was raised Catholic. I have a whole meditation spot with Mother Mary in it. I'm also spiritual. But what that sentence says is basically like, amen. Like that's your amen. So be it, so it is. Right. And so that last sentence is the surrender piece. It's a very important sentence to include because I am saying to God, higher self, whatever word we use, conscious creation, that I trust and I surrender that you'll give this to me in perfect divine timing for the greatest and highest good of everyone involved. So be it, so it is. It's amen. So it's a very, very powerful group of sentences. Again, I have been using it for 7 years. One of my clients manifested his dream home that was on the market and he didn't purchase. And he was really had a lot of regret and shame around not purchasing it and really bummed out about it. We did this exercise and he's living in that home now. That exact home came back on the market.
Wow.
And I have like many of those stories. I just don't have time to tell them to you all.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Well,
they work.
I'm a firm and true believer. I am definitely not a expert in manifestation, but I can say from my own point of view that where there's darkness, there's light, and I 100% agree that it's 2 sides of the same coin. And so the women that are watching and listening, maybe take a look at the places in your life that you see a little bit of darkness and realize that, oh, if I just flip that coin, if I just change the way I think about it, that maybe I'll find that light. And check out the free tool Natalie has given. I've looked through it. It's intensive and it's super detailed. So do yourself a favor and look through the tool and practice these sentences and I mean, have some fun with it. I mean, even if it's a little, woo-woo to you, maybe try it out, have some fun with it and see what comes about. I'm sure Natalie, I'm going to make sure all her social media and everything is up there so that you can reach out, but I'm sure she wants to hear your stories too. So, she would really love to know that if somebody on this call took her steps, that's another success story for her to point out into the world. And it's another success story for you to live and enjoy. So at the end of all of this, because I know I could talk to you for hours because this is my jam. I love the energy you bring and I love what you teach. But all good things have to come to a close. Yep. And I want to ask one question.
Yep.
What would you counsel your younger self as a little girl? What would you counsel her in order to have the life that you currently have, that you've manifested, that you've shown up, and how would you have made her path a little smoother? What counsel would you give?
That's such a great question. I think that if I was going to talk to my younger self to get to where I am now, I would tell her, gosh, I do this stuff all day long with my clients. What
I'm putting you in the hot seat now.
I had, as I've said many times on this call, I've struggled with money. I've struggled with love. I think in the love area of my life, I would tell me to just be a little less analytical about it. And I really struggled with like conscious communication and ghosting. I struggled. I had abandonment stuff. My dad left when I was little. I had a lot of stuff around communication. And I used to get very upset if someone would halt communication or stop communication. And I would feel like, it was really like about me. And I think the thing to get is that like, it's generally not about you. And I think also what we do is like we attract. The thing to really understand is that we attract our inner parts that are not healed yet, attract circumstances and people that feel like the initial moment that caused the trauma so that we can heal it. So the thing to go is like, I'm healed. Like I'm healed. I don't need to keep attracting more experiences and more people to trigger all this stuff so that I can work through it. It's just like, I'm healed. I actually just wrote an intention for one of my clients the other day about inner child healing. And it was that statement. She's like, I don't want to do all this work. I don't want to like discover all my inner parts. And I'm like, okay, then let's just talk to them and tell them that they're healed. And so I think that's what I would say is like,
that's
you don't need
fantastic.
to be analytical about it. Like just say you're healed and like be in the moment, like live in the present moment more.
Because everything's okay, right? Like right now in this moment, nothing is wrong.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Everything's okay. Well, thank you, Natalie, so much for your time and your wisdom and just all the information. I'm going to like watch this over and over and over again and digest those books, E Squared and Cosmic Ordering. That is, as soon as we are done, I'm going to be hopping off and ordering those on Amazon. Anyway, thank you so much for everything. And ladies, I hope you got lots out of it. Stay tuned for our next speaker. Right now, the speaker we are about to have on this virtual stage means the world to me. She is not only an incredible human, she's kind, she'll do anything for anyone, but she's also a mover and a shaker. She is a real estate expert, and she is none other than Lisa Copeland. Welcome to the virtual stage, Lisa Copeland. How are you?
Thank you, Katie. I'm great. Thank you for that sweet introduction. It's so good to see you. Are you up in Canada, eh?
Hey, yes, I am. My Canadian is coming back. So yes, I am here in Canada.
Well, good. Well, thanks for having me. I think this is an amazing event that you're putting on. And boy, what an all-star speaker lineup. Wow.
It is. And it's incredible when women, and what we're doing right now is just, it to me, like when women actually come together and put our arms around each other and to help each other and other women and everyone that's listening, I just think it's an incredible thing.
I do too. So I'm excited to be able to participate and hopefully add value.
Oh, of course. I mean, you add value in every single moment there is. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about who Lisa is. What are your core sort of principles that you follow, and what do these ladies need to know in order to have the life that they want, live the dreams that they want, have the relationships they want? I mean, fill us in. We all need to know.
Wow. Okay. That's a big question coming out. Like, oh, what did you do today? No, how do we change the world? I think that it takes courage. I think that we live in a world today that we lack courage, right? We're scared about getting canceled. So we're afraid to stand up for what we believe and why we believe because somebody might cancel us. And I'm here to tell you that I believe you do need to stand up and say what you believe and not be in fear of cancellation. I believe that that the only way we can change the world is to make things right in the world. And part of that is, building relationships, helping other people, to your point, being kind. But, I think sometimes that there is, people think, well, you can't have courage and be kind at the same time. And yes, you can. I'm here to tell you, you can. And I think that has to go with what your core beliefs are and who you are as a person. And one of the things I like to say, Katie, that is, in the absence of courage, do it scared. And I just want to, tell everybody, it's scary to make big choices. It's scary to pivot. It's scary to change a job. It's scary to get out of a bad, abusive relationship. It's scary to sometimes, go up against a family member on some core beliefs, whatever that looks like. So when you're feeling that scared, when you're feeling that, so when you don't have courage, I want you to tell yourself, you know what, I'm scared, but I'm going to do it anyways. I'm going to do it scared.
Yeah, I love that, because a lot of the times fear will just like cement our feet to the ground, and we can't. Most times, I'm sure every lady that's watching have been like, yeah, I've had the courage. I've gone through this XYZ, being a little fearful, but I've done it anyways. But what happens when you're petrified? What happens when you're completely, you don't have that courage, and you're pulling on anything out of thin air to get you going? And I love that you've got the ability to do it scared. You have it in you.
But you have to put one foot in front of the other, right? It's step one, it's step two. And you just have to keep telling yourself, you know what? Because if you're doing what you fundamentally believe is right, what is true to your core, then you will somehow muster the courage to do it scared.
What piece of counsel would you give? You talk about one foot in front of the other. What piece of counsel would you give to the ladies that are watching? Like, what's a good first step? I mean, I know everybody's situation is different. Every fear is different. Every problem being solved is different. But what would be like a good first step to get them moving?
I think that you want to identify what you want the end result to be, right? So versus just jumping into something for the fight, which I think when I was younger, I would do that. I thought, well, I'm going to fight this battle. I'm going to fight it, whatever, no matter what, because this is what I believe. Well, as I've gotten older in life and wiser, I've decided you cannot fight every battle, right? So I need to fight the battles that I think will have the best outcome, right? Not only the best outcome for myself, but maybe the best outcome for one of my employees, for the planet, for my children, for my grandchildren. So I go into every battle trying to figure out what result do I want to gain? Like, am I getting into this just to fight? If I'm getting into it just to fight, I'm not going to do that anymore. Because sometimes women and men, like, we like to get into the thick of things because we want to win. And many years ago, I was going to run for politics. They wanted me to run for the city council in my town, and I was really fired up about it. And as I really did some soul searching about it, I figured out the only reason I wanted to get into the political game wasn't that I really wanted to serve the people of my town for the next 4 years. I just wanted to win the election. You see, I just wanted to get in. I wanted to do battle. I wanted to do the strategy, and then I wanted to win the election. Then after that, I really didn't care about the job. And so once I came up with that, I realized I had no business in politics. And so I believe that you need to take every situation that you're going to go into battle, and you need to look at what is the end game. And if the end game serves you well, then you go to battle. If there really is no end game, maybe that's fighting with a spouse, or maybe leaving a significant other that's been abusive to you, and the end game isn't really to save the relationship, right? So I want you to look at what the end game is, and then decide on what the battle plan is.
Yeah, a lot of times I think we make ourselves busy with things. You talk about it being the battle, but it just makes us feel productive. It makes us feel like we're accomplishing something and doing something, when the reality is we're doing nothing but wasting our time and our energy on something that isn't going to serve us or serve those around us.
Correct.
How would you say, what counsel would you give in identifying the end game, identifying a goal to go after, identifying, like, how does one sit back and be like, all right, this is what I want to achieve? Like, I think it takes a whole bunch of humility. I think it takes a whole bunch of looking at yourself in the mirror and being honest with yourself. And that's where it starts. Would you agree?
Yeah, I definitely, but I mean, there's all kinds of battles in life, right? Like, it's a battle in a relationship. It's a battle, for women, especially for a job promotion, to go ask for a raise, right? It doesn't do you any good to go to war with your boss if you cannot accomplish the end game, right? Like if your job's got a posted pay plan, it's almost impossible to go get that pay plan changed. So I would tell you, then you just go get a different job. And so, or you become an entrepreneur where nobody gives you a pay plan, right? Where you make what you kill, And so, or if it's with an abusive person in your life, okay, whoever it may be, like, I don't know that you can ever win that war. So why even fight it? I tell people that are in abusive relationships, get out, fight for yourself, fight for anything other than that abusive person. But so many times we're wired to try to fight just to fight. And so there are some things in life, guys, that are not worth saving.
Yeah. I mean, the only person other than God, if you're spiritual, and maybe your kids and your spouse, is yourself, right? That's the thing worth saving. And, I think I've said this a couple of times throughout today, but putting that oxygen mask on first so you can help another it's the best analogy ever.
I do too. I think I heard that a couple of years ago. You always hear it on the airplane, It's like you can't save your kid if you can't breathe. So put on your oxygen mask and then, give it to your child. And I think that that's the same way in life and in business. To your point, you have to save yourself. You have to maintain your oxygen so that you can go and help somebody else.
And you can't do that if you're fighting battles that are meaningless and that are just stripping you of your energy, your time, your
power,
your power. Yeah.
Your everything.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that is so powerful. I hope everybody listening really hears that and has it resonate with them, because I mean, every single day we all get up to an alarm. We all put our feet on the ground. We are all faced with a gazillion things we need to do. And it's really up to us. I love this saying, whenever I was leading people, they'd come to me and say, well, I don't have time. Or my kids come to me and say, I don't have time for this. I don't have time for that. Well, no, it's just not a priority. And so every day we have to battle and sort through what our priorities are. And, to Lisa's point, that end game. If that end game is not solid, you don't know what you're fighting for. How can you sort through your priorities? And then how can you be productive? And how can you be successful? And how can you have wins? And if you have wins, how do you have even the time to think and celebrate the wins? Because you're exhausted because it's all helter skelter.
Exactly.
And I think it's extreme. I love this. It's extremely important, everyone watching, to, sit back and we're going into 2024. I know every year everyone makes New Year's resolutions, but maybe the resolution is as simple as, I'm going to figure out what my end game is. I want to know what I'm going after, so then I can pave my path to get there, rather than, I'm just going to lose 15 pounds. I got to get to a gym, or, I want to make more money. But is it really the making more money or that pay plan? Or is it that I want to be my own boss? Or is it that I want a different career? Or is it that I want to be a better wife? Or, if there are some gentlemen on here, a better husband or a better mother or a better father. I think it's important to identify your end game. And I think everyone watching should take that away as something they should achieve and go after in 2024.
Absolutely. That's almost a mic drop for me, because it is, knowing the end game. And that's why every January, we set goals, right? And the goal is so that we can identify what we want our wins to be, what our end game for the year will be, where we should be at the end of the year. So think about going into your day like that. Think about going into every negotiation, every conversation, even conversations with your children. What do I want? What do I want the outcome of this conversation to be? Do I want them to be better for it? Do I want to teach them something? Do I want to correct them on something? What does that look like? And then create and craft your conversations with the end game involved or in mind.
I love that. With my kids, I have this rule. We know how you do something is how you do everything, right? So it's we have this rule in my house, and it's called the 80% rule. And I razz my kids all the time. I'm like, 80% gets you nowhere. 100% maybe will get you something in life, but 110, that's when you succeed. And so when they do a task, a chore, their homework, sports, whatever it is, my end game is to get them to 110%. So I'll be like, hey, Noah, That was 80%. Come
Right.
on, take it all the
Well,
way.
you know,
Take it all the way.
10%, you know, you're leaving it all on the field, right? So
Yes.
then at that point, that's all you can do. 100% doesn't even get you into college anymore.
No.
Straight A's does not get you into college anymore. It's got to be that 110% marker to even get into a big school nowadays. So I agree. I like what you think. I like your thinking on that one, Katie, because you're right.
Well, I think that every lady that's watching here, you should be striving for 110%, because otherwise, and not just in business, but in life in general, like in every aspect of your life. And if you can't give it 110%, then maybe you need to relook at what your end game is and be like, is it a priority to me? You know, because are you wasting energy on something that is sucking energy away from something else that could be getting you to 110%?
Absolutely. You know, you need to be like that with your health, with your wealth, with your family, with your personal relationships. You know, I learned a long time ago, I'm very, you know, even people I spend time with, you know, like you, we know a lot of people, and most people want something. And so, you know, being very selective with what is the end game with that person. You know, do I want to do business with that person? Do I want a personal relationship with that person? Do I trust this person? Is this somebody who I can have in my inner circle? Is this somebody, if I needed help, could I call them and would they help me? Like, these things all go through my head with every relationship that I have, whether it's business or if it's personal.
Yeah, I think it's and I go back to what I said. It takes humility to be able to look in the mirror, because at the end of the day, I mean, you can't blame anybody for where you are at in your life, right? Because it's, while some may be victims, 100%. At some point, though, you have the ability to choose what you're going to do with the hand of cards you're dealt. And so, taking that inventory of your friends, your health, your wealth, your, you know, that inner circle, your end game, I think is the most important exercise going into 2024 and the rest of your life, starting right now, like right when this event is over. You know, what is that for everyone on an individual level? I think it's, and if that means you want to pivot, and I want to ask you, Lisa, because you've done a lot of pivoting in your career, and I find it to be, I mean, it's just so inspirational, because it just goes to show you that A, anything's possible, B, you can make anything come to life, and C, you're capable. Like, anybody can do it. I mean, not everybody's Lisa Copeland, but anybody can do it.
No, if I can do it, anyone can do it. Yeah.
So what were those, if you can describe to the ladies who are listening, you know, I guess my head is filled with questions. What caused you to want to pivot? Like, what were the things that were percolating that you're like just nagging at your heartstrings or your gut saying, I got to do something different? And when that happened, how did you noticed it, and then you're like, hey, I need a new end game. And you know, so what were those kind of steps or thought process that you went through to get where you are right now?
You know, I wanted freedom. And that's a great question, Katie. I'm not sure if anyone's ever asked it to me like that, but I'm coming up with a different answer than I normally would. So I was a car dealer until 2016, and I sold my dealership. And the reason I did not stay in the retail automotive industry is because I wanted freedom. I mean, when you're in the retail automotive industry, it is, even if you're the owner at my level, because, you know, I had a very tough brand that I owned. And so I had to be there all the time. It was 6 days a week. It was 100 employees. It was factory problems. I was on the National Dealer Council for Fiat Chrysler Automobiles, FCA. I mean, there was just always something I had to deal with. So I told myself, once I could get that monkey off my back, and then also kind of get rid of a partner that I didn't like very much, as soon as I could do that I was going to live my best life. I felt like I had given 7 years to an industry that I really do love the industry as a whole. I love the people that I met along the way, women in automotive, you know, just some wonderful relationships. But I was ready to take that monkey and take it off my back. And I wanted to, so I wrote a couple books. I went on speaking tours. I did a TV show up in Canada, in Toronto, called Car Sharks. Yes. Had a good time with that. You know, and then I thought, okay, so then COVID hit. So I had 4 years of traveling the country. I had a great time telling my story, consulting for other dealers, and COVID hit, and I was speaking a lot. And my agent called me and he said, we're canceled everywhere. I was on stage in Chicago the night before the lockdown in Chicago. So it was March 17th. March 17th. And I was the closing keynote speaker. And the meeting planner came to me and said, we're going to take you back to your hotel to grab your stuff. We're flying you home tonight. And I was like, God, did I do anything wrong? Did something happen? He goes, no, COVID's going to go on lockdown tomorrow. Chicago's going to go on lockdown tomorrow. And I was like, oh, because I live in Texas. Like we weren't even talking about the coronavirus at that point. So I got to Chicago O'Hare and people were masked and gloved and it was insane. And that was the only time I was ever afraid, by the way. And so I got on the plane in Chicago O'Hare, came back to Austin. We have bands in the airport. Austin was just as like it normally was. Like I thought, what is happening in Chicago? And I decided, I'm like, okay, it's going to be time for me to pivot again because my speaking career, and I had, I don't know, 70 big speaking gigs booked for that year for 2020. It was going to be my biggest speaking year ever, right at almost 7 figures. And it was just devastating. And I thought, okay, like I can't sit here and worry about when they're going to open this country back up again. Of course, it was getting worse by the minute. And so I was like, what is a job that is, that number one, I would be really good at. Number two, I could use my sphere of influence. Number three, I don't have to be locked in my house. So if anybody's followed my career, you'll know I have done everything except have a real estate license. So I told my agent that. I said, my speaking agent in New York, and of course, they were in major COVID lockdowns, and he goes, why don't you just stay home like the rest of us are doing? I go, because that's not my style. I'm not going to stay home and worry about, here we go, what is the outcome going to be? I said, I'm not going to stay home and worry about the outcome. And, I'm a firm believer that when it's your time to go, you will go. And so I said, I'm going to keep working. I'm going to do something. So I found out that you could continue, at least in Texas. You were considered an essential worker if you were in real estate.
Okay.
Now I own a mortgage company. I started that prior to going in the car. So I have a lot of background in real estate. I'm a real estate investor. So it wasn't just like, oh, I'm going to get a real estate license and let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so my agent said, do you know Tariq El Moussa from HGTV? He has the show Flip or Flop and Flipping 101. And I said, I don't know him, but I watch his shows. I think he's great. And he said, well, we also manage his speaking career and his career. Let me introduce you to him. Because if you're going to go into real estate, I'm going to call him and tell him about you. And so he did. And Tariq called me the next day and he said, look, I just joined this company called EXP and I want to build the largest sales team in the world. And I need a partner. He said, because I'm so busy doing my TV shows. And then at that point, he was kind of dating Heather from Selling Sunset. They weren't married yet. But he was busy living his life and doing television, but he wanted to be able to leverage his brand. And he said, I need a partner and I need someone who knows how to run sales teams, that will know how to recruit, that will know how to train. Well, that was just up my alley all the way from the automotive industry. So Tariq flew to Dallas. I flew to Dallas. I didn't fly to Dallas. I drove to Dallas and we met in Dallas like 2 days later. And we just hit it off and we've been together ever since. So that's 3.5 years. And we have about 1,600 agents in our organization. Yeah, it's awesome. And so those of you guys and gals that follow me, you'll see I'm around the country all the time with my teams in Scottsdale and Miami. Miami, I've got the Cardones, Grant and Elena, not Grant, but Elena Cardone. But Grant's kind of our coach. He's mine and Elena's coach. So that's fun. Most days. We have teams in Texas. We have teams in California, teams in New York, Nevada, everywhere. So it's great. So when do you pivot? Well, I pivoted because I had to. I pivoted because I didn't want my end game to be sitting in my house with a mask on. Like I never ever bought into any of that. And so, versus sitting around and complaining about it or posting about it on Facebook, I just said, I'm going to go out and I'm going to continue to move forward. I believe that the world's going to go on and I'm going to make it go on for myself. And that's what I did. So that was a pivot. It was a pivot in March of 16 when I decided to sell the dealership. I just really couldn't take it anymore. I'd had enough. I'd had enough of a partner and I'd had enough of all of it, of the grind. And so I made the decision. I called him and I said, let's go. I want to sell. I want to execute my buy-sell agreement. So we did. And then my speaking career, which I still do some, but I'm pretty, I love the real estate so much, but the speaking career came to an end very quickly, a big speaking career, because of something I couldn't control. So what is it you want your end game to be? But the thing I want to encourage you is don't sit home and cry in your beer.
Right? You can't.
So every time, like when I was selling the dealership, I knew what my next end game would be. I knew I was going to write a book. I knew I was going to go on the road. I knew, I'd already been offered the TV show in Canada. So, I knew what I was going to do. So I had an end game. So I had a plan as I was stepping out. And, the only time I didn't have a plan is when COVID very abruptly ended my big speaking tour.
And then, but then you took that hand of cards you were dealt, and you played them. You played them beautifully, but you walked through courage. You calmed yourself enough, I'm assuming, to say, okay, well, you took inventory of what I love, what I want to do, what your ultimate end game is. For example, freedom, right? I want to be free. I want to be out of the house. Now, how do I do it? So it sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, Lisa, you backed in to the you solved the problem. You knew what you wanted to do, but you backed into how to do it.
Exactly.
A lot of times when I chat with any female or anybody, I'm sure we're all familiar, or many of us are, Simon Sinek, start with the why.
Yeah.
Why you do what you do, because people buy from emotion. They don't necessarily buy from logic. What you do, so that's your end game. The beautiful thing about the how is that doesn't have to be like set in stone. That how you deliver on your end game, the steps you take, whether you're playing the jungle gym or you're climbing a ladder, that's the fun part. If you've got those two solid end pieces, then the how it's fun and exciting, and you get to back in from it, back into it. You can come in from the side. You can pivot a lot easier because you know what you're going after and you know why you're doing it.
Absolutely. So I agree with you. If you know your why, it'll be a lot easier to come up with your end game. And some of you, your why is going to be because I want to change the world. Now, that was my why, I believe, when I was in the auto industry. My why was to revolutionize the auto industry for women, minorities, and millennials, because I felt like those three classes of people, for lack of a better word, were very underutilized. They were discriminated against. I believe that they still are. And
they really are.
And so my why was I was going to revolutionize the auto industry. See, today that isn't my why anymore. My why is
now, I want to know what your why is.
My why is now to help families and women build generational wealth through real estate. So I mean, I was probably an expert coming into it because I owned a lot of real estate. I still own a lot of real estate. But especially now, I think it's critical because there's a massive wealth gap, and I know one of the speakers on this conference is my dear friend Sharon Lecture, who is she was the co-author of Rich Dad Poor Dad, which really started the whole real estate revolution when it came to real estate investing. So I'm anxious for everyone to hear her and what she has to say. She's an amazing woman, but there's a $1 million wealth gap between a 50-year-old woman and a 50-year-old man. And see, to me, that's an injustice, just like it was an injustice for women, minorities, and millennials in the automotive space. So I'm showing women how to close that gap, because how I became wealthy is through real estate. It was never through a job that I did. It was through owning assets and real estate, and then being able to sell those, have them appreciate, and things like that. So I've just taken what I've known. I've taken what I know how to do, and now I'm teaching other people how to do it.
I love that you say you're showing women how to do it, because a lot of times, and not all women, but a majority of women are like, we complain about equality, and we complain about where we're at, and we complain about an industry not being where we want it to be, or the men within an industry. I mean, most of the time it's the women that hold us down. I mean, that's a whole other story, but it's why not just figure it out on your own? Like, why wait? I just recently did an opening keynote at Women in Automotive, and I have a room, 300 women sitting in the room, and I'm like, why are we waiting for an industry to catch up to equality? Why don't you start walking towards that line and closing that gap? Like, why don't you start taking ownership? So I love the fact that you help women walk towards that line
Yes.
So they're not standing and waiting for someone else to do it for them.
Well, you can never wait. And what I've learned in real estate, especially women that are 45 plus, is so many times their husbands took care of all the real estate dealings. So they might have signed the loan papers, they might have done what, and they probably picked out the house. You probably know that from your book, so, but when it came down to financial dealings, a lot of times the negotiation and all of that, the husband did it. And so now they look up and they were married for 20 years. Now they're divorced and they're like, oh, now I'm behind the 8 ball. And so that's where we go out and we put on big events and we show women how to build generational wealth through real estate, because women will take their wealth and they will, they'll end up, leaving the properties to their kids, which is how you start getting into the generational wealth.
So what piece of advice would you give to women? I mean, I'm sure we have a few women of the scenario that you just talked about, 45, divorced, left a long-term relationship. Now they're thinking, what am I going to do? What can they do if they want to, create generational wealth at 45? Because a lot of the times, at 40, you think my life is over. I am in the class of thinking that it's just beginning. But, what can we, and you specifically, counsel these ladies on building that wealth? Like, what's the first step? Like,
90%.
Your website, how to get a hold of you, that kind of stuff.
No, perfect. So just know this, 90% of millionaires in this country, which doesn't take much to be a millionaire anymore, either they either hold their real estate or hold their wealth in real estate, or they've made their money in real estate. So that's 90%. So that's the game. And anybody who'd want to have that conversation with me, I think the best website to find out about what I've got going on nowadays is just meetlisacopeland.com.
Okay. Well, you heard it, ladies. Meetlisacopeland.com. Now, Lisa, I did not prepare you for this, but I ask every single speaker one question at the end of our time. And I know you've got this, so I didn't even have to prepare you for it. But your 13-year-old self, what a piece of advice or counsel would you give her to have a fulfilled, joyous, hopeful, and successful life?
Oh, I probably would have told my 13-year-old self I should have listened to my parents more. I was kind of rebellious, and I wish I would have followed their counsel a little bit more. I don't know that I'd be any farther along than I am today, but I think it would not have been as rocky of a road my teenage years. Mom and dad do know best. I do believe that.
I love that. So my kids are going to watch this part of this live event right now, because my twins are 13 and they need to know that parents, they do know a thing or two.
Well, they know a thing or two. And most importantly, they have your best interest at heart. It doesn't seem like it when you're 13, but of course they do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Lisa. I mean, as I said, you are just near and dear to my heart, and I love you so much, and I'm so grateful that you're able to come on. I know you're so busy, and I know everyone who's watching learned a ton from this conversation, so thank you so much.
Oh, okay. Hey, thank you, Katie, and thank you for doing this for everybody. So anyways, just feel free to reach out, y'all, any way I can help.
Okay, cool. All right, meetlisacopeland.com. I am so excited to have both Fred and Lou on with me for a couple of reasons. First of all, let's talk about who they are. They are certified solutionaries, which means they are always looking for solutions to the obstacles that may be in front of them or the people that they serve. They also are the hosts of the Car Guy Coffee. Oh, did I get that wrong? All right, Car Guy Coffee. There we go.
Car Guy
I've been on this
Coffee
podcast twice, so you think I'd know. But what I really love about these two gentlemen is the fact that they have always shown up for myself whenever I need. They've been a major supporter in my career over the last, I think the first podcast we did was about 2 years ago, right? So I've known y'all for like 2 years.
Early one. You were kind of new. You kind of put us on the map.
Yeah, you kind of helped us out a little bit. I was like so excited that you came on the show. I mean, you were in a very beautiful location, literally right on the beach, but no, it was a couple years ago, and we definitely were honored to have you on the show for sure.
Well, thank you. Well, and I'm honored to have you here supporting the Ladies Take Control of Your Life virtual event, our very first, not our last. And so I believe that, you know, us coming together to create that form of equality, it really is important for men and women to be working together. And so let's let the audience know a little bit about what you do and you know, how they can reach you and what you really believe in and why you're here supporting us.
Well, one, it's very easy to support you and what it is that you're on a mission for. We came into knowing you just because of all the waves you've been making inside of the industry, and with that, because we are on a quest to brew with the best, we find very, very many people out there that have great contributions to this industry that just need a microphone, need a platform, need another opportunity to get the truth out there, to get the word out there, and just to be seen and heard a little bit more. We know that this is keep your head down, keep working industry. So we come to bring some of the caffeination, some of the encouragement, some of the high fives, some of the hugs, all the love. But as solutionaries, we are definitely committed to staying in a culture that says we are a worst case scenario. And when we find that the challenge finds our doorsteps, we're here to make sure that we find the solution for it.
And that's basically it, like you said, right there in just one little way of putting it together really quickly. But overall, what we love to do is just help. You know, I think the one thing that Lou and I both agree that we're really great at doing is helping people. And we love doing it. It makes us feel fulfilled. Our show was definitely a platform, Car Guy Coffee Podcast, www.carguycoffee.com. Check it out, y'all. Katie's been on there a couple times, and they were some stellar shows. But there's been a lot of amazing women in this industry. We did a whole series of the women in automotive, and it was great. We did it for like 3 months. We interviewed, tons of people, and we still do. And we definitely are supporters of women, men, all likes inside this industry. If you're doing something great, we want to be there to support you. And that's what it's about. The Certified Solutionaries became something because of our automotive experience, being in dealerships for 20 years, 2 decades apiece. It was time for us to come out and share what we knew to others, especially because everybody started asking once we started our show. So it's been a blessing, and the blessing has put us in positions to meet people like Katie and so many other amazing solutionaries out there doing some great things in the country and the world, really. So.
Well, what I love about both of you is that no matter what room you walk into or what virtual platform you're on, you always bring the light. You always bring the positivity. You're there to, like, what you said you genuinely mean, and you can actually feel it when when a person is in your presence. So I am super, super grateful that you actually walk the talk, because for the ladies watching, when they keep saying the industry, because we have ladies from all over every industry and all over the world, they mean the automotive space. And the automotive industry is so highly male dominated, and it is sort of like a eat what you kill type industry. And it's rare for gentlemen, but it's rare for humans to embody this kind and ever-glowing light. It just doesn't happen. And so I'm super grateful that I'm able to be in your presence and that you are supporting the Ladies Take Control community, because that's what it is. It's a community. We're having a live event, and that's all great, but what's going to unfold from this is going to be so much more. Talk about podcasts and subscriptions and newsletters and all the things to support women in achieving their goals. And as I said, I'm so grateful to be in your presence and to have you supporting this community, because that's what we need. We need support as humans, and definitely need that support as women. So thank you. I'm so very grateful.
It's a great, great honor for us, Katie. And as far as anybody is concerned, and anybody watching this and hearing it, if you got a light, which you do, we want to give you a mic. We want to make sure that we can amplify what it is that you're bringing to industry, to people, because it is. Every business is a people business. And as we connect to people and inspire others, we want to make sure that we don't just bring inspiration, we help to give the tools for implementation. And as you collect all these leaders, thought leaders, entrepreneurs, we want to just encourage people, hey, there's platforms out there. There's ways to get your name out there. There's ways to market. And if you're bringing something that's illuminating your industry, your sector of the world, well, we have a microphone for you too. And we want to do what it takes to help bring that encouragement in cupfuls all around the world.
Oh, and he's so right. You know, our goal as solutionaries is we love to give everybody an excellent experience. And that involves making sure everyone's educated, that they're encouraged, but most important, empowered. And that's something that's super important for women in all industries, all over this world, all over this planet, in so many different countries, empowerment, right? I don't think there's enough of that. There's too much entitlement with men that we don't give the empowerment to women. And I think that's something that's changing, just not fast enough, right? I still think the United States is a great country, the greatest on the planet. Still a lot of work needed here, right? And I think the more we talk about it, the more that there's events like this, ladies take control, let's go, right? The more that there's events like this, the more opportunities and more empowerment that there will be. And that's what we're all about. We're all about giving those people the 3 E's of experience, and that empowerment is ultimate right there. So I'm excited, really am, for you ladies out there that are watching this, for you men that are supporting the ladies doing this. Let's keep doing this and let's keep talking about it, not just doing it once and forgetting. And I love that she said this at the top of the show. First, but definitely not the last.
That's right.
And there's going to be a lot more coming after this. So folks, everyone out there, let's support this. Let's be voices on this. Let's do more than just be about it. Like she said, not just talk it, let's walk it. Right.
I love that. So how can, because I know that we're trying to cultivate a voice within the ladies that are watching. So you say you have a mic. Let's put that mic where your mouth is. How do they get a hold and apply to be on your podcast?
Awesome. That's easy. Just go to carguycoffee.com. You can instant message us, direct message us, reach us on LinkedIn, or you can email us directly, Lou, L-O-U, at carguycoffee.com, or Fred,
F-R-E-D, at carguycoffee.com.
And
Very
just let
simple.
us know. Let us know that you've seen the show. Let us know that you have a solution that you want to brew, and we'll schedule a time to get you on.
That's right.
We are not big gatekeepers of who gets on the show, just those that really have something positive and uplifting to bring. If you want to bring positivity, we want to give you some time. We want to brew with you. Again, the quest is to brew with the best. And some people out there just need to know the mic is available. So it's available for you. Reach out.
And literally, we've never told anyone no. The question that we get a lot is like, why haven't you asked us to join the show yet? Why haven't you asked us to be a guest? Folks, I want to ask every one of you all. I'm asking you, message us.
Hey, do you want to be on the show?
You want to be on the show?
There you go.
Fred at carguycoffee.com. Lou at carguycoffee.com. Reach out to us, and I promise you, we'll reach back out to you, and we'll set a time with you. We want to make sure that your light is as bright as possible. Any room you walk into, we want to share it with everyone. So let's do it together, especially you ladies out there. Come on, ask us. We got you. We got your back.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for supporting the Ladies Take Control community and for supporting me over the past few years. Super grateful and blessed to know you. So thank you so much, Fred and Lou, for being on here and supporting us.
Well,
have an awesome day, and I hope you are watching the event.
Katie, before we leave, you know what we got to do before we get out of here?
I don't remember it, but we can try. Okay.
Focus, fly, and keep growing. Let's do it on the count of 3 together. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Forgive. Focus, fly, and keep growing.
Keep growing. We'll talk to you later, everybody.
All right, later. Our last, but definitely not least, keynote speaker for the Ladies Take Control event is none other than Miss Elena Cardone. I have had this woman on my vision board for longer than I'd like to admit. I have had sort of a girl crush on her, I have to admit, not just from who she is professionally, but who she is as a woman, as a wife, and how she shows up as a mom. I am incredibly grateful for the voice she is giving women and for the courage she gives us to show up as who we are and to be unapologetic about it. Get ready, ladies. Buckle up, because Miss Elena Cardone is going to drop some knowledge and counsel all over this event I'd like to welcome Ms. Elena Cardone to the virtual stage.
It's Elena Cardone here, and today we are diving into a topic that is very close to my heart. That is women empowerment, and of course entrepreneurship is included in that element. I'm excited to share some key insights that played a pivotal role in shaping the empire that I've built with my husband, Grant Cardone, today. Okay, so first of all, just so you know, and we're all clear, my purpose at this point in my life is I want to restore the value of women to society, protect children, and restore the family dynamic, the family unit to the planet. So I've really come to a point in my life now where I've had a few epiphanies. One is that I am really good at being the woman behind the man, the woman beside the man, however you want to phrase that. At first it was some sort of grappling I had to do in my own head because I thought I should apologize for that role. I didn't understand its importance or significance in that support and creating that environment for people to flourish and prosper in. But I have now come to realize that support role, meaning showing active interest in the success of and being strong enough to bear the weight of, also having the vision and wherewithal to be able to figure out strengths and weaknesses in order to come together with a partner. In my case, happens to be a man, right? Which initially I was taught, which is be an independent, powerful woman, never depend on a man for anything. And now I'm in a relationship with a man, depending on him, he's depending on me. And fortunately, I was smart enough to realize, wow, if we get together for a big purpose and figure out how to deli up the strengths and the weaknesses, we could actually form an alliance, a partnership to reach our goals and our purposes. And thus we've after, we're going on 20 years of marriage now, after a good solid 10 years have built and amassed this enormous empire. So I want to share some of my secrets with you today on being able to have what we've had. And again, the biggest asset that I can be to you at this point in my life is now I want to be the woman behind women, essentially. I don't think it's fair, although I don't want to beat up any of our male counterparts, but I don't think it's fair that the men get a woman behind the man. How come there's no woman behind the women? Like, why is it just the man that gets this beautiful asset attribute, right? So that's really when I stepped up and owned that position, and now I can put that foot forward, and now I build women so they can build their empire. And that's why I'm here today, to give you those insights. So the first thing to understand as you embark on this journey of your life is really four things that we've built an entire empire upon. And these four pillars are crucial in order to build an empire. Number one is the empire mindset. Number two is understanding the relationships, dynamic relationships. Number three is mastering your money. And number four is being able to design your life and be able to make all of that manifest for you. And manifest, of course, means to make visible with the eye. So it means to make appear, to make known. So those are the four things that if you have any one piece or part of these pillars that are not functioning or not strong, then you haven't built a foundation worthy enough to support what I think we should all be aiming for, which is a massive empire. So let's just break that down so I can give you some takeaways on those elements. And again, if you've got a pen and a paper, you want to write those down, because when you really understand and you're able to master these four pillars that I speak about, you will be able to flourish and prosper and manifest and have everything that you ever wanted in your life. And of course, the first pillar that I always start off on is that empire mindset. And what is that? And what does it look like? And why do you have to have an empire mindset? And so in looking at this now, I ask you to look at what is your life right now? What do you think it can be? What are your limitations? What are your expectations for yourself? Write that down. What does it look like? You know, how do you go from being able to think that having a good living is enough versus I'm going to 10x that philosophy and go for greatness and abundance, and how do you get there? So one of the important parts of this empire mindset is figuring out what your purpose is. What is your purpose? What are your core values? What do you stand for? What do you represent? Some people don't know. They haven't looked at this. So you want to write down, you know, on a piece of paper, everything that you know something about, on your family, what you've been through in your life. Where do you want to go? What is the impact that you want to make globally? And start reverse engineering on how you can build this empire. So the first step is really to understand what your purpose is, understanding your core values, what you will and won't allow into the empire. Structure that for yourself. Be able to visualize the life that you want to have. How big can you go? And then be able to reverse engineer into present time and say, okay, being that person that I want to be in the future, wear the hat of that beingness now, but now what steps do I need to take in order to get there? That's the empire mindset. It's being the thing that you want to be. It's being the good wife. It's being the great mother. It's being the billionaire, the entrepreneur, the success. It's being that now and wearing that hat with that confidence and certainty that that picture in the future is going to manifest while you're taking the necessary steps and actions along the way in order to get there. You understand? So if you have a situation happen in the future, a setback, a challenge, a metaphorical punch in the gut that knocks you down, as long as you're wearing, I've already achieved this picture in the future, you're wearing that hat while you're experiencing these upsets, this new empire mindset is going to be able to pull you forward to that dream and that manifestation, because the difference is when you experience this upset or fall down as your already manifested beingness, you're no longer going to attach it to past failures and use that setback as an excuse to stop you or say that didn't work, or you see, I'm not smart enough, I don't know enough, I can't do this, this is too far, I've lost, I'm in a scarcity mindset, this was my only route and it failed. You see, when you're wearing the proper mindset, it can get you lifted up and to the other side, where then you're able to see things from other angles and see fall downs and setbacks as opportunities going forward. If I solve this problem and I solve it for myself and then can solve it for others, and I can work that into the ingredient going forward, this could actually be the thing that you needed to figure out the greatness and the potential of this whole entire future that can unfold for you. So really understanding empire mindset to its fullest degree and being able to let that carry you forward is one of the biggest keys to empire building. And from there, you're going to layer on the other pillars, right? Once you get your empire mindset that's carrying you forward into the future, let's look at the relationships, dynamic relationships. No empire has been built alone ever in the history of the world. You know, I love how they show all the photos of how it started in the basement and I'm a solopreneur and I'm only going to work a 4-day week. That's not real life. It's not real life. It might start in the garage. It doesn't end in the garage. No empire does. It goes and it needs expansion. And what does that take? It takes people. People have everything that you want. People are going to buy and exchange the products and services that you have as entrepreneurs. You need people. People have everything that you need. Of course, it starts in your bedroom, but it also goes out with how many people do you have in the empire? How do you get people sold on the mission? How do you pick the people and the partners in your lives that are assets and not liabilities? How do you distinguish red flags or know what to even look for? What is the value of a friend? Do you just have friends in your life for the sake of having friends because you always thought you needed friends? Or do you have friends in your life who actually have an active interest in you and to pushing you to greater heights of success? So what are the relationships that you have in your life, even with your family? Are you expecting your family to be excited for you in your business endeavors? And that's creating stress in your life because they don't get it, because they're not empire builders and they don't get excited for your little excitements, and then you make them wrong about that and your holidays are destroyed over this? Or can you compartmentalize and understand, oh, with a family member here, I'm to be a family member. What does that look like? We share experiences. We love each other unconditionally. When we get together, we play card games. We watch movies together. I know with this line, I'm not going to go share with them if they're not giving me the response I want. The same things I do with my business relationships. With my business relationships, that's where I can get excited and share the same goals and achievements, because everyone on this line is all on the same purpose line as the outcome that we want to achieve in the business. On the same line, I'm not going to confuse my business friends with my family. This is my professional line. Even though we can act like family members, we're not. We don't cross the lines. So many people out there are confused and they're mixing and crossing the lines and getting mad and angry at family members for not wanting to support them in every single aspect of their life. And I'm saying, when you figure out relationships and the purpose for each relationship in your life, what do you give to it and what does it give to you? And you are clear and intentional with that purpose, your relationships are going to improve. When you know how to look and identify red flags from a list about this long, if you don't know what you're looking for and you get metaphorically in bed or physically in business or in life with the wrong partner, guess what? Empires are destroyed from within. You're setting yourself up for a destroyed empire. It is your duty to understand relationships if you want to build an empire and have that beautiful life that you envision. And it's not going to happen just by visualization alone. It's your responsibility to really understand the makeup and the component parts of these pillars in order to control the outcome, which then leads to the manifestation of the life that you have. It's intentional, it's impactful, but it's up to you to really start investing time, energy, and resources into yourself so that you can have your own ROI, your own return on investment, being the best investment you could ever invest in, which of course is yourself. And the third pillar is the money aspect. Women, we are taught not to talk about money, not to understand money. We don't take enough responsibility for our money. We have got to change the narrative and really understand money and start studying the greats and start understanding how to use money in order to circulate and not stop and cut off the flows of the money coming into our life because of the scarcity mindset that you have about money and lack of understanding how to use money as tools to build you up and to then produce bigger revenue. So money is very important. There's only 3 things you need to know about wealth creation. I'll give them to you really quickly. 1, you got to know how to earn it. Most people do. Number 2, you got to understand how to, I call store it, not save it, because saving it in a bank is not smart, even though that's what we were told to do. Save your money. Save it for a rainy day. Well, guess what? When you go put your money in a bank account, they call up my husband Grant and say, hey, so-and-so just dropped off her money at the bank. Hey, can I give you a loan to go buy your multi-apartment assets? And I can give you Joe Schmo's money that she just kept at this bank. So you don't save the money, you store the money in order to do number 3, which is the most important thing to understand about money, which is to multiply the money. And the way you multiply money is invest that stored money into an income producing asset. Is your home an income producing asset? No, it is not. An income producing asset, such as a multifamily investment, kind of like the ones that we do and how we've created all this wealth, is we invest into an income producing asset. We have tenants, obviously they pay us every single month to live there. We have cash flow. That's how you make your money multiply. Your money is working for you even if you are not showing up to earn a paycheck. So that's the only way to wealth. You can earn your way to rich. You cannot earn your way to wealth. The only way to earn your way, not earn your way, but the only avenue to wealth is by having your money working for you, such as having that cash flow and that income producing asset. So gotta get your money right in order to build legacy, in order to be able to sustain an economic collapse or somebody in the family getting sick or some unexpected situation, a divorce, anything that is not planned for, right? But if you have an abundance of money and you understand money and how it works, and you understand, I will only spend earned income on self-enhancement or the business and not on a Gucci bag, then you have a chance to reel and a path to wealth, because earned income should only go to yourself, your self-enhancement, or your business. Everything else should be stored in order to invest in an income-producing asset that cash flows from day one, okay? So that is a very important pillar, because you can sustain life for yourself and for your family even when you are not able to. And the last one, that pillar of really being able to make it all manifest, your health, your wellness, your lifestyle. How do you create it all? Very important for the empire stability of all the pillars. So, ladies, I am your woman. I want to build women so they can build their own empires. This is my mission in life. I want to invite you to join my free network, my free community. I give out tips. I have a newsletter that goes out. I have video content in this free community. I'm really looking to build a very large community of like-minded women who are really there to support each other, to collaborate with each other, all with the goal of helping each other rise to a heightened level of success. So if you click or go to, actually just pull out your phone right now and put in ElenaCardone.com. There's my name, ElenaCardone, ElenaCardone.com/network. You can join the community for free. Also, if you want my free book, do I have a copy of the book anywhere here? No, I don't. But if you want a copy of my book for free, write this down or go to this right now. ElenaCardone.com/empire. Okay, so 1, you're joining the network, the free network. Number 2, you're getting your free book. And if you're really inspired, you want to know more and take more responsibility about an empire, I have a empire course. It's online. It's 75 segments where I can really break these down into 2 to 5 minute videos. I say build an empire 5 minutes at a time. If you're really interested, I offer that entire course for $270. I took that down from $1,997. It's $270. I want all women to be able to have that at an affordable price. If you want to take advantage of that, go to BAE, stands for Build an Empire, BAE, BAEcourse.com, and you can redeem and start your empire building journey 5 minutes at a time with me. I want to thank Katie so much for having me here today. I really enjoy this community. I want to associate myself with you. If I can help you in any way going forward, I am behind you, beside you. You can count on me. That's what I do. I build women so they can build an empire. I want to help you. I want to see you win. I want to see more women win on this planet. We deserve it. It's going to be you, ladies, that are going to change the trajectory of this world. But we got to start understanding our value, our power. We have to start taking a stand, taking responsibility for who we are, not only influencing ourselves, but then being able to inspire and influence our spouses, our partners, our children, our community. It's not going to be the politicians. It's up to us. And it's time that we take action because we can. Because no empire has ever been built, sustained, and continued without a woman. Women. A woman is behind every single empire in the history. Because without women, there's no procreation, there's no children, and an empire will die, cease to exist without women. That's how important we are, not only to mankind, but to empires. So go out, be great. You owe it to yourself, to your families, and to this world. I'm counting on you. I need you to be great. I support you 1,000,000%. Be great, and thank you so much. I'll see you next time.
Oh my goodness. Can you believe the day we have had? I mean, we've had some incredible speakers, and if that last speaker, Miss Elena Cardone, did not give you the fire in your belly to go do something, then I don't know what would. She literally was calling on each and every one of you ladies that has shown up today to join the movement where women take control of their lives, go after what they want because they are worth it. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. You get to choose the path you are taking. And so I hope that you will choose it wisely. I think you have heard from every single lady here that you're always looking at a set of obstacles or a set of opportunities, and it's really about your mindset. It is about your heart. It is about what you will put up with and put forward. That is what gets you where you want to be in life. It is not the circumstances that are held your way, that are sent your way. It is about how you decide to deal with those circumstances. You know, we've heard from some incredible financial experts that have told you that even if you look at your financial outlook and it's bleak, at least you know, because guess what? You can't fix what you don't know is broken. So I am urging you, after we're at 7 hours and 38 minutes of this event, I am urging you to please humble yourself in 2024. Take a look in the mirror, because at the end of the day, the only person coming to save you is you. And the only person that is going to give you the life that you dare to dream of, that you keep quiet to yourself as you fall asleep at night, is you. So manifest it. Create that empire mindset. Get to know where you are today so you can plan your future. And most importantly, believe in yourself, because you are capable. You can dream it, you can say it, and only you can take that inspired action. So I urge you to find that courage to believe that a new choice, that a new attempt will yield a new outcome. And I am ridiculously excited to announce that we are going to do a mid-year check-in with all of y'all, as well as any new individuals and women that want to join the Ladies Take Control community on June 14th, 2024. So make sure that you are all ready to go, signed up. You have clicked on the Ladies Take Control Instagram page and you followed me there. Make sure that you have signed up for our email blast. And there are so many exciting things coming, like podcasts and subscriptions where you're going to learn from experts every single month. But here, I'm going to give you a gift. Anybody that has purchased a ticket for this event, I want you to show up in June 2024, June 14th, 2024, because I want you to learn and grow and be the best possible you. Each and every one of you is going to get a free ticket to that next event. And what I want you to do is share that over to someone else. Because if you've learned something great, I want to make sure that we pass that knowledge, we pave that path, and we are those lampposts for our other women in our group to bring them along so they can thrive as well. June 14th, 2024. I want you to share the love. If you love this event, get out there on social, because that's the reality right now, today's day and age. Let people know, scream from the rooftops. The Ladies Take Control community provided you with an insane amount of not only inspiration or motivation, but action points to have the best 2024 of your life. And we're going to check in together mid-year. Oh my goodness, I'm going to try not to cry. I'm a bit of an emotional being. I want to express my sincerest gratitude, not just to everyone that attended today, but to every person behind the scenes, to all of our sponsors, to every friend, to every family member that texted me today to wish me luck this morning, to text me through the day to see how it was going, to every single comment that is in that comment box, and to every speaker that stopped what they were doing, that put a pause in their world so that they could inspire you. I am forever grateful, because as a speaker, I know life gets busy and I know it's really hard to just put pause, but every one of the speakers on here today believes in you as much as I do. So thank you to everyone who showed up, who shone their light for everyone to see. I seriously love y'all, and I can't wait to see you in June 2024.